So thank you very much, Kate and Nadine, for the opportunity. SGS is one of the GSSA's annual sponsors, and we're very proud to be able to work with the GSSA. I am a GSSA member myself. So I don't know how many of you know SGS, but SGS is one of the world's leading testing and inspection and verification companies. We have a very well-established presence in South Africa itself from 1949, and we have played a significant role in supporting the country's mining industry for more than 6 decades. So our laboratories are very strategically located through Southern Africa and also the rest of Africa and across the world. So any place you go, you might find an SGS, and it won't always be mining related because we are involved in a lot of different sectors. Our core strength in SGS South Africa lies in our geochemistry services, and we operate advanced commercial, mobile, and on-site laboratories, and we can analyze a broad range of geological materials containing precious metals, base metals, platinum group metals, battery metals, and bulk commodities. And my talk this afternoon will chat a little bit more as to what us as geologists need to know about laboratories and how to approach them to get the right results for what we need. We also offer metallurgical testing and mineralogy. That's also one of our very big components. There's only 3 facilities in the world that has mineralogy in SGS, and that's in Canada, South Africa, and Chile. We offer state-of-the-art services in these laboratories with very, very good experienced metallurgists and mineralogists. We also have process engineers working for us, and we can then conduct comprehensive metallurgical test work, including comminution, flotation, hydrometallurgy, beneficiation, and in Canada, we also have big pilot plant testing facilities. Well, we look at pre-feasibility studies in this, feasibility studies, process optimization. So any phase of the mining sector, we can actually get support. We also have something that most South Africans don't know about because it's operated from Canada, but we have geological services, specifically looking at resource estimations, geological modeling, geometallurgy, process optimization, and also engineering design. So by integrating the geological, metallurgical, and engineering expertise, we can actually assist you to develop a process right from exploration through to mine closure. Because we are also, I don't know if you see in the on LinkedIn and in the news, SGS is very, very focused on sustainability, quality, and regulatory compliance. That is integral to our approach to anything. So we can also assist you guys with environmental monitoring, quality assurance, health and safety compliance, even things like doing swabs in your canteens and your change rooms is something that SGS does. We do ESG initiatives, mine closure planning, and we operate under ISO accreditation. So for our laboratories in South Africa, most of them are accredited with 17025, which is a quality and technical accreditation that makes sure that every single analysis that you get is of world-class standard. And that's my story for now. And thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions on any services from SGS, please give me a call or contact me. Thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of the day. I think it's going to be amazing and very, very good. And good luck to all the speakers as well. Thank you so much, guys.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us and making it so early in the morning. And thank you specifically to Nolene for this opportunity to share some of our learnings. And thank you to the GSSA team. So the title of today's message, the session is, what do geologists need to know about drilling? So I'm very excited because it gives me an opportunity to vent coming from an exploration drilling company. But on a more serious note, I've watched the previous speakers and, the sessions that the GSSA has put together over the years, and I've listened to them, and this is really a great resource. And I'm happy that this presentation will also form part of that resource going forward. It's very effective, and I commend the GSSA for this initiative. Often we misunderstand each other because we are looking at the same problem from different perspectives. And this platform, what it does, what I believe it does, is that it gives us the opportunity to align our perspective and to learn from each other. So I've titled this Approaching Geosciences from a Business Perspective, and it will make more sense why this perspective as I introduce myself and tell you more about what we do. About me, actually, the funny thing about this slide is that my wife saw the presentation and she ordered me to take it down. She says it's got no relevance whatsoever to the topic, but I decided to put it in anyway. So the story behind this is some 25 odd years ago, my girlfriend gave me a watch for my birthday. We were both in varsity at the time. She was studying geology, or I was studying geology, and she was studying industrial psychology. So before presenting me with the watch, she asked her brother to have it engraved, and the inscription would read, "Elephant shoe." That's a play on words like "I love you," but we used to say "elephant shoe," you know. So she gave the watch to her brother. She asked him to engrave it, and much to his credit, he did have it engraved, but I guess he couldn't bring himself to having such a big gesture coming from his baby sister. So instead of putting the elephant shoe, he wrote my full government name, Tlhaloso. And in all fairness, that is my name, Tlhaloso Nakedi. And to avoid, tongue twisters during this session, I'm going to ask that you refer to me as T Nakedi. I am the exploration manager at Gopani. To carry on with my story, I did graduate at WITS with a BSc in mining and exploration geology, and I did my postgraduate at Rand Afrikaans Universiteit. That's what it was called before it turned to University of Johannesburg. And yeah, to get back to my story and the most important bit, I did marry my girlfriend. We've been married now for 21 years, and I'm still wearing my watch. I told you my wife studied industrial psychology, right? And well, in the early years of our marriage, we both worked. I started working for Sasol, but then we decided to go the business route. And she started a recruitment company, the People Shop, which went on to be a resounding success. I started my first drilling company, Izanati Contractors, which would go voluntary dissolution within its first year of operation. And that's primarily because I approached the business from a purely technical perspective. I was a geologist running a business, and that's not always the best sort of scenario when you don't support the technical with the business principles. So after licking my wounds, I recruited my wife to start a drilling business, but only this time we would make sure that it's got a systems approach that she used in her recruitment company, which was very successful. So we started Gopani Exploration. Gopani Exploration is a surface exploration drilling company. We were established in 2008. And yeah, I do the management, and from time to time, together with other geologists, we run the exploration. And it is wholly owned by my wife, Lindy Nagedi. What do geologists or geoscientists need to know about drilling? I just want to make it clear at this point that this is not a guide on how to start a drilling company. Lord knows we don't need any more competition. But this is more of the observations I've been making of how geologists can increase their output when engaging with drilling companies. So as a business, I believe besides profitability, one of the primary objectives is to grow demand. And once you've grown that demand, you have to protect your supply, because demand without supply is catastrophic. You have to be able to meet the supply. And I think about the relationship that Apple has with its manufacturer, Foxconn. And if for any reason, if Foxconn were to be bankrupt tomorrow, there would be a direct impact on Apple as a company. There'd be supply chain disruptions, there'd be global shortages of iPhones, and the stock price would just plummet. If I bring it closer to home, which is something we can think of as geologists, imagine if a company such as, for example, SGS were to stop operations. Where do we take our samples? How do we get the information that we need? So that is the perspective I believe geoscientists should have at the back of their minds when looking at their relationships with their suppliers. You want to make sure that you have a healthy supply of suppliers. So I'm going to get into it, and I'm just going to summarize it very early and just give everybody, say, if you get this part, I think that my presentation is done. I think the most, for geologists is to be able to get the most out of your drilling contractor or your supplier. Just approach him or her as a business person, because if it makes sense to both parties, then the relationship can progress and move forward. So as a geologist, the technical information you want. You know exactly what you want to get from your samples, and you know what it means for your model if you don't get that information. So we want to get to a point that is communicated through to your suppliers effectively, so that we don't get to a point where we are having arguments or disagreements on site, or, where we start denying things as service providers to say, no, it's your fault, it's the ground conditions. And I'm here to close that gap as both a driller. I shouldn't call myself a driller, I manage drillers, but as both a driller and as a geologist. But most importantly, as someone who's paid the price of a failed business because I couldn't transition. So I'm going to lay it out here. I'll discuss each aspect briefly, not from a technical point of view, but more from a relationship or relational perspective, and hopefully open your eyes to some of the things that you may have been missing in your operations that maybe even have led to stumbling blocks. And just by looking at the content that I'm going to discuss, I believe you probably know everything that I'm going to talk about. And for that reason, I'm glad we are online, because some of this stuff is so trivial that you might have thrown tomatoes at me if I was standing right there in front of you. But I just believe it's still important to talk about it and to create awareness, because knowledge does not necessarily lead to behavioral modification. So the more we talk about this stuff, the more we create awareness, the more we align perspective. So this talk is for everyone. I've tried, I think, when I was putting this together, to use examples for both the majors and the junior miners and the guys maybe in consulting when you are right at inception, greenfields, because at greenfields, as you know, you just want to drill 1 or 2 boreholes to know what you're going to find before you move on. Whereas the majors will come and say, listen, we want 10,000 meters of drilling and so forth. So I've tried to make it as generic as possible so that we cover everybody. And yeah, so I'm going to be talking about the hole placement, an approach in developing the scope of work, some of the drilling methods and technical recovery, how choosing one method impacts the other. And I'll be looking at collaboration and communication. I'll have an example of rig capabilities and the cost implications. And yeah, just close it off with some final thoughts and the perspectives. Let's jump right in. Here's my highly exaggerated model that I've asked my AI companion to create for me, but it talks about the reality of what happens on site. Because as a geologist at this point, you've looked at your geological model, whether you're working to increase your life of mine or it's your first hole in a greenfield project, you've seen the gaps and you know the data that you need to fill them with. You know exactly the intersection you want to hit. You've got your coordinates, you've got your GPS, you've accessed the site on foot, which is most time, but it's good because that's what all great geologists do. And now you're ready to point it out to your drilling contractor, and then you get on site with the contractor, and there's this silence, you know. So if we look at a scenario, as a geologist, the borehole position that you want to drill is the most optimal position in the whole wide world for this 60 millimeter hole to intersect your reef of, it cannot be moved, not a meter to the left, not a meter to the right. And it's just unfortunate that this 200 million-year-old fault line just happens to go through the most inopportune spot to place your drill rig. We get it. You want that data. You need that data. But for the contractor, when we get on site, we know we have to give you that hole, the 60 millimeter hole or the 80 millimeter hole. But we also need an accessible area. It's not just enough to be able to position the rig. We need to have the space for the rods, for the truck to maneuver, to be able to turn around and collect water. We need the parking for the vehicles. We need the emergency assembly points. We need the ablution facilities, the core storage, chemicals, all that stuff that usually a geologist would ask for in their scope of work anyway, and the safety people would want to see. But somehow, we've reduced it to this borehole, I need to be here. But the consideration here is that when you get on site and you're pointing this out to your contractor and there's this silence, that silence is because the contractor knows that he knows what he needs to be able to access the site, but he cannot necessarily voice that opinion because of fear that if I can't do it, the geologist will find somebody else to do it. So the reality of the situation, though, is that more often than not, drilling companies are not construction companies. And no matter how much we nod and smile to get the project, demolishing and creating access route is not our area of speciality per se, and most times we'd actually even have to outsource this function to somebody else, which then increases the cost for you as the geologist, And by also agreeing that, look, we can access this, knowing very well that it's going to take time, I believe it creates a situation where we start the process on the wrong foot, and then going forward then on, it just creates complication. So as a geoscientist, it's important for you to approach this type of scenario as a business person. Look at it yourself. Don't rely on the service provider to say, yes, we can do this, or no, we cannot do this. But you really need to consider, what are the risk factors that may delay my project? You've seen the site, you know the site, but now approach it as a business. What are these risk factors that can delay my project? What about the access, the security, the community? What are the unseen costs for this project? Do I have the right budget? Or do I simply just want to believe that I've got the right budget because it's what was approved, And at the same time, you have to be upfront with your contractors, with your service providers to say, this is the reality of the access. How do we work together to make sure that it's accessible for everybody? You ask yourself, even before engaging with the contractors, do I have enough room for all their equipment, the contractors' equipment? Do I have enough security, some areas that we've worked in are very challenging in terms of security, and we may have to set up the rig every morning because in the evening we have to take it down and pack it away. Otherwise, we get there and the stuff is missing, diesel is gone, they've cut the copper wires, etc. But you think about that. So sometimes we know that the geologist, when they look at their scope, they might think, listen, I want to drill as few meters as possible to get to my target. But sometimes as a geologist who thinks as a business person, you have to think, if I were to move this borehole 100 meters away or 50 meters away into a different location, I know I have to pay for the 100 meters, extra 100 meters to drill. But what is the cost of that versus the cost of now creating access routes and the time waiting to clear the site? So I did mention that this is the stuff that this is the stuff that's very trivial, and I'm sure you're looking and thinking, but we know this. And with all that knowledge, this is what happened to our rig not so long ago. I think this is a picture was taken about 6 months ago with a client who pointed out the borehole, wouldn't move the site and said, no, your rig can make it up there. We were able to reach this with our buggies, but as soon as we are towing an 8-ton drill rig, the dynamics change. We had damage on the tires, on the rims, and on the operator cab itself. So these are some of the things that, as a geologist, you need to consider and think about so that you think like a contractor. You can start to mitigate against delays. You can preempt bottlenecks, because as much as this scenario here that I've put the picture, the damaged tires and the rig, as much as it's a problem for the contractor, it just means now I have to take additional time to fix this stuff before getting the project going. And once you think like that, you can now start working with realistic timeframes. You can work with realistic budgets. And if you've thought about everything, you can demand more from your contractor. So this now leads me to the second part, that I wanted to speak on, the developing of the scope of work. I'm going to start with this picture that you're seeing on your screen. And this is a true story. I might have slightly exaggerated it, but it's a true story. It says on the one hand, you've got an option to drill 10 50-meter boreholes, and on the other hand, you've got an option to drill 50 10-meter boreholes. So, like I said, it's a true story. A client approached me and said, T, I've got an urgent project, because with clients, all projects are urgent. It takes, never mind. But all projects are urgent. So he says, I need to drill these boreholes. It's greenfields. He just wanted to know what he's got in the ground, so that they can move on to the next phase with their investors and so forth. He says, I need to drill these 10 holes at 50 meters. Can you give me a quotation to drill 500 meters? I need these holes urgently. Can you help? At the time, it was, we were pretty busy, but I figured, listen, we never want to turn work away, especially because your small client today becomes your big client in 3, 4, 5 years' time, maybe even 10 years' time. So I looked at the scope and I figured to myself, 50 meters, I'm sure I can squeeze it in. 500 meters, this should take me 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks maximum. I should be done. So I can do that for you. We set up on the first hole, and as we were inserting the casing, I'm not lying, we hit the cold seam at about 5 or 6 meters. We drilled a little bit more, and obviously the geologist was happy because now the seam is shallower than he thought, and everything that goes with that just made him happy. So we stopped the hole at about 10 meters. He said, let's move on to the next one. Same thing, putting in the casing, 10 meters. Says he stops the hole. And the geologist comes to me and he says, hey, T, the seams are very shallow here, hey? So anyway, I've drilled about 20, 30 meters. That means I'm left with about 470 meters, right? Maybe we can drill another 40 boreholes. The emphasis I'm trying to put on this. The economics of drilling 10 holes at 50 meters each and the economics of drilling 50 holes at 10 meters each are completely different. You know, the expression is chalk and cheese. I don't know who came up with that expression, but I love him. You know, in theory or practically, it may all total 500 meters, but if I'm going to be drilling 50 holes, that means it's 50 interhole moves, it's 50 sums to dig, it's 50 sites to barricade, it's 50 nights of securities, it's 50 nights of mast down and mast up as we're moving the rig from one borehole to another, etc., etc., etc. The economy of that do not make sense. It's not the same. You cannot simply substitute 500 meters in any way that you would like. You need to think about that perspective from as a geologist, from a contractor's point of view. It's very different. So as you write your scope of work, and we come across a lot of scopes of work, as you decide on your scope of work. I know when with the majors, you know, the scope of work goes through several departments where it will go through the safety and they'll say, this is what we want. Then it will go to the geology department and then it will go to procurement. And at the end of the day, you put together the scope of work. But I think when it comes to the geoscientist, you know, you really need to look at the scope of work and just think about the approach. And my suggestion is in line with what we are doing here. You know, these types of talks that we are having. If the scope of work is incorrect or incomprehensive, the associated costs and budgets will be incorrect. You know, I've listened to the previous talks from Colin Rice and Heino, the IMDEX guys, etc. And, you know, what I've realized is that as geoscientists, as geologists, you've got these resources around you because you come to us when you want the work to be done. But instead of just looking at, I need a hole to be drilled, here's a tender, who can do it? I think if you become proactive, you can start leveraging the networks because that's what business people do. And if you are thinking like a business, you will realize, wait a minute, I've got all these service providers in my database. You know, we've got a database of service providers that we use, that we call on from time to time. But instead of just calling them for a project, let us create forums. Let us engage with them directly. Let us have shares, realistic shares, not just safety shares, the stuff that we send out on email, but real stuff where you discuss what works and what doesn't work. It's as simple as having a braai and calling the service providers and saying, let's have a braai and just discuss openly and sincerely when they're at a time where there is not a pressure to perform, and get those insights into what goes into the scope of work. You know, you get honest and meaningful feedback. And this will help you develop a workable and realistic scope of work with realistic budgets. It just takes you to be proactive and not necessarily reactive, because as a bunch, as drillers, we are very collaborative. And if you leverage on that, that's what a business would do. You leverage on your networks and start asking the questions at the right time. You will also get buy-in from your contractors. And once you've got buy-in from your contractors, once the project is ongoing, there'll be very little resistance because the unknowns would have been out there already. Maybe as a parting shot for this slide, you know, please speak to the right people, ask the right questions to the right people. We are always here to help. And this will lead me directly into the next slide of communication and collaboration. Remember, you are thinking like a business. We are approaching exploration as a business. So when you plan to drill a hole, you're going to spend money on this borehole. As business people, we always track our money, we track our expenses, we track if the rent that we spent has been optimized. We always looking for ways to save costs while getting the most out of what we've spent on. So the question is, how can I get the most out of this borehole? You need to get as much information from the hole without having to drill it twice. And this means collaboration. Collaboration with other departments, collaboration with the geotech, for instance. I can't tell you how many times I've been called to drill a hole right next to where I've drilled a previous hole, simply because the geology department and the geotech department did not collaborate. And it always puzzles me when I think about it, because when we start off, especially in greenfields, as geologists, we have a top-down approach. We look at, the mapping. It's physical. It's the ground. It's where we're going to be on. We look at the geophysics, the geochemical analysis, etc. But as soon as we go into brownfields or we start mining, especially underground, we tend to forget about the surface and start looking from the bottom up. We look at our ore. We look at the ore body, and the immediate roof above us, and then everything else above there. So when we want information, we want to know where the intersection is, but we are not thinking about the surface. And what I've seen is that that's just as crucial, the surface part, for the geotech guys, because they are more concerned with the soil properties, the permeability, the strength, because you're already thinking the equipment, what's going to come on, etc., etc., etc. By planning, by collaborating with each other, you get to a place where you can really have cost-cutting measures, because you'd be drilling a single hole instead of two. And these are realistic costs that can be avoided. And these are also the best place to save costs, instead of arguing about standing time. Sorry, that just slipped out. But these are the places where you can save costs. Because like I mentioned in the example above, if the geology department calls me out to drill a borehole, and a few weeks later the geotech calls me to drill a geotechnical hole, immediately you have doubled the cost. As a business, we both lose, because even though it may seem that the drilling contractor is doubling their revenue, the reality is that they're also doubling their costs. The mine has also doubled its expenses, and we've all doubled the time it would take to do the project. So whether you're working for a major or a junior, imagine, just submitting that financial proposal to the mine manager or the investor and immediately showing them the cost savings. Data is knowledge, and knowledge is power. This means from day one, even in early stage exploration or life of mine extension, you can have enough data to start speccing your mining equipment, because you've extracted all the data from a single borehole. It doesn't matter if you don't need the information now, but when you do need it, you will have it. So, yeah, like I mentioned, even with us as drillers, we are instinctively collaborative. It may surprise you, because, we are seen as competitors. And yes, we do compete with each other. We do compete for your work. And we don't collude, but we do collaborate. I will call Colin Rice, in the wee hours of the morning and ask for his advice. I know he's down under now, so maybe it's the wee hours of the morning. Or I will call an Angelo from Cutting Edge, who manufactures and sells drill bits. And instead of saying, T, I've got a solution for everything you want, he might even say, hey, T, have you spoken to the guys at Premier Drilling, or have you spoken to Bertie from Epiroc? It's a collaborative effort. And the point I'm trying to make is that when we approach drilling as a business, it would be foolish to discard the knowledge and experiences of those that went before you. So as a geologist and as geoscientists, that open door policy is available to you. Tell the drillers what you want to do, listen to their advice, and create an environment of learning and sharing, and you will save yourself ultimately a lot of money and a lot of time. Having said that, I wanted to put this example in, especially around some of the drilling methods. And I'm glad this slide, because this is the area where geologists shine, because you know the information that you want, you know the test that you want to run on your samples, and you know where the critical data lies. And I think additionally, what you need to know as a geologist is how the various techniques should be structured to work with each other. And if we look at the example that I've put here, it's basically, say as a geologist, you want to drill a large diameter hole. You want core, right? But your core that you want is sitting at 150 meters, argument's sake, and the sample thickness is 20 meters. So basically, to save costs as a geologist, what you do is you'd opt to percussion the hole, say from 0 to 150 meters, and then you'd want to core the 20 meters that you are interested in. And this makes sense because it's quicker, it's more economical, and it ticks all the right boxes. But something that I would just caution against, or just to put it as a highlight, is I know I promised I wasn't going to be technical, but it's just the three little numbers that I'm just going to put up. When you are casing for geotech drilling, you're not necessarily casing for the coring part as well. You will need to case again. That's just the facts of the matter. If, let's say, you think of you are percussioning a hole with 165 millimeter hole diameter, and you're going to core your sample, let's say with PQ, the diameter of that hole is 122 millimeters. So you've got this 40 odd millimeters between the rods and the casing from the percussion. So you cannot just simply put in those PQ rods and core barrel and start drilling. There's too much space between them, So you will need to case that hole with, say, the PWS casing, and then go on to stabilize that casing so that you don't have play. And the water that you pump down the hole should have enough velocity or momentum to be able to return. If your hole is too wide and there's too much space between, then you don't have that. So you'd also want to consider if you are basically percussioning the hole, the pneumatic action on the sample. So maybe you don't want to start coring immediately at 150 meters. You might want to end your percussion a little bit higher so that you don't disturb the sample before. You want to avoid your broken core and your core losses and your water losses, etc. And also just remember that once you've percussioned the hole, before you go into start coring the hole, you'll need to clean that hole. You'll need to flush it clean. So these are some of the small details, and I've seen with some of the scopes that we do get, where geologist says, listen, I need the hole to be percussion from here to here, and then you need to start coring from this place to that place. And sometimes it's assumed that, no, it's just one thing, you don't have to case again. And the geologist gets shocked when he sees another invoice or quotation for additional casing and things like that. But once you know these things, once you are aware of these things, you start approaching your project very differently. It's just an example, and it just also ties in with the rig capabilities. And I want to share one more story. It's important for geologists to know that not all rigs are created equal. Just as you have various vehicles on the road capable of reaching 120 kilometers per hour, they don't all reach that speed with the same level of comfort. Some of them might not even reach that speed if you've got heavy passengers in the back seat. It's all well and good, when we are on a flat surface or the car is going downhill, then yeah, all cars can reach 120 kilometers. But then they might struggle with the uphills, and then you're changing gears until you burn your gearbox, you know. So with that analogy, I just want to give you an example here, right? So you put out a scope as a geologist and you say, I want to drill NQ to 1,000 meters. That's the output. NQ drilling, 1,000 meters, you know you're going to have the core, you know you're going to cut it, you're going to save one half for later, and you're going to sample the other. That's how you've decided on the NQ. That's what you want, and that's what the contractor must deliver. So you put out a scope and we submit our documents. You get 1,000 companies bidding for the same work, and you look at the specifications and you see, oh, okay, great. All these rigs can reach 1,000 meters. So let me just go with this contractors. The reality is that not all rigs are the same. Not all rigs that say can drill 1,000 meters are designed the same. And I didn't know this when we drilled or when we bought our first rigs, so I'm going to put this down as a learning, because I think these are some of the things that made me fail as a geologist running a drilling company, and some of the things that now we can have as an awareness for now, you as a geologist approaching a drilling company. So here's the story, and like I promised, it's my last story. We were requested to drill 45-degree angles through kimberlites, and we were going to drill down to 800 meters. And I spent most of my early days in the coal field. So when I got this scope and I was budgeting for it, I just figured in my own mind, okay, I'll just put 9 meters of casing and then just drill 800 meters NQ. That's it. That's what I'll do. I just do what I do, simple enough. And one day I was talking to a contractor, and I was just telling him about the job, because we always ask, where are you working, and etc. And I was telling him about the job. I said, hey, listen, I'm going to be drilling these kimberlites. I've got 800 meters of NQ rods. I just want to get another additional 100 meters or so of NQ rods just in case, and the guy looked at me and he said, T, have you drilled kimberlites before? And the way he asked the question, I could tell, I just immediately got shy. I said, nope. He said to me, do yourself a favor, speak to the mud people, this would be the IMDEX people and the likes, So I said, speak to the mud people and get yourself a set of rods, maybe 400 meters PQ rods, get yourself 800 meters HQ rod, get yourself 800 meters NQ rods, and just in case, get yourself 800 meters of BQ rods. He said it so casually, I thought he was going to write me a check. And I had not quoted for any of that extra stuff, and I did not even think whether my own rig could reach 800 meters of HQ drilling, And the point I'm trying to highlight with that, to drill in that environment at those steps, you don't plan for success, because that will be saying, hey, listen, my car can travel at 120 kilometers going downhill. But instead, you plan for failure. So what that means is that, yeah, we can drill 800 meters if all goes well. But to approach, especially now with the example of the kimberlites, you need to telescope down the borehole as far as you can with each set of rods. So for example, you'd want to telescope down to 400 meters with your largest rods, your PQ rods, so that once the hole starts caving in or there's blockages and you cannot go further, the PQ rod becomes the casing for the HQ, and then you put the HQ rods in, and then you start telescoping as far down as you can with the HQ rods, so that wherever then they block and the hole caves in and, kimberlite starts behaving like kimberlite, you still have an option to go in there again with NQ rods until you can deliver to your client the spec that they wanted when they said, listen, I want NQ at this depth because this is what my core should be like. So this is important sort of back of mind information for a geologist to have, because it also speaks to the fact that over and above just what the output is required, there's also the need to match the consumables to that. So planning for worst case scenario means I do have to have those PQ rods on hand and the HQ rods and the NQ rods, and also just in case the BQ rods. What it also means is that if the scope were to change and the geologist had to say, listen, I want to approach these 5 holes that I want to drill, but because I'm out of time, I want to have 2 rigs or 3 rigs drilling simultaneously. That just means I have to double or triple the consumables I have, all of them, because when I drill each hole, the setup must look like this for all those holes. So it's a good consideration to have to approach as a business to think, what will the client or what will the contractor need? What is the cost of that? And you start having really meaningful discussions around such instances. So also, if a contractor, a driller, whatsoever, masters one aspect, it's like a geologist. The most experienced geologist is one who's seen the rocks. And that's why you have geologists who work mainly and say, listen, I'm a competent person in coal, and I'm a competent person in diamonds. The same applies with us as well as drillers. You know, the driller who's drilled the most different types of rocks and who's seen the most types of rocks is probably one with the most experience and one who can preempt some of these things. So when you're looking at the scope, it's important to look at the experience as well. Have you done this? If they have not done that, are you willing to take them on a journey to grow with them? You know, because we didn't all start out. It's been almost 20 years of drilling, but in our first year of drilling, it was our first year of drilling. We didn't know this thing, and we needed to build those relationships and to also equally have somebody to say, all right, let's hold your hand as we go through this journey together. We grow together. You need to think about how the contractor sees it, the amount of consumables and equipment that they need to bring on site, the type of equipment they're going to need to bring on site. So as a geologist, a geoscientist, you are already operating as a business. You are already putting together the scope of work. You're already putting together the financial models that you need to take for approval. You're already negotiating with the procurement people. You're already negotiating with legal, and then you're appointing service providers. That's all the functions of an entrepreneur or business person. So you're already operating as a business. Maybe you just don't see it from that perspective yet. So you're already there, So take it one step further. Leverage your networks. Talk to the guys. Be proactive as you're speaking to the drilling people. Tell them your needs. Be frank. Be upfront. Not everything has to be an invoice right at the beginning. It's just open talk. It's an open policy. We're discussing things. We are sharing best practices. This will help you improve your efficiencies, because if you improve your efficiencies, we improve our efficiencies as well. And you also get to protect your supply. And notice I didn't say protect your supplier, but protect your supply. You want to make sure that you've got reputable businesses or contractors or companies that can deliver on what you need. Because if we have an environment where as drillers we are busy cannibalizing each other so that we can have the lowest rand per meter price, what's going to happen is that we are going to start moving into other markets where we can get our worth, for a lack of a better word. And once that happens, it means what you are left with is probably a whole lot of drillers or a bunch of drillers who don't have the experience. We've seen that with the brain drain, where we had our experts going overseas and now leaving the country bare. So you need to protect your supply. You need to make sure that the drillers that you want to see in the future are here, and you're not squeezing every margin out of them, but you are getting as much efficiency from them and as much knowledge from them to make both your processes successful. And I think I've said a lot, and I think I've sort of stuck to the time. If there is questions, I'm happy to answer them. But thank you once again for your time and listening. Maybe to us may seem like a vent, but thank you, GSSA, and thank you, Nolene and Kate.
Thank you, T. That was incredibly interesting.
I don't have a question, but I just want to say thank you to T and all our speakers today for giving up your time. And again, thank you.
Innocent asks, good morning. My question is basic and geology related, but I wanted to ask, how do different drilling, muds, or additives impact sample quality, core recovery, and fluid loss measurements in highly permeable or weak zones? Any answers there? T, you still on the call?
Yeah, I'm still on the call. I think I'm going to leave that one to Heino because I know he's going to be given a talk from IMDEX. But look, what the muds do for us as drillers is that they stabilize the hole, and it's a difference between, are you getting core or core loss? It's as simple as that at the end of the day, because you have to have the right mud for the right function and the right type of drilling. Otherwise, you might just find yourself in a case where you are grinding the core, and depending where you are in the hole, it might just, really impact your ore body measurements. But I think when it comes to the specifics, there's different types of muds and different types of chemicals that we use. You might need to grout the hole. You might just need to soften the bit in front, or the cutting action of the bit in front. So yeah, thanks for the question. But I think I've listened to Heino speak on this before, so I'm very confident that as he gets into the details, it's going to answer that 100% to what you're asking.
All right, great.
Agreed. It will be addressed by Heino.
There we go. We've got Heino ready to go. And on that, we have Heino Hoops also from IMDEX. He is the operations manager for Southern, East, and Central Africa. And he's going to be walking us through what geoscientists need to know about drilling fluids. We've had a few questions on this already, Heino, so hopefully you'll be able to answer those at the end for us.
Thank you, Natalie. I'm just going briefly over the functions of fluids, and not on each and every fluid function there is, as well as the properties. I think, for you guys as geologists, for me to do a presentation on geology, I'm going to waste my time. I would rather go and ask you guys for assistance. So let's get into the swing of things. Just by the way, that picture on the right-hand side, it's really not as bad as it looks. Just in short, for everybody to understand the definition of a drilling fluid, it is any medium circulated downhill while drilling. So this includes, when we do air drilling, like in water well drilling or in RC drilling, polymers or foam, that will also be RC and water well drilling, water-based fluids, oil-based fluids, and then synthetic-based fluids. So IMDEX manufacture and specialized in water-based fluids and synthetic-based fluids. Just some fluid principles. Everybody believes that drilling fluids can do magic. It can do magic, but a drilling fluid is designed to keep you out of trouble and not getting you out of trouble. There is no such thing as universal geology, so there's no such thing as universal drilling fluid. So one drilling system will not solve all the geology problems as we we continue drilling down to TD. Adding the wrong amount of additives can just be as bad as adding nothing at all. So in other words, it's like baking a cake. There's a sequence, there's a ratio, and people might think that adding more product to a system will give you better properties. In some cases, it will not give you that better properties. It might actually bring you a lot of problems. Prevention is always cheaper than correction. Avoid problems before they occur. And on point 4 is that people normally think that drilling fluids is a cost. Drilling fluid is not a cost. It's an additive that actually helps you to get down to TD. And then the last point, more complex drilling conditions require more complex fluid systems, especially when we're drilling in clays and shells, where we normally will have an engineer on site, and then it will be a much more complex system as drilling in hard rock. Looking at this picture on the right-hand side of the screen, this is the challenges that we face as engineers. It's not always that easy to drill through a formation, get down to TD, get the information out. There's a couple of challenges we're facing. The first one is water quality. It plays an enormous part of how good your drilling fluids will act when we mix it with water. Then the second one is the environmental impact and external, whether the people on site are trained and they know how to use drilling fluids. Also, does the environment requires earth pits or no earth pits? Geology. Our major headaches in geology is clays and sand, especially swelling clays, swelling shells, very active shells, and then equipment. If you don't have the right mixing equipment, you cannot get the products mixed in well. But luckily, we over the years we developed some products and developed some equipment pieces to try and ease all of this at the end of the day. What are we up for today? I'm just going briefly telling you about the functions of drilling fluids, and I'm going to highlight 3 or 4. What I will talk a bit more on them, and then just quickly run you through the properties, and then maybe at the later stage or on the next session, we can maybe start focusing on products, or you are welcome to give me a call or send me a mail to find out a bit more about products. So the function of a drilling fluid is the cooling of the bit, its viscosity. A very important function is hole cleaning. Then fluid loss control. In other words, fluid loss control only means that there's a certain amount of fluids going into the formation before fluids can do the magic. Lubrication, we refer on site as torque. Encapsulation, inhibition, hydrostatic pressure, and corrosion control. So I'm going to highlight a few that's in different colors: hole cleaning, fluid loss control, encapsulation, and inhibition. And bear with me, it's the first time that I do this presentation, so there's a couple of videos in, very, very short videos, just to explain it much better, what do we mean by hole cleaning and fluid loss control. So the first one we're looking at is hole cleaning.
When the drill bit cuts into rock, it creates solids that need to be cleared out. These drilled solids are transported to the surface, making way for cutting into fresh rock. Thin fluid washes the bit and allows cuttings to settle faster on surface. Thick fluid has a greater capacity to lift coarse cuttings from a hole and stabilizes loose ground. Drilling fluid circulation helps remove cuttings, but when it stops, like during rod changes, gravity causes the cuttings to settle at the bottom of the hole. Drilling fluid additives slow how quickly cuttings can settle or even suspend them completely, which makes the drilling process much more efficient. In vertical drilling, cuttings settle slower because they have to travel a long distance before they settle at the bottom of the drill hole. Cleaning is simpler because they settle in a smaller area. Directional drilling is a bit trickier. The shorter distance for cuttings to settle means they build up faster and over a larger area, so cleaning needs more attention. Horizontal drilling is the most challenging. The vertical distance is at its shortest, and the cuttings settle quicker across a wider area, requiring hole cleaning to be at its maximum at all times. That's one reason why drilling fluid additives are so important. They play a crucial role in efficient hole cleaning, especially in directional and horizontal drilling where the challenges are greater.
Just to get back to hole cleaning. Hole cleaning is very, very important. So normally drillers will think the higher the viscosity, the better the hole cleaning properties, but it's actually not that. Hole cleaning is much more related to rheology, where we're looking at the yield point, and it's actually the yield point that determines how good can we clean the hole with a polymer. So different types of polymers will give you different types of viscosity. You can have a polymer that have a very good viscosity, but a very low hole cleaning property. So when we design a mud system, this is all, we do a lot of pilot testing to determine for this specific lithology we need to go through, what is the best polymers to use for this. Another big function of a drilling fluid is fluid loss control. If you don't have a good fluid loss control, you can get stuck pipe. The sidewalls of the borehole can collapse on you. So I'm going to share another short video with everybody.
Drilling fluids often need to do more than just cooling and carry cuttings to the surface. In porous or fractured formations, pressure forces fluid into the formation. This causes large areas of the surrounding geology to become wet, which can weaken or break down the structure of the geology, leading to a number of drilling issues. To combat this, fluid loss control additives can be included to the fluid. As the water moves into the formation into areas too small for the fluid loss control additives to enter, the fluid loss additives are left behind to build up a barrier, preventing further fluid loss. This barrier is called a filter cake. This filter cake reduces the flow of water into the formation, keeping more of the surrounding geology dry and helping to stabilize the formation. This is especially important in water-sensitive and structurally weak formations. This issue of fluid being lost to the geology can be managed with drilling fluid additives. They're designed to control and minimize fluid entering the surrounding geology.
The second last one is encapsulation. Once we're done with the encapsulation, I'm going straight over to the last function that I would like to share with you guys, and that is inhibition. Encapsulation and inhibition products we use would be mainly being used in clayish ground, where the clay is very water sensitive or the shells are very water sensitive. In other words, encapsulation just means in driller's term, the polymer will leave a coating around each and every particle size, clay particle size. And by doing that, it will then prevent water from entering into the clay platelets. That is what encapsulation means. So sometimes you will get that you're drilling through clays, but they are not that active. And then you can just carry on with a product that just give you the encapsulation properties. But sometimes when you're drilling in the kimberlites, and more specific, the kimberlites of Botswana, the kimberlites of Venetia mine, that is really, really active, you need to go with inhibitor as well. On the encapsulation side, on products, there is polymers, and then on the inhibition side, we do have add-on products like in potassium, KCl, potassium chloride, and these type of products. So let's go straight into the video. And like I said, I'm going straight over to the next video without stopping, so that afterwards I can elaborate a bit more on these.
Often, the geology being drilled can be water sensitive, meaning it is prone to breaking down and breaking apart when it comes into contact with water. Water-sensitive cuttings will break down, making them harder to lift to surface and remove from the fluid when they get there. Core containing water-sensitive geology is prone to washing away, causing core recovery to be reduced. Water-sensitive geology surrounding the drill hole often becomes unstable and falls into the drill hole, causing those sections to be re-drilled and can even cause drill rods to become stuck in the hole. Encapsulation involves adding polymers to the drilling fluid to help prevent water-sensitive geology from breaking down and breaking apart. These polymers are adsorbed on the surface of the geology to provide a physical barrier, minimizing water from degrading the structure. For cuttings, encapsulation prevents rock fragments from breaking apart when they come into contact with water. This makes them easy to transport to the surface and remove from the fluid when they arrive. For core, encapsulation prevents rock fragments from washing away when they come into contact with water. When clay-bearing rock formations are exposed to water-based fluids, they can become unstable. There are two main reactions to watch for: swelling and dispersing. Swelling happens when formations containing swelling clays absorb water from fluids and expand into the open drill hole and against the drill string. This can increase torque and reduce drilling efficiency, and even lead to the drill string becoming stuck in the hole. Dispersion occurs when dispersive clays break apart on contact with water. This adds more solids to the fluid, reduces core recovery, destabilizes the borehole, and even lead to the drill string becoming stuck in the hole. Inhibitors can be added to drilling fluids, minimize the interaction with water, reduce swelling, and prevent dispersive clays from breaking apart. Understanding the clay's mineralogy is essential for choosing the right inhibitor and ensuring clays don't negatively impact drilling and core recovery. For cuttings, inhibition helps maintain larger cuttings, making hole cleaning more efficient and their removal at surface easier. For the core, it ensures clay-bearing core isn't washed away, leading to better recovery and quality. And for the borehole, it adds a protective coating that prevents clays from becoming unstable and causing drilling issues, such as hole conditioning and stuck pipe.
A part of having these functions, each product that we will add to the mud system have certain properties, and we need to check these properties, and then these properties will tell us what is happening down the hole. Remember, if we drill now in a clays formation, and you need to drill with an encapsulator and with a inhibitor, the clay will absorb some of those properties, and in other words, those properties will become weaker. And we do a lot of mud checks on site to determine, must we add some more product, or mustn't we add some more product. The functions, properties, and units of measurement, I haven't put in the units of measurements, but if we look at viscosity, we use a mass funnel to check the viscosity. Hole cleaning, we will use a rheology meter, and by means of calculations, we will get to a yield point, and that yield point will tell us whether we have good hole cleaning properties or whether we don't have good hole cleaning properties. Fluid loss control, remember, fluid loss control is before your your fluids can do the magic or build up that filter cake that you saw in the video. There is an amount of fluids invading into the formation, and we use a fluid loss pressurized capsule where we more or less try to simulate what's happening down the hole. Lubrication, that we will monitor on the rig. We will look at the door gates, and by means of that, depending on whether it's a deep hole or whether it's an angle hole, we will decide on what type of lubrication we need. Encapsulation and inhibition. In some cases where the area is totally unknown for us and we can't get any core samples, we will take these core samples, take small pieces of it, and we will do bigger tests in our lab in Gosworth Park, and then we will determine and to see what type of encapsulator must we run. Do we need to run an inhibitor with, or can we just go with a encapsulator? Hydrostatic pressure, that's been measured, or the property is to see what is the weight of your mud. Now that maybe not sound right. Why? As you drill, your coarse cuttings will drop out, but especially when you're drilling in kimberlites where you have very, very fine colloidal clay particles, these colloidal particles will not drop out, and it will just accumulate and accumulate in your system, and at such a point that you can get stuck. So we use a mud balancer to determine what is the mud weight. Now we determine the mud weight either in SG, specific gravity, or in pounds per gallon. In Africa, we're looking at SG. So a normal, if you think of it, clean water, specific gravity is 1. If we start up a fresh mud, normally it's anything between 1.02 to 1.01 to 1.02, depending on the formation you drill, active clays or sandy formation. That specific gravity can go up to 1.05. And when we get to 1.05, we need to change the whole system, because then your mud weight becomes too heavy and you also start pumping down solids. And we actually want to get the solids out so that we can penetrate further into the virgin ground. The picture in the middle is a mini mud kit. All the technical sales representatives will have a kit like this. There's a mass funnel, there's a mud balancer in, just what I said now, to check the density of the mud. The mass funnel is to do the viscosity. Viscosity, by the way, is the quickest and easiest test we can do on a drill site, and depending on the viscosity, it will also give us a good indication of what is happening down the hole. So using the mass funnel, and you just do a viscosity on clean water. Clean water gives you a viscosity of 28 seconds per liter. Now, if you start adding polymers to it, it became a bit more viscous, and then the mass funnel reading will go up, depending on the ratio, anything from 29 to 60 seconds per liter. If it comes out of the hole, we check it again. And if it breaks down, if you pump down a mass funnel viscosity of 40 seconds and it comes out to 30 seconds, then you know there's something happening down the hole. And there's a various of reasons that can cause us that drop in viscosity. Then, should we run more complex systems, we will use a rheology meter and we will use the fluid loss control test equipment. On the far left-hand side, we have the left-hand side picture. That's a rheology meter. It's a hand crank rheology meter. On the right-hand side is the fluid loss control test equipment, and all of these equipment pieces are from onsite, and onsite is a well-known oil field equipment supplier. You don't get these equipment from a Checkers or a Pick n Pay, unfortunately. Then, just for your knowledge, this is my last slide. Is that this is the different types of solid removal products you have. Currently, Imdex are using a SRU, and the picture on the far right-hand side is our latest module that we use in Africa. That's a solids removal unit. It can take out fines as any solids from as low as 5 up to 20 microns. You also cut down on your site layout when you have a SRU on site, because now as your fluids come out of the hole, it goes through this SRU. The SRU taking out all the solids, and it gives back a much cleaner mud at the end of the day. That means there's much lesser corrosion on all your working parts, the pumps, the bit, the drill rods, and then you also cut down on earth pits, because you don't need to have a lot of earth pits to get all the cuttings settled out by themselves. The SRU is giving you that big advantage, and it's like I said, you cut down a lot on your footprint at the end of the day. So that is, in a nutshell, the functions and the properties of fluids.
Thanks very much, Heino. I'm just watching to see if anyone raises their hands, but there is a question in the chat from Sergio, which I think you partially answered for him, but let's see. So he says, I'm not in geology. How would one get into the ground and to what depth to characterize the rock properties before determining the selection of drilling fluid?
Well, again, depending on the area, as you start the hole, you need to use the right drilling fluids. Especially, your overburden is a mixture of all sorts of formations. It's sand, it's calcrete, it's a various, depending from region to region. So we normally say whether you do air drilling or whether you do diamond core drilling, you need to start with fluids. And believe it or not, we can give you core recovery even from where you do the spudding of the hole. With the right selections of drilling fluids, we can give you core, but I normally refer to it's a circle. You can have the best fluids on the market, but if your general drilling practice is not in place, like for instance, pump speeds, your water pressure, then the whole drilling fluid system falls flat as well.
Great, thank you. I hope that answered your question, Sergio. We have another question from Frederick. He asks, what are the limits of fluid stabilizing the hole in terms of the formation?
Frederick, to give you an example, we've done just in South Africa, we do holes up to 3,500 meters. Depending again on polymer selection. Some polymers can't handle high temperatures. Now, more or less on these depths, you're talking about anything from 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. So, yes, we do have polymers that can work in that environment and keep holes open.
Perfect. Thanks. Another question from Rainier. What polymer would you recommend when drilling in very porous rock that serves as a primary aquifer or near rivers?
That is very difficult, because now you need to look at the environment, and then you need to look at biodegradable polymers, natural polymers, if it's near rivers. So these products, natural products like Zandbor. So we are not allowed to use bentonite, we will use Zandbor. Zandbor is a natural product, have a lot of properties for porous formation to keep that stable. And should it get into the river system, it's biodegradable. It's like I said, it's a natural product.
Thanks. Hanu, there's another one. There's a few answers to that
Okay.
question.
Yeah, Trevor. All right. Number one, you can get stuck in a solid hole if you don't get your hole clean. In other words, the sluts can get the rod stuck. If you don't have proper settling systems where you start pumping drill cuttings down the hole back into it, you can get stuck. You can get stuck when you drill into water sensitive formations, clays, shells, even in sand. You can even get stuck in broken formation, where the formation collapse on top of the core barrel and then you can't pull out. So again, it's rather better drilling with the right mud system than to try and fix the problem. Sometimes, these problems can't be fixed by a drilling fluid. Then you have to abandon that hole and start a fresh hole. And then only people will realize that drilling fluids is not the cost. It actually saves me time and money.
There is one more question from Mohammed in the chat, just asking.
I see it. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's Mohammed. Normally you will see it. Unfortunately, there's no gadget that we can put onto the flow line. So the flow line is, in other words, as the fluids comes out of the hole, it goes in a small trench. That's the flow line. The only way how you can determine that the fluids are going into the strata is if you need to add clean water to the system quite often. Seepage losses, you won't pick that up that easily, but partially losses, you will pick that up very, very quickly because you would need to add water to the system all the time because you will see your whole system's volumes will drop. And in some cases, you will not even get circulation back. But there is also some modified products that we can pump down the hole to try and seal all these fractures in order for you to get circulation.
Great. Thanks, Heino. There has another question has come up from Tatenda on the chat. Maybe we open the floor to anyone else who has some answers to this. So he says, I'm having challenges drilling highly grinded or broken core in schist. What might be the reason? I think the main reason there is that it's schist. So that's not the technical answer. So if you can go for it, Heino.
Yeah, thanks, Natalie. Again, Tenda, it depends on what type of drilling fluids you're using, because here you need to use the drilling fluids that gives you very, very good fluid loss control. And then you need to have good lubrication in your inner tube. There is a product that can give you that lubrication in the inner tube so that the core doesn't block the inner tube. The moment it starts getting blocked, that is normally when you start getting these grinding. And then it's about drilling practice. So normally what will happen also is that you will penetrate very, very fast, and then there's an obstruction in the inner tube, and then the operator will put some more pressure onto the drill rig, and that's when you start getting this grinding. But first of all, you need to make sure that you use the right drilling fluids.
I see Shanae has her hand up. Go for it.
Thank you, Natalie. Maybe just to add on to what Heino is saying, he's talking about the fluids, but also the drilling. I think important for drilling in schist is, first of all, drilling discipline can obviously have an influence on the core grinding, but a lot of the times the angle that you intersect the schist at can also influence core grinding. So perhaps playing around with your azimuth and, the direction you are intersecting the schist at can also improve core grinding. That's my opinion on that.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Shanae. I think we all agree in that sense. Okay, I think we're going to leave it there.
Kevin, it's up to you. Kevin is from Index. He is incredibly knowledgeable about downhole surveying, and he's going to give us a rundown. Kevin, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks to the GSSA. Thanks for everybody on the call for listening in advance. I think today I'm just going to do a little bit of practical stuff, troubleshooting things that I come across daily that I can give pointers to geology, geoscientists about surveying. As you can see, that's our website. I put a link in here, and when we share this this presentation, you'll be able to access this link, and it talks basically to what I'm talking about at the moment, just done by somebody differently at MDEX, so it's worth referencing. Just to give you an idea who MDEX is, a lot of people don't know what MDEX does, but you'll see there's the drilling fluids brand, we've got the surveying instruments brands, we've got a lot of software stuff sitting in this space, we've got drilling optimization, drilling fluids, directional core drilling. We can steer a drill string while taking core, and then we've got all our rock knowledge stuff here. So just a quick overview of what we do. The fluids again, Heine will talk about that later. We do directional drilling, and we do tools and equipment and the software. Let's start. Just a bit of setting of the scene. Why geoscientists need survey literacy? The borehole is the backbone, right? So the direction that the borehole goes in, and it never goes where you think it goes, or where you want it to go. You need to know the actual path of the borehole, and to do this we survey. It affects all of this. It affects structural, it affects the logging, it affects the assays, the geological models, everything, and even downstream, mine planning, drill and blast decisions for later. If it's not in the correct position, if it's not where you think it is, you're going to have problems going down the line. So better data, more accurate data, maybe more data points. And as we go through the cycle of exploration, you'll want more data points. Improves that uncertainty, takes it away. So you're able to work a lot better. So I'm just going to go through these 5 points, basic concepts, what type of references we have in tooling, the tool types, what type of tools we have, a little bit on accuracy, the application where you would use perhaps a North Sea Kinjara, and a little bit of QA QC work. So a lot of stuff that I pick up is in this space, and I can give you some sort of a guidance on what to look for. Let's start with the norths. It's very important that we speak about the correct north. There's three different references that we talk about. We've got true north. A lot of work, the final geospatial work, is done here in true north, but we've got magnetic north tools that reference to the Earth's magnetic field, and because we use magnetic north, there's a declination between true north and magnetic north, and we need to know this. It's common that people send us survey results and they're saying, well, the tool's not working, it's 5 degrees off, and then when we interrogate, we find the survey data that they sent us was from a magnetic tool, but it wasn't referenced in the table. So it's very important that you know what you're referencing. Grid north is a totally different kettle of fish and can create all sorts of problems on its own. Some certain mines, resource companies will have their own reference, their own grid, mine grid, north, sometimes 180 degrees out from true north. And you need to know this because it can create all sorts of headaches. Some software packages, we have a software package that accompanies all of the tools that are used. It's called Hub IQ. You're able to actually put the mine grid north or the magnetic north declination into projects, and it will do all of this automatically. There's no calculations needing to be done. So always confirm the reference required for the geological model and know what you're talking about. So why is it important? This is why it's important. If you're drilling on this drill hole path, and that was the plan, and that's where you think it is, and when you do your modeling, or when you come to mine, you find out that's where it really is because you didn't have the right survey data. This is the reason why it's so important. You can imagine the costs if you developed the mine thinking that this is where the ore body is, and it's now, okay, if you got a corner of it, you would be happy. But some people don't even know where the ore body is when they get to the perceived target. And this is what happens. If you do it right in this space, the exploration space and the planning space, you save yourself a lot of money here. So we see a lot of exploration holes being done, and then geotechnical holes done separately, a lot more intervals. If you just spend a little bit more time in this space and a little bit more money in this space, you're going to save a lot more money there. So there's a lot of considerations to be made. Let's shoot to the types of tools that are available. So at the lower end of the cost curve are magnetic tools. So magnetic tools, they rely on the Earth's magnetic field, but they are affected by magnetic interference or steel or anchors within a mine and the drill rig equipment. So the further you get away from the drill rig, the less they're affected. With these tools, you have to drop the tool through the bit. So what happens is when you're drilling, you get to a point where you want to survey, and some people want 6-meter surveys, some people want 3-meter surveys, some only want an end of hole. These are ideally suited for end of hole for holes over, say, 500 meters. And I'll explain why. So what happens is to minimize the magnetic interference from the drill string, you have to pull the rod back every time you survey. The drill is mounted onto a I just got a call. Let me just put it on mute. So where were we? The magnetic tool is mounted on the front of 3 aluminum rods, which go through the bit. You pull the drill string back 6 meters, and then you do a survey so that you don't get that magnetic interference. Now, on holes that you're going over 500 meters and you're surveying every 3 meters or every 6 meters, you start losing money or drilling time, production time, every time you pull that drill string back and you go through this process. So if you're doing multi-shot, single shot, you need to consider whether this is the best option because you're throwing away drilling time. Then you would consider something else. You would consider gyros that are not affected by the drill string. I'm just getting distracted here. Not affected by the drill string, and that you can survey within the rods. So what happens is you would if you were 250 meters, you would send the gyro down within the drill rod, within the drill string, and do a continuous survey or a single shot survey or a multi-shot survey. You get reference gyros, which is the second option. Now, in this case, it's not a north-seeking gyro. It doesn't know its actual position in space. You have to give it an azimuth, and you have to rely on the geology department, or you have to rely on things like rig aligners to be able to get that. They are very accurate when you provide them with a very accurate reference. They will calculate the position in space very good. And then you have north-seeking gyros. What they do is they use vectoring. They use gravity and vectoring off of true north. And they're very dependent on the latitude that you provide them. So you need the latitude. But they are the Rolls Royce of gyros and can give you a very accurate position downhole. They can be run in multi-shot, single shot, or continuous up to 150 meters a minute. But generally, people don't run it at that speed because the rig can't manage to get that speed anyway. And then we have fiber optic gyros. They mostly used for rigger liners, ships, navigation systems. They're very robust, but they're very big. So they would be used more, you can't get them downhole. They would be more used for rigger liners. So magnetic tools, what they do, I've already explained this. They measure the Earth's magnetic field. So they take the magnetic strength and the magnetic dip, how the magnetic field enters the Earth, and they use this as the reference point. If you do a survey in a magnetic environment and it's influenced by steel, you will be able to see this in the data. So you are able to, if you're doing a multi-shot survey and you're doing a borehole of, say, 400 meters and 30 to 40% of the data is affected by steel, you could still use this tool. Slightly less accuracy, but you could still use this tool to get some data, as long as you delete or ignore the bad readings. It will just calculate a new position, and also providing you don't have a band of, let's say, 300 meters of affected area. So you're going to have a good reading at 40 meters, and then you're going to have another reading at 240 meters. That you'd not want that. So your 40% of bad readings should be dispersed through the entire borehole. Then it's worth using. It can be compromised by magnetic steel rods. So in the case of RC drilling, where you're not going to be able to survey through the bit, you'd have to invest in pretty expensive drill string, probably 3 rods or 4 rods, stainless steel, where you wouldn't get that interference. So in RC, you've got a similar issue, but more expense because you've got the drill string you've got to look at. So what can the geoscientist, geologist do? Confirm magnetic declination, make sure it's in all the readings, the location, expected geology and operating procedure before accepting any magnetic survey data. So it's very important to interrogate the data when you've got a magnetic tool. It's not all what it seems. Again, I explained this, reference gyros, you have to give it a starting azimuth. The pros, they're not magnetically affected, so physically smaller, so they're smaller in a lot of cases. Within our range, we've got a gyro that's the size of a pencil. It just depends what running gear you want to put it in, and it will provide you with the accuracy you need depending on the project. So these things are very important. Some of the watchouts or some of the things to look for in reference gyros: they drift over time, they're temperature sensitive. We found we're talking to older technology here. The newer technology is getting a lot better, so we're starting to see that reference gyros are getting closer to north-seeking gyros, as long as you provide it with a very accurate starting azimuth. So you find some people are coupling a rigger liner with a reference gyro, but that can also work out a little bit pricey. So north-seeking gyros, they determine the azimuth by sensing the Earth rotation and calculating an absolute position rather than relying on anything that's measured. It's what you see is what you get. So using a north-seeking gyro, these are where you would consider using a north-seeking gyro. Thinner deposits with dipping complex ore bodies, which contain complex mineralization styles. So you need this for deeper mining. Additional consideration: magnetic ore bodies, again, where I need maximum structural information, not only for resource estimate, but perhaps also for mine development later. Deep surveys lose accuracy, and we'll cover that in a slide going on. So as we're going deeper, that small error is building. Drill rod diameter is becoming less of a selection as tools are becoming smaller. But in the past, some BQs couldn't be surveyed with a north-seeking gyro. We've gone past that now. Let's just see. Yes, it's advancing. This just talks to my chat about using the Earth's rotation. So these north-seeking tools, the closer to the equator, the more efficient and the better the mathematics is in calculating the azimuth and dip. The closer they are to the poles, the more challenging north-seeking gyros become, and they have to be a lot more accurate and a lot more precise. So be wary of selection when you get into these areas. They still work, but you need the most precise, most accurate tooling in that environment. This is just magnetic versus reference gyros again. We've gone through most of this. I'm just going to go through using magnetic field, low cost and familiar, and it's affected by magnetic ground and rods and rig steel, often used in lower risk early exploration. So there you can see. Now we go to reference, needs a known bearing, usually slower than multi-shot workflow, but not necessarily lately. We're getting much better reference gyros in the market, able to perform as well as a north-seeking with that Regaliner azimuth. And then this is high-end, and you get a whole host of brands of north-seeking gyros on the market. This we've covered. North-seeking mode, tools remain stationary. So within north-seeking mode, just to give you an idea, the project dictates what you want. You may want to have multi-shot surveys. You may want to have single-shot surveys. You can take surveys every 3 meters. There's equipment on the market where you can couple a north-seeking gyro with what they call like a rotor lock. So it's connected to the core. So core barrel, every time you go collect the core with the overshot, the gyro is mounted on that overshot. So you go down to collect the core, you take a shot and you bring it back, and so you can build a survey over time as you're collecting core. And then at the end, you can run a end of hole survey to confirm all of your data. And then you've got high speed continuous. So this is for if you're surveying a long bore, or even if you're just going to go fetch the core, you can even run it in continuous mode. So in other words, instead of having a single shot survey at 200 meters, you would have a continuous survey which has got 5 meter intervals while you're going through that process, in and out. Most continuous mode tools use what they call a misclose to determine whether the survey was good. And the misclose means that on your in run and on your out run, the distance or the percentage difference between the two, the in and the out at the collar, should not exceed a certain percentage. On our tools, it's 1%. So if it goes in and goes out and it's within 1%, it passes our auto QA/QC. So those are the things to look at. This is just an explanation of what you can expect. All gyros are built with some sort of a walk, and they start drifting over time. The mathematics about how these tools are designed and put together is important, and all of those are taken into account when designing these tools and designing the software. And you'll find that some tools you get to a point in the borehole where the software, the tablet will say to you, you need to stop now. So you stop, and the tool will find itself and correct itself in space. So this slide talks to all of that. You've got random noise, you've got short-term measurement noise, high-term. So this is all to do with the actual gyro. You've got the drift around the time, critical on longer survey periods. So, if you were doing a survey, an in and out survey, we often get the question, which is the best survey to use? So on an in-out survey with a misclose, that's good. You'd get a question, which one you would use. You can use either, but probably the first one, because of this. The gyro will drift over time and have to go through a correction. So you probably are better off using the first, but there won't be much difference if the survey passes the misclose. These are all just other things that would affect the sensors, temperature in very cold environments. Tools have to be manufactured in a certain way so they're not affected by the snow. And again, very high temperatures can affect the tool's accuracy. So it's something to look at when you're in environments like the desert, or if you're in Saudi Arabia. It's worth keeping an eye on the specification of the tool and the temperature that it's been subjected to down a hole. So when you interrogate the data and you're not sure about the data, make sure in very hot or very cold environments you're looking at the temperature of the tool as well. And then, of course, shock and vibration affected. We'll have some instances in underground workings where people will say that tool keeps failing, and then on interrogation we find that it's right next to a haulage road or a pass, so it's been affected. So this slide just shows you how important it becomes at depth. So the deeper you go, the more you're wanting to have the most accurate tooling available. Here, you're not going to be affected too much, but you can see there 4,4, 8,7, and 19.6 from the original plan, or from the original borehole. It can build an error, so it's worth investing in these tools as you go deeper. So things to look for when you're looking at all tools, whether they're magnetic reference gyros or north-seeking gyros, is what's quoted on the specification sheet. You get what they call 1 sigma. So approximately 68% of the measurements fall within 1 standard deviation of the mean. So it looks attractive, and they will do a job. It depends what you want to do with them. Then you get 3 sigma. Approximately 99.7% of the measurements will fall within 3 deviations. So that's within 3 standard deviations. So be critical and investigate this specification. And that just gives you sort of a story. So why should you use a north-seeking gyro? Is there magnetic ground? Is the ore body thin and dipping, structurally complex, or high value at depth? Will a small angular error create a large missed distance at a target depth? Will continuous surveying save rig time or improve data density? So we have a spreadsheet. We have a design spreadsheet that we are able to compare all of our technologies, and in cases where we've ourselves and the customer believe that using a magnetic tool and surveying at intervals is the best option, we have found that the high-end tooling is actually a better option to take, a better decision to make. So, you know, it's not all that it seems. You have to take a lot of things into consideration. How many rigs there are, what's the rate of penetration, when I survey, how much time am I losing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's all built into our spreadsheet. So if anybody is keen to reach out, our ops team, I have access to this spreadsheet, and we can do a calculation what it means to you. And then obviously confidence. Are you going to be going into mine planning or directional drilling later? And then what does the geoscientist need to do? How will the tool be centralized and protected? So these are the things you need to understand from a driller's point of view. Is it vertical? How will it be centralized? If you're in an angled hole at a certain angle, you may not need centralization. But as you get more to the vertical, you're going to want to do this. Will the tool be held stationary for north-seeking shots? I'm not so sure that's something to ask the driller. Perhaps that, yes. The wireline, sometimes there's creeping on the wireline. That's things to be looking for. And you'll see this in the data when you're doing north-seeking single shots. You'll start seeing that your gravity readings are not true gravity, normal gravity, that they elevated or they lower, which means it's either moving up or moving down. Generally, it's moving down, so they'll be lower. What pull speed will be used for continuous surveys? Is the hole stable or free flow movement risk? So with the water flowing, we sometimes find with a lot of water flow that it can affect the gyros. These gyros are very sensitive. We find that in cases as you get closer to the rig, we have to switch the rig off. I'm talking about multi-shot surveys now, not continuous surveys. Will the rods or the bit face or the wireline or overshot create interference of movement? How will the depth be measured, logged, and correlated to the survey file? So with most tools nowadays, they come with what they call a depth encoder. So as you're going down the hole, it's registering the depth. It's critical, though, that you make sure that the tool setup at the collar is correct, and that you're not 6 meters down the hole and you're registering 0 at the collar, if you know what I mean. So you'd end up tagging bottom at 300 meters on the RDE, but actually you're shorter than that. So you have to be very aware of that. So do not only ask for a gyro survey, specify the required confidence report format. All of this is very important for a geologist, whether you're going to survey end of hole, whether you're going to survey multi-shot, or whether you're going to survey single shot. And it affects with the choice of tooling that you're going to make. So how do we know whether the survey data is good? So number one, all tools should have a calibration certificate, and you should insist on that. Your collar coordinates should be accurate, particularly on north-seeking tools. You know, there is an allowable movement of the collar, and generally you wouldn't drill that far from the position that you originally said. But it's very important. The north reference, whether it be magnetic north, mine grid north, etc. The declination, magnetic declination, what tolerances you are willing to accept, whether it be the magnetic tolerance of the tool or whether you be accepting tolerances of your azimuth and dip or the position of the hole. The survey mode and hole conditions, important. Confidence checking of the tool. So on every single site, you should have a confidence jig. A very simple confidence jig could be 2 BQ pipes concreted in a hole at different angles and different azimuths. And all you do is you survey these pipes in and you create a register. If you're drilling a high volume of holes, you'd probably want to check this every other day, every third day, and enter the data into a register. They should all conform to what was the startup of that confidence jig. What this does is that if your tool goes down at any point during that 3-day period, and you may want to go to a week if you've got a smaller program, maybe even 2 weeks if you've got an even smaller program, at least you know that I'm surveying with a tool, I suspect that the tool's damaged. You then engage with people like MDEX or other brands, and you say, I believe there's a question over my tool, and they can go through that process. If the tool is faulty, you then probably only have 2 or 3 boreholes that are in question. If you leave it very long on high volume drilling programs, you're going to have a lot of holes you're going to have to resurvey. So this is all about ensuring, and this is probably one of the most important things on any drill site, a confidence check. People don't see the importance of this. It's critical. Every single project should have a confidence check. So you want to control the tool movement. You want to monitor the wireline pull and speed. You want to ensure that the depth recording is correct, centralization on a vertical hole, and then obviously communication between the operator and driller. So all of these things are important. And Heine will go into some of the stuff around the fluids later, but some of that can lend to this. And then after, you have to review the flags. You have to look at how the depth and azimuth changes, whether there is repeatability, earth rate delta on multi-shot tools, whether it fails earth rate delta, whether it passes or fails the miss close. In the case of MDEX, we have an auto QA QC in the hub IQ, but if you were just getting data, you would have to look at that data and say, okay, my miss close is higher than a certain percentage. I have to fail all of these, or I have to reject it. Magnetic fields and final report. And then something that is critical for us is the gravity tool face. So irrespective of any tooling that you use, it should give you a gravity tool face reading. So what does this tell us? All tools, as you're deploying the tool down the hole on a multi-shot or on a continuous survey, the tool will fluctuate its gravity tool face. So it's using the accelerometers to build a gravity tool face, and that indicates the role of the tool. If you have a gravity tool face that's static, 100% static, that means it's highly likely that that tool was standing still, and people were recording surveys at different depths. Our suggestion is at this point you go back and you resurvey that hole, but you need to accompany the surveyor to understand the procedure, because sometimes they're using a different procedure to how they're meant to be using it. So all of these are documents that you could perhaps build later. PTOs, planned task observations. How should the tool be used? Is it being used correctly? As a geologist, getting to the rig, analyzing what the drill is doing or what the survey is doing or what the core marker is doing in the case of core orientation is critical. To get that confidence level of the data that's coming in is giving you what you want. So common QAQ flags for us, incorrect magnetic declination. People enter the incorrect magnetic declination, magnetic geology, rig or rod interference. Sometimes that tool, even though you've mounted it onto an aluminium rod, it doesn't go through the bit. So it hooks on the inner part of the bit. Very, very rare, but it could happen. So if you're doing multi-shot surveys and you dropped it through the bit and you're getting extremely high magnetic readings, have a look at this. It could be that the tool is stuck. In that case, you check the aluminium rods are not bent and it's forcing it off to one side. So large azimuths and dip jumps within the surveys could be procedure, wrong depth entry, could be an unstable tool, so damaged rod movement or instruments not held steady. And then high earth rate delta. So this is on tools where you're doing a multi-shot or a single shot on a north-seeking tool. The tool may have moved while it was busy taking the shot. The wireline may be vibrating for any any sort of reason. I've even had, you see wind in the confidence jig. So on surface, we were running a confidence jig test, and the wind was blowing the tool with enough force to reject the readings. Once we protected it from the wind, we had a successful confidence jig testing. And likewise, if you're on a wire line and it's closer to the rig, you might start picking up that wind on the wire line vibrating, causing problems with the readings. Excessive pull speed, if you're exceeding the pull speed, if you drop the tool and it's impacted on water or water movement in the hole. So if there's strong water pumping, that vibration can give you errors. Per repeatability, so centralization, we spoke about this. If you're vertical, there are tools now on the market that can survey high speed at vertical. Generally, or a couple of years ago, you could only do multi-shot vertical, high speed at angles between 85 and 30. In fact, 30 and flat. So in the case of a vertical hole, you had to do a multi-shot survey. Nowadays, you can do high speed vertical, and then the centralization is critical. That tool will be wobbling all over the place if you're going high speed. The hole conditions, the temperature changes you need to know, operator workflow or incorrect survey mode. So all of these things need to be interrogated and need to be analyzed on a project. The bigger the project, the more PTOs, the more inspections you need to ensure that all of these things are covered, then can give you the confidence that you need. I think we've covered all of this. How the survey data should be presented. So obviously you'd want depth, inclination, azimuth, the coordinates, the method and the timestamp. And then, I would probably put in things like gravity tool face and things like that here. Gravity tool face and the gravity readings in case of tools where you're doing multi-shot or single shot. So if you wanted the tool to be standing still, you want to make sure that on that particular reading, it was standing still. QA, QC, your earth rate delta and movement indicators, your tolerances. If you've got auto QA, QC, it should flag the rejects, but if you don't, you're going to have to look for that. And then there's a lot of metadata, which as a resource company or as a geologist, if you're using a driller to do the drilling contractor to do the surveying, or whether you're doing a survey contractor that comes and does the survey for you, it's good practice to try get the metadata. Sometimes you'll only see the sanitized data, so that will be the past surveys, but the failed surveys tell you a story, right? So it's good to get the metadata to try see what's going on down the borehole and why it's failing, what it's failing. So I would suggest that. And then visual check. So some software packages, you're able to see the track of the borehole, or you're able to put it into your mine software, and you can see the trace of the borehole, and you can visually see if there's any deviation. Site decision checklist. So this is just a checklist. Use this before approving a survey pro. Required north reference was confirmed. Magnetic, mine grid, north. Survey mode agreed with the driller and operator. And the intervals. So, what was the specification? Are they sticking to the specification? Depth control and collar control defined. QA/QC reviewed before modeling. Tool type matched the geology and the target tolerance. And then the magnetic interference risk was assessed. Client tolerances and reject criteria set, and then exceptions escalated and documented. And if you've got a software program where you can have an audit built into who approved what, all the better.
Thank you, Kevin. We do have a couple of questions How do you distinguish between poor core recovery caused by drilling practices and poor recovery caused by actual geology, such as fractured or weathered rock? How should a geologist account for this during logging and resource estimation? And then this one is for T, is as a geology student who hopes to establish a drilling consultancy, what gaps do you currently see between what exploration companies need and what most drilling companies provide? How do you distinguish between poor core recovery caused by drilling practices and poor recovery caused by actual geology?
Okay, so some of that Heino can chat to. There are ways of seeing whether it was drilling practices or whether it's geology. He probably can answer that. We've got a team of geoscientists within the group that's specialized in structural, so they can perhaps answer that. I'm hoping Heino can, but other than that, I'll put you in touch with our geoscience group. And then the second question was,
as a geology student who hopes to establish a drilling consultancy in the future, what gaps do you currently see between what exploration companies need and what most drilling contractors provide?
it needs a little bit of thought before I make any wild statements. I think I'm just going to talk about what I see as a sort of a downfall or a gap in the market when it comes to super sites. So when you've got sort of maybe 20 rigs or maybe more, 15 rigs or more, the data is not being interrogated often enough or quickly enough. So what's happening is things are happening on site, moving on 2 or 3 boreholes, and then people are picking up errors or issues with the data on a borehole that was surveyed a week ago. As a value add for drilling companies, a first pass vetting of the data is maybe not a bad thing. They cannot approve the data, but at least they can vet the data and say, listen, we believe that there's this or there's that. For me, I think that's the critical thing. I think that things are happening at such a high pace that we're not keeping up. And then when it's time to take corrective action, it's actually too late. I hope it answered the question. Nolene.
I see T still on the call. Maybe he can add to that.
Okay. I see Tseho and Nolene's hands are up. And I did sort of answer the first question in the chat with on how to identify sort of the gaps, what was created by the ground and what was created by the drillers. Unfortunately, sometimes it is a process. You have to have a few holes to see if there's a trend that's coming along to say at a specific depth or zone. Do we see that formation being disturbed? But there's also, if you start looking at your hydrothermal fluids coming in and the markers that they leave, the quartzite veins and things like that you see in there, they could tell you that the ground has been disturbed previously. But also from now the driller's end, if you start looking at maybe the tapering towards the end of the core, you've got nice consistent core and then it starts tapering towards the edges where you start having your core losses. That could lead to grinding, and you can see, hey, maybe it's the driller's side. So the driller did something, maybe they increased the rotation force or something, so they started grinding, or the surface was soft, but they used the same amount of grinding. So those are little telltale signs, and they wanted to know, how do you account for that in your model as you are logging? So the driller would also give you a log of the core loss. It might not be specific, but as you see the clues in your own core that, listen, we've got grinding here, then you can start attributing the losses to certain portions of the core itself to account. If you're supposed to be having 3 meters of core in a run, but you've got 2.9, then okay, this 10 centimeters probably came from what I'm seeing from the tapering and the core loss, etc. And the second part, and I agree with Kevin, I started answering that and I realized, oh, wait a minute, this is actually quite a very good question and a deep question that requires a lot of thinking in terms of what depth, what gaps are there between what the exploration companies need and what the drilling companies provide, and it's some of the things that I spoke about in the gaps is that the exploration companies need data, they need information, but sometimes they might not need it in the same amount of volume that the drillers can provide. So they might need one borehole just to confirm a model, or two boreholes. But that may not be sufficient for a driller to go out to mobilize, book accommodation for a hole that's going to take 1 day. So the drillers might just say, listen, can we give this one a skip? So you end up having these gaps in between where you do need the data, but the drillers cannot provide that data because it does not make commercial sense. And I think there was a 2B to that question where they say, but what can geologists do about it from a technical point, and commercial point of view? And I think this is now a powerful tool in the geologists, especially where you get things like that happening is when you are consulting maybe for smaller companies or smaller projects. But as you take a bird's eye view, you as a geologist end up being able to see the entire scope, where a company might just need a few boreholes on a portion of a farm. As a geologist, you're looking at the regional area and you can start plugging those gaps with data, perhaps maybe from another area or something, a cross-referencing, and have an estimated guess to say, listen, this is most likely what's happening. And until such a time that we can drill more boreholes or we've got the budget to do the actual drilling, we can assume this with a higher level of confidence coming from the various sites that we've drilled and taking a bird's eye view at that problem. So yeah, I hope that made sense.
Thanks so much, Kevin. What I wanted to add is definitely the more core you see, the more you'll be able to identify when a core break is natural versus when it's the break is induced by the drillers. And I think T mentioned the end of the core stub. And you'll see driller's marks. You'll see some mechanical breaks that the driller might have done based on either or just breaking itself or whether it's a joint. And you also mentioned the infill. So yeah, you want to also, as you log all your joints so that you see there's certain joints that are carrying out, and you'll then learn that okay, some of these joints actually they're not joints, just where the core marker or the core handler was breaking the core to pack it in the box. And yeah, so the more core you see, the more you will be able to identify. In terms of the second question, I like that gap analysis to see where are the opportunities. I think for us, especially in technology, we see that when a driller can go above and beyond and offer technological services as well as drilling, that helps the client. If it's a downhole survey provider who does core photography or hyperspectral scanning or handheld scanning, adding more technology and giving the client more insights, then that will win. So there are always those gaps. And if you are coming in and wanting to do some business, you could look at products that can fill those gaps. And yeah, we have a lot of them even today. I think Innovex will also talk.
In university, we learned to drill as close to perpendicular to the target for true thickness and better geological interpretation. What other geological or resource reasons make perpendicular drilling important?
That one for me or for the group?
Anyone can answer. Go for it.
I think it's a geological reply, that one.
It's funny, Kevin. I was thinking it comes more from the survey side of things and co-orientation. But I think, what I would add, I understand drilling perpendicularly to get true thickness, but look, we've got calculators now. You can always calculate the true thickness. What you want to do is maybe hit it at an angle, just so that you can get more information out of your hole, co-orientation and so forth. But either way, I think, simply we can calculate these things. So just get as much information from your borehole as you can, besides just the true thickness. That becomes the least of our concerns, because we can calculate it so easily now.
Yeah, I run a directional drilling division at MDEX, where we're able to directionally drill and intersect the core. And that's a big requirement of resource companies, is that they want to intersect it at as close to 90 degrees to the actual ore body. I think it's just to maximize what they see and the data that they can extract.
All right, there's another question for Kevin. Traditionally, geoscientists use the reflex tools for surveys, but now with the advent of Chinese products, there's one called KXP3D. I would like an honest opinion if you know about it. Chinese rigs are flooding the market and coming with these survey tools. Thank you.
We'll go back to the spec of the tool, right? You need to have a look at the specifications of the tool and check what I don't know the tool. So you need to check the specification of the tool and then compare it to the products on the market that are renowned products. I've come across tools that make statements and then they can't uphold those statements. So you need to do some checking. The first part is the spec sheet, the data sheet, and I refer back to that 1 sigma and that 3 sigma issue. You need to compare those. You need to compare the differences in the allowable drift or the allowable specs outside of the dip and the azimuth. Don't just accept that. You need to test one against the other. It's extremely important. As we know, anybody can make a claim on a spec sheet, and you need the tool to perform. The tool needs to do what you need to do. You do not want to get to a position downhole or when you're mining where that ore body is nowhere where you think it is.
There's another question. Which survey tool is best suited for deep holes of about 1,500 to 2,000 meters?
Yeah, so you'd be looking at a North Sea Kinjara. So you need to get a North Sea Kinjara, and you need to get the most accurate and most precise.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Kate. And thank you for joining this course today, all about drilling and any drilling-related activities. I will be speaking about bore logging and sampling. I was very much tempted to call it geological logging and sampling, but I think we just based on today's talks and people that have spoken before me, we can all agree that it's not all about geology. It's not just all about the technical side. There's a whole list of things that we need to be aware about. So I'll try to steer my focus on that one. So the topics that I plan to cover, just a bit of intro. Why is logging so important? Some consideration. This is not going to be in any particular order, but I'll try to cover as much as possible the time I have. And just a disclaimer, some of the images that I've used here is from some of the projects that I've been particularly involved in, and some were shared by colleagues. So unless otherwise stated or referenced. So what's bore logging? I think, look, once you have the rigs on site and you have started drilling, you are going to, one or the other, going to collect some information. You're going to record some information about that particular borehole, be it in production, exploration, or any form of drilling. And usually in some areas, there's like some standards and requirements that you need to adhere to, depending on the phase of exploration or the value chain you're in. And borehole sampling, similar. You're trying to collect representative material. So remember, you have either cord or done some percussion, you have retrieved some material, and in some cases it's not possible to collect everything. So you need to collect some representative material from that bowl or what represents that bowl, and usually used for further analysis or interpretation, or some cases maybe even archive. So I came across the LinkedIn posts and some articles that John Open did. And I like the statement, that the data derived from diamond drilling underpins more geological models developed for exploration through to mine planning. So instead of the sort of logging being an isolated task, we need to think about, in any project when you're starting off, that data that you collect is most likely going to be used throughout the entire value chain, or is going to be some form of base, especially if you're doing some exploration. Core logging or any logging is not an isolated task that a geologist come in. We call geologists come and do some geological logging, and after that you complete it and you disappear. I believe that you need to be involved from the start, the planning of the drill holes and any base layers that is being used, all the way through to data interpretations. That's what I believe that is very important for anyone who's going to come into contact with core or with any samples, to have a full context of what they're doing. And I believe if you have context, then you'll be able to give justice to the data that you're collecting. So just a bit of background. My earliest exposure of logging core or any form of logging was in the iron manganese deposits in the Transvaal Group, Northern Cape. Our lecturer back then, Dr. Harry Sikos, took us, I think, with third year honor students to the Northern Cape, and very exciting. We're going to now look at the rocks that we've been learning in class. We basically went to Hotazel and one of their operations there, and we found lots and lots of core laid out, meters and meters. And I still remember as a student on my knees trying to look at all the details that we're supposed to log, and with this logging sheets and taking so many notes on that. At that time, I had no idea what exactly, like what procedure we would use or what you would look for. But I was just so excited to look at the rocks. So the first day was under nice shade, nice core shade, and it was very lovely and cool. I mean, anyone who knows the Northern Cape knows it's very, very hot. So that day we were in a nice cool area, and we're logging some manganese core, hosted core there. And the following day, we went out and took us to another area. Can't remember the exact areas, but the core was laid out in the sun, in the sun, and there was no shade, there was nothing. And it was meters and meters of iron ore. And we basically spent like the whole day, or if not days, logging that core. I remember it being very painful, very excruciating, but nonetheless very exciting. So first exposure to different lithologies, touching the rocks that you've been learning about, very exciting. And I think from that moment and later on as well, I've just loved the art, like the logging and just descriptions of the rocks and all that comes with it. Yeah, so that's just a little bit of background and my exposure to logging. It was literally with very little knowledge of about drilling and how that core came about. But nonetheless, we're very excited as students. So I got this from Mixure. They did a little an article recently now in July, and I just like the schematic representation of look, you start off with the drill setup. You got the field logging, your sampling. It's a whole value chain, and if you only just come in just to do some logging and some sampling and you leave, you need to understand that whatever you're doing, logging or collecting that data there at the drill site or at the core yard, it is very important to keep in mind that that is going to be used down the line. And we've heard from previous speakers the amount of work that goes into getting the drill rig there, planning, and all the setup. So we need to treat that sample that is retrieved from the ground as a probably the most expensive sample that you'll ever hold. So it's very important to understand the full value chain or the full process and the workflow. And that I'll come back to this point throughout my presentation. So why is it important to log or to record any information at the drill site? Look, I think whether we like it or not, it does provide some base information about the geotechnical information about the area or the formation or the deposit that we're looking at. It improves the understanding of all controls. So if you've got some samples or some core, you will have more information about what the orientation of your mineralization or your strata or the stratigraphy of the area. So it's giving you a lot of information so that you can understand your deposit a little bit better. And some people drill to meet reporting standards. So maybe you did previous drilling and didn't follow through with proper QAQC and protocols, and now you have to redrill. And we had that's not what you want to do. It's very expensive. So it's very important to actually start off with good reporting standard and procedures from the word go, because later on, someone who needs to validate your deposit is going to come and be like, oh no, I don't think that you followed all the procedure here when you were QAQCing, so we can't use this data set. We've seen it many times, relogging, relooking at the core over and over again because someone didn't record a certain type of mineral or a certain type of lithology. So this is very important because it supports guide exploration decisions. So if we drill one borehole here and next maybe a few meters away, we can decide, like, is there any correlation? Is it even worth continuing with the project? So it's very important, the samples that we're retrieving from the ground. Supports geological models, map stratigraphy, interpretation, same as what I said above, guide sampling. And so if you understand what kind of drilling you're doing, what kind of logging you need to do, you will understand then the sampling, which usually happens after you have done some form of logging. So it's very, very important. And I just listed some key consideration. This is not an exhaustive list. This is not everything at all, but some of the things you need to consider before you can even think about logging or geological logging or anything like that. You need to understand type of drilling and the sample media. What are you diamond drilling? You can't just go to the project and be there and say, well, I'm a geologist been sent to log. You need to understand the type of drilling. Is it diamond? What kind of core are you going to be retrieving? Is it HQ, PQ, NQ? Because that's very important in planning and also in informing what kind of tools you need to use when you are logging. Is it RC, percussion, echo? Are you going to be retrieving any chips? What kind of configuration is that rig? What kind of size of the chips you're going to get? Are you going to get any core with that or anything like that? So it's very important to actually understand the type of drilling that you're going to do. And again, the objective of the drilling. What are you targeting? Why are you drilling there? Is it are you drilling for production? Are you drilling? Is it exploration drilling? Is there any known base data set in that area? Is there any other boreholes, historical data? Where is it that your diamond holes or your echo holes are positioned? Is it especially, is it close to a mine? Is it close to a known deposit? Things like that are very important, especially in exploration. And if you're production drilling, what does the exploration data set say? Am I expecting the same lithologies? What's the thickness of the mineralization there? And again, very important, logging facilities. Are you going to be, if you're a geologist who's going to log, are you going to log at very nice state-of-the-art courtyard with rolling tables and things like that? Or are you going to be, under the sun or under the beautiful Kalahari trees with core stand made from wood? So you need to also understand that, because it's going to inform your health and safety and preparation before you go out in the field. And another thing which most of the time we get caught up in is, what level of details you need to go in with your logging. Do you just need to provide a quick log and the AI is going to do the rest? Or do you need to do some detailed logging, which I always think is very, very important for geologists to be able to do and recognize the rocks. Expected lithologies and mineralization, logging and sampling procedures, both those expected lithologies and mineralization, you will be able to know this if you have done your background and if you've done your research and you have been part of the team that is planning. And other than that, what other equipment are required, or what other equipment are going to be at your disposal? Are you going to have a XRF, going to have a Maxis, hyperspectral? Are you going to have any other tools that you're going to need that's going to add your logging? Sometimes, yes, XRF could be very useful. I'll talk about it later, but it's very important to understand before you even start going out to the field to understand exactly what is going to be at your disposal. Most of the time, geologists come in and the person hasn't even read about the deposits or about exactly what we're looking at. So it's very important to actually make sure that you build that context yourself. Yeah, and I believe that any kind of logging, borehole information, it all starts at the coalface. It starts at the drill rig. It starts at the drill site. And I know, I'm aware that not all campaigns, sometimes because of the budget or because of how things are configured, it's not always possible for geologists who is going to look at the rocks to be at the drill site. But I will encourage, if you can, go at the drill site, understand how that core is being retrieved, so that when you look at it at the core yard or at the core shed, you understand exactly how that sample was retrieved and the challenges. And if something you don't understand, then you can ask the right questions to the drillers or to the supervisors. So it's very important to understand where and how your sample came from, and the information that you need to log. This is just an example. Obviously, if you're at the rig, you need to know to understand, what the start and the end, the whole IDs, what exactly is being, comments and things like, for example, the position of the borehole. These days, you can have devices that you log all of that in. So it doesn't even have to be in paper or anything like that. But it's very important, because that information is going to be instrumental down the process or down the line when something has not gone right, or maybe you've got core missing or anything like that. You can go back to those logs. You can go back and look and see, well, okay, this is what might happen. So that's the kind of sort of logging in terms of the borehole and taking notes at the rig. Remember, as soon as that core comes out of that core barrel and it's in the boxes and the driller has put his core blocks or marks, it's handed to you as a geologist. And no, I don't want to say it's not your problem, but it's kind of, that is where you take over. So it's really important to make sure that you know everything about that sample that you in your hand, core or any chips. Yeah, and I think, I'll just speak a little bit about diamond core logging. So this presentation is going to actually quite focus a little bit more on that. And I'll speak a little bit about the air core side of things at the end. So look, when you get your core, it's usually not marked. It doesn't have any meter marks whatsoever, but what the drillers would give you, some cases, is box full of core, and you need to know how to handle that core. Some of the core will be friable, some will be nice solid piece of core, And it's very important to understand when you receive that, where are the core box, where are the depth marks, where is the start of the box, where is the end of the box. I've been in cases where boxes are switched around, and someone's like halfway through the logging, it's like, oh, but this doesn't make sense. Why do I have this lithology not continue to the next? And it's very important to understand that and what to look for. So usually you'll get the start of the box, end of the box. You'll have the core blocks from the drillers. Those will represent the depth. And so it's very important to actually also establish a procedure or ask if there is a procedure if you're involved in a project that speaks to the orientation mark, orientation line, cut lines. What color are we going to use for this project? Some project could use black, some red, some yellow. So it's very, very important to actually understand that. So when it comes to core processing, you receive the core. It's usually not marked. And as a geologist, I always encourage everyone to understand that whole workflow. Even if you have someone specifically dedicated to core marking, and you are like, well, no, I'm not gonna get involved in that. It's very important to understand how that is done. And more you see a lot of people only just focus on looking at the rocks, and they don't even understand some of the procedures. So your core obviously get processed, you get all your markings, you get meter marks marked, box numbers, the start meters, the end meters, all the lines drawn, and some core get photographed depending on your project and budget. Sometimes you get very high resolution photographs that can later be used for other analysis. So it's very important to understand that kind of workflow or co-processing, and where it's going to start and where it's going to end. And this has to be done in the beginning of a program. And geotechnical core logging, for example. So it's very important to understand this is a very important concept, and most of the time it's like, by the way, we need to geotechnical log. It's very important for geologists to understand how this is done, because it explains quite a lot down the line as well. So this is a big topic. I only have just the slide on this, because I think it's also important to maybe next time to include it as someone who with more experience and can just speak on geotechnical logging. But just in quick summary, you need to know how much core has been recovered from your drilling. It's not always 100% recovery. It's not always core that comes in like perfect pieces. Depend on ground condition. It depends on the deposit that you're working on. It depends on many things. And I agree, it's not always the drillers. Sometimes it's the drillers, but it's not always the drillers. But you need to also understand the total core that has been recovered. You need to understand the condition of that core. You need to also record the, RQD, the how jointed, how weak is the rock. That's very important for geotechnical base and for later, and even for civil engineering is very important for mine planning and all that. So that data set is key when you look at the core. And it's important to actually do that when the core is fresh. So it's usually the first thing that you would do with your meter marks, with the recoveries, your TCRs, and with that fracture, joint counts, and logging that. It's not always in all the projects you do geotechnical logging. In some areas, they'll call a different company to come and specifically do the geotechnical logging. Sometimes it's AI that does that, the joint counts or fracture counting. But it's very key for a geologist to understand that, or any geoscientist to understand that who's involved in the drilling. So obviously, if you have angle iron stands, you'll be able to put your core out, you'll be able to mark it, you'll be able to draw lines on, you'll be able to see how it all connects properly, or how it connects together. And it's very, very nice, because when you are a geologist, you get to look at that core throughout the whole process. I think it's part of the logging as well. So you would have seen some key lithologists, you would have seen some of the key changes in your core. So that's very important. Probably not always applicable for other type of drilling, like your your RCs and your echo, but it's very important in geotech, in core logging. So this is just really very basic tools that you're going to need with the geological logging core, and also applicable for if you are logging some chips or from echo drilling or percussion or RC. So, you're going to need some logging sheet. It could be a device that you have established in the company, and you have some logging sheets, you have some guidance in terms of what exactly you're going to log, the details that you're going to go in, the type of lithologies. Sometimes people just want just an overview. You've got key lithologies, that's what we're capturing. We're not going to worry about other details or sub-lithologies, but it's always important to determine those kind of details right from the beginning or right from the start. Logging codes, logging library, as you go with as you continue with your drill program, it's very important to establish some form of reference. It's not always going to be the same people who are logging. So to make sure that you are looking at the same thing, describing the exact same lithologies, it's very, very important to make sure that you create some form of library so that you can always look at. Codes, look, we have standards for this, and you can establish procedures. You got the logging codes if you're for different rock types. It's very important to familiarize yourself with that as a geologist. And again, if you're a geologist, you need to at least know the basic rock identification. Yes, the AI is going to help you. Maybe you can take a photo, but maybe AI has never seen that rock before. So it's very important to make sure that you have the basic rock identification tools or rock identification skills. We also learned that last week. And you can have your hand lens, microscope, magnetic pens, acids to test, and you've got strict plates and things like that to be able to help you to identify that core when it comes out. I always like to pride myself when I'm on a drill project that I am the first person to look at that and to describe that, and you need to have pride in that because no one else in the world would have seen that rock. So it's really nice and very important to actually understand that you need to make sure that you know exactly what you're doing, you know how to describe your rocks. And as a student, it's a good opportunity to polish up on those rock identification skills. And some of the things that to be on the lookout for or to make sure that you're aware of, you log according to changes in physical properties of the rock, and be like lithologies, alteration, mineralization, mineralogy or structure, weathering, texture, color, grain size. You need to be able to describe your core accordingly. You need to log systematically, advised, but so it's important. You can log top to bottom or bottom to up. It's very interesting. Sometimes when you look at the core or the chips laid down, and then you look at them from top to bottom, meaning bottom of the hole or bottom up, for example, and those sedimentologists will understand, why you need to look at it from bottom up, because sometimes you can pick up things like grading, things like changing in different fishes. So it's very important to make sure that you've got systematic way that you're logging, depending on the kind of deposit that you're looking at. Describe, do not guess, like maybe it's this, maybe it's that, describe what you see, it's very key to make sure that you use the correct terminology as well. Observations are key, you can interpret that last, but it's very important when you're looking at the rocks to describe what you're looking at, to describe what you see. And if you're reporting to someone else who isn't looking at the code, then they are able to actually also see what you're looking at, and you can be on the same page, and you can always have time to interpret once you've gathered most of your data set. It's not to leave interpretation out completely. It's very important to have the context, and you can play around with different interpretation, different sketches, different cross sections, and it's fine. But just remember that it's important to record your observations. Log continuously and consistently. Being consistent is very important. So if you hold a certain let's say this, I see this in mostly when people are looking color. So it will be maroon on this one, it will be light maroon on the other one, but it's the same lithology and it looks exactly the same, but maybe the person forgot that they chose maroon color on the other side. So that's very important, because when you're now looking at all your data, you'll be asking yourself, what is so different from this, between this one and that one? And you find that there isn't much differences. It's just that some inconsistencies in the logging. Again, speaks the same thing again, terminology and symbology. So if you're saying shale is SHL, don't later decide like, oh, no, I actually think it's SH. Make sure that, the terminology is consistent and it adheres to the international standards as well. Be accurate in your measurements. This is key. Don't round off things. It's at 22 meters. That's where I think the contact between shell and quartzite is. Just measure exactly what it is and put that in. I've seen people measuring 22.589. It's very difficult on a tape measure to actually measure that accurately. So it's very important to keep that in mind, be as accurate as possible, but also be reasonable and with your measurement. Quantitative logging, where appropriate, yes, really important, especially mineralization. I'll come back to that again. Instead of saying, well, I saw a lot of pyrite in there, I saw a lot of gold in there, quantify that, is it 5% or 10%? And you need to make sure you consult, obviously, your different references in terms of quantifying that. So it's very key. And I'm just going to show a few examples from different projects that been involved in. Some of them got online, but it's very important, with the color, with the texture, grain size, that all builds up to your rock description. Things like, is it bended? Is it bended? Is it laminated? Is it massive? Is it vaggy? Foliated? Amygdaloidal? Is it, then that also builds your rock description and your rock naming. We all know from vast years that you don't just start by saying, well, I think that is a basalt. What makes it a basalt? You gotta describe it. You gotta, state exactly what led you to calling it that. You could know what it is, but it's really important to the description. So those are just some of the examples. Is it red? Is it a black? Is it brown? Is it, what color is it? And there's obviously standards on this one. So you can use, for example, the Monzel chart. This is just an example of some of the, things that you can use to make sure that there is consistency throughout. So that if someone calls something black in a project, we are calling the same thing black, and someone calls it something different. So it's very important. And sometimes, you can't just say, well, it's a green rock. It's a funny texture that I've seen, like describe what a texture looks like. What is that texture? Is it dark rock? No, is it like fine grained, or what is it? So it's very important to make sure that the descriptions are correct and speak to the rock. And different lithologies. Again, so you'd have described your rock and know basic rocks and know basic lithologies as well. So it's really important to polish up on those skills. Is it a shale? Is a conglomerate? What is it? And you can put that in your logs as well. So you'll have, in some cases, if you're logging digitally, you'll have drop downs of a list of different lithologies. Just understand on your project exactly what you are looking at or what you're working on. I've been involved in a project where in the production side, they're calling something different, and then the exploration side, they're calling it different, but it's exactly the same thing. And then when it gets to modeling, it's like, oh no, so who should change what? Should the production change the name, or should the exploration change the name? So it's very important to actually make sure that there is consistency throughout, because that data set is not going to only be used by, for example, an exploration team. We're going to have the production team using that later, using it to build models, using it for mine planning. So it's key to make sure there's consistency, and we are adhering to international standards as much as possible. Weathering and alteration is always an interesting one. Usually, sometimes, they get mixed up. But again, weathering refers to the surface processes. Is it clay? Is it oxidized? And you can have codes that speak to that. Is it fresh, unweathered, slightly weathered, moderately weathered, completely weathered? It's very key to record this. I think also in geotechnical logging, it's very important because again, if we are going to build a road, for example, is it going to be stable? Is there anything that we need to think about in the stability? Is the rock fresh, and what depth is it fresh? What is the base of weathering? What is the base of alteration, for example? So again, with the alteration, is the rock being altered chemically? So if is it hydrothermal fluids that have gone through this sequence of lithologies and resulted in some alteration, and to what alteration mineral has this been altered to? Sometimes you can still see the primary textures of the rock that can speak to the degree of alteration. So you can also work out, is it highly altered, or is it slightly altered, and etc. So it's really important to actually keep that in mind when you're logging. Mineralization, always the fun one. If you're in exploration and you hit something really exciting, depending on whatever commodity you're working on, if it's copper or gold or whatever it is, when you actually finally intersect something exciting, you just want to look at it, you want to describe it, you're excited. But it's very important to make sure that you record the correct mineral. Again, same as the lithologist, you need to have basic mineral identification skills. It's very key. And you need to also make sure that you record that I mentioned earlier on, quantitatively. You don't want to just say, well, I saw a lot of garnet in this rock, how much where's the depth and from where to where? And the characteristic of that mineral, is it blebs? Is it blebs? Is it along veins? Is it, so you need to be as descriptive as possible, because that can speak to the type of deposit and the kind of mineralization that you're speaking with. And, mineral hosting commodity of interest. Again, you will most likely at this point know exactly what you're looking for. So when you intersect a certain type of mineral, you will be able to know, oh, okay, yeah, this is it means we have some copper in here, or how much copper we're probably looking at, what's the thickness of that, what's the abundance. So it's very important because it all speaks to your entire logging process and that intersection, and usually that data is used for later for interpretation. So I think just some of the examples of like few minerals that you come across. Structures, this is also quite a big topic, but it's very important because most structural geologists might argue otherwise, that like all deposits are structurally hosted. So yes, I would say this is very important. You need to understand the orientation. Is it cross-cutting relationship? Is bedding parallel? Is it exactly what orientation is? Are those structures, and their relationship with mineralization? Is it before mineralization, after mineralization? That's part of interpretation. But if you have recorded everything correctly, that can help with interpretation down the line, with modeling down the line. I won't go into much detail again with how you measure the structures, but make sure that you understand the basic measurements, or like the different x's, beta, alpha x's, things like that, because that's important in understanding as you are logging the core, because you need to translate that back into your deposit. So yes, we do have, like Kevin said already, like logging tools, downhole survey tools. So all of that needs to speak to one another. Yeah, I think that's, foliation, joints, veins, and their relationship with the overall mineralization and the deposit itself. Other things or other properties or other measurements that we take and log with the core. and also apply as well with any, like chips or any other drilling samples that you retrieve. So Maxas, for example, again, measure, how magnetic is the rock, the red eye, is there any radiation with the rocks, depending on the deposit that you're working with, XRF, again, the chemical composition, particularly with PXRF, this is not going to replace your observations during the logging. This is not to replace that. So it doesn't mean that when he says, well, you've got 10% copper, like, oh my word, okay, cool. So I've got this copper mineral. No, you need to still be able to know exactly what's hosting that. Copper is great, especially if you're looking at like fine grain mineralization that you can hardly see. So it's always nice to actually just check. Usually it's people decide to just do a systematic measurements every 20 centimeters, 50 centimeters, because it's quite useful down the line when you're looking at your data, because obviously we know that before you get your geochem results from the laboratory, there is a lead time to that. So, time waits for no one. So sometimes you want to make sure that you are making certain decisions if you're an exploration project before you get your results back. So it's very important to understand what data has been collected. It's not just for fun, it can actually be useful. So make sure as a geologist, you are involved in that process and understanding why you need to collect the different data set and how it's being used in interpretation in your overall project. And then when it comes to sampling, so I mean you've looked at your core, you've looked at your RC chips, so you're happy with the logs that you've got. You're sure that you have you've all the level of details that is needed for that particular project. Now, the one important aspect is understanding the sampling. Most of the time, geologists, got the and you pass on the core to someone else, and maybe that person does the sampling. But it's very important to understand, what are you sampling for? You need to make sure that you understand that you're sampling all the full core, half core, quarter core, and another thing, if you're, for example, for geomet logging or for geomet sampling, sometimes it's like the whole PQ core, but I know that usually you will have a twin hole, so there's already a reference material. Do you need to leave any reference core behind, or sampling everything? Very important, what kind of contamination should you be aware of? Sometimes the core that you're sampling is very friable, and you could contaminate the next meters or the next core boxes. So you need to be aware of all of that. Do not sample across lithological boundaries or geological boundaries sometimes. I've seen like sometimes people sample across that. So if you have a shale and a quartzite, they could chemically behave quite differently. So you need to make sure that you don't cross those boundaries. In some areas, it's like, well, we don't worry about the alteration. We only worried about the mineralization section, for example. So in the non-mineralized section, just sample every meter, or every 50 centimeter, or every 20 centimeters. So you just need to understand, based on the procedure, exactly what kind of logging and sampling procedure you're going to follow. Label the samples on the core box, and on your sample bags as well. If you use for RC chips, make sure that the labels are clear and is consistent throughout. Enter the samples in the sample sheets or the databases. Take photographs where appropriate. So make sure that, especially if you're inserting QAQC for references, make sure that you take photographs. You have documented that process clearly and properly. And this is just an example again. Once you have done most of the time in your sampling, you also get all your data sets together. You can look at it in strip logs. And even with the sampling, I was supposed to put this before sampling, because sometimes it helps to look at all your physical properties, your XRF, your maxes, downhole to also help inform your sampling boundaries. In some devices or in some areas when you are entering certain sample, it will tell you like, oh no, you can't enter this sample because it's crossing lithological boundaries. So there are some queries that can be put in place to help the person who is sampling or who is marking the samples to make sure that they are aware that in this particular section they are crossing lithological boundaries, for example. So that's very key. To understand and utilize all the data at your disposal to make sure that you make the best decision in terms of sample positions. So some of the common things that I've probably come across is in logging, especially in core, inconsistent lithological, that's very common, especially between phases. So if you've got phase 1, 2, 3, if you go back to phase 1, you'll see, oh, people are calling things completely different to phase 3. So often you have to make a decision, do we make our own new codes now, or do we, just stay consistent with the phase 1 or phase 2? So missing intervals, sometimes you find one interval is just not there completely. Could be maybe there was colors, but no one mentioned it. So you actually just find that out down the line. Incorrect descriptions, sometimes doesn't really match with whatever the core is saying. So when you relog, you're like, well, what was happening here? Incomplete logs. Poor handwriting, I'm probably guilty of this one. Quickly writing. It's very important to make sure that it's clear what you're writing. Maybe not applicable these days because everything is digital. Checking the previous logs for consistency. So it's very important. Let's say you're coming in a project and someone was, logging certain balls. It's very important to familiarize yourself with what has been logged. Not that you copy what has been logged, but to also understand the procedure and what kind of lithology they've encountered. Poor sampling decisions. Sometimes not just being sure of the procedure or didn't read the procedure, or sometimes it's just not understanding exactly the factors that are involved in making the samples. Is it supposed to be 500 grams opposed to 200 grams, and find out, oh no, we collected 200 grams instead of 500, or 1 kg instead of the other. There's cost implications in that as well. Or you find out, oh no, we cut the wrong side of the core and sampled the wrong side. So it's very important to make sure that that's also part of the process. Interpretation standard as facts, very earlier on, and then you keep changing your interpretation throughout, just because you have not looked at all the data sets. So it's very important, stick to the description, stick to your observations, and you'll be able to then make better interpretation. So you can't now interpret the whole basin or the whole based on maybe one borehole without supporting data sets. If you have supporting data set, geophysics or other data set, yes, you definitely should make sure that you interpret. So it's very important that we make sure that we state our interpretations, but it's not like we are married to that model that we have in the beginning. So a little bit on the AC and RC or percussion drilling. So I've already mentioned in now and then through the presentation, but this is the difference with the DD is that you have a much smaller sample in terms of the size. So you've got the core there, so you almost have the whole rock. But in this kind of drilling, you have, for example, chips coming out of there, and you usually would have in some areas, you will have maybe 2 samples, depending on the configuration of the rig. You can get 2 samples, or you can get 3 samples if you've got other splitters sort of attached to the rig as well. So it's very important to understand exactly what kind of sampling you're going to do and how big the sample is going to be. One of the things that I should mention here is that the recovery is very important. How much is this rig going to be? How much sample are you expecting from that rig? So it's very important to understand, is it homogenizing it properly in the splitter? Sometimes there could be some difficulties or some mechanical issues that can lead to very poor sample recovery, and that can affect your sampling further down the line, because usually with this drilling you have decided exactly how much sample you want to send to the lab. Is it 1 kg, 200 grams, 500 grams? So if the rig is not able to give you that recovery, it's very difficult down the line.
Lutenda, sorry to
Yes.
bug. You're going to need to finish up, please.
Yes, I will. I'm just concluding just now. Thank you, Kate. So this is just typical workflow. At the rig, you get your sample, and some of this you can do at the rig or at the courtyard or at the logging facilities. You need to make sure that you keep the note of all the recoveries and sample consistency. It's much more smaller size, so you need to sometimes quick your eyes to see exactly your observations. Hand lens, microscope. Take time to take the most representative material, be it, it could be splitting the samples, be aware of the contamination from previous meters. So you need to correctly label your reference material as well. So it's very important, especially with this kind of drilling, to be aware of the kind of contamination there. And sampling, different kind of sampling for different drilling. So it's very important. Again, this is just precaution drilling. And usually, you'll have this mound slide for geologists to come and log. So it's very important to also, again, understand where's the start, where's the end. Poorly labeled picture there, but it's important to understand where's the top of the hole and bottom of the hole for logging. Some of the samples that you collect, chips for references, very important. Could also be used for later analysis. If you've got spectral scanning as well, you could use some very high resolution pictures of your chips. Are you going to split at the rig? Are you going to take the material back to the processing facility and split there? And how much you're going to have to split that. So again, you have the sample, we put so much emphasis on how many grams you're going to need to analyze, but we need to also think about the entire process and where the sample come from. Maintain the chain of custody. Where does the sample come from? Where does it go? Protocols and procedures, need to follow them throughout. Sample representativeness, how representative is that sample? And the type of analysis, you need to keep that to the back of our minds. All of that comes to, again, geological interpretation. All we're trying to do there is to answer some questions on our deposit style, if it's there or not, how much of it is there. So it's very important to understand that we need to record everything consistently. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. Sorry if it was very fast, but I hope that you enjoyed that. Thank you. Thank you there. From Angelica. My questions for Denda: what questions or key considerations should a geologist have when selecting a diamond drilling contractor to ensure the highest quality core samples are obtained? Sure. T did mention that at least this is online, so we won't have anyone hitting our ass with tomatoes. So I think it's very important to understand the kind of the kind of equipment that they're going to use, and track record as well is very important to make sure that you can trust the drill contractor. And I think also just, T did mention you need to be upfront as a geologist or as a company, what expectations you have, what ground conditions you're going to expect there. So it's very important to actually bring that to the drill contractor and tell them right in the beginning, or you put it in your RFP, all the specifications and all the put all your specifications there. I've got a question from Danica. Hi, Donna, can you maybe explain a little bit more on the AI geotechnical logging, the machine learning process and accuracy thereof, if possible? I have not used this a lot myself, but there's been some success that I've learned about where the AI did log and it did pick up. I don't want to really mention the name of the company because it's not advertising, but you can definitely look up some companies that do have this in their offering, where from high quality photos you can be able to pick up joints, you can do joint counts, fracture counts, and things like that. So, and I'm sure this is a developing field, if not already quite far ahead. They said, how has AI changed the process of co-handling and co-logging? I love this question about AI because I think it's very important to recognize exactly where we are in our generation and co-logging. So I think it's definitely changed it massively, but I don't think we can replace the touching of the rock and the description that the geologist does, because we still need to train the AI. So I think it's definitely changed quite a lot with all the logging that can be done remotely, and you just have to make sure you've got high resolution photos in some of them, and sometimes the core just go through straight from the rig all the way through different processes, and you get your data. So I think definitely has its application, and it's definitely changing the dynamics, but I think there's definitely a lot of training that can still be done.
Carrying on with our next session here, we have Sinead de Jager, who is a project geologist at Minrom Consulting. She's going to be taking us through what geoscientists need to know about databases and data capturing.
Great. So my name is Sinead de Jager, and Natalie briefly introduced myself. And yeah, I'm excited. Thank you so much for this opportunity. When Nolene spoke to me about this course, I was very excited when I saw the lineup and to see, all of the topics that have already been covered, and excited for the ones to come. When posed with the questions, you say, what geoscientists need to know about data capturing and database management, I had to reflect, and I thought about when I came, after studying geology and then started off as a graduate in the platinum industry in Rustenburg. I was very excited, obviously, love geology, love what I do. Felt like I could throw the books away, and, everything I learned on site was just amazing, the knowledge that you gain. And I'm a very detail-orientated person, and always thought, I would love to one day be a database manager, a resource geologist, and enjoy the geological modeling. But looking at it now and being in the position where I am responsible for database management, I do geological modeling. There is just so much more to know about database management, geological modeling. But it is important to know that your data, as the logging geologist, as the production geologist, your data gives the database all of the value, as well as your data gives the resource geologist the tons that they can at the end of the day report as a resource estimation, and that gets converted into dollars. So hence why my title today is Data to Dollars. And I want to explain to you the influence that you, as the geologist, as a logging geologist, a production geologist, have on the project value and the reasonable prospects for eventual economic extraction. Maybe when you're at an already operated mine, you already have all of the systems in place. But when you start off with a greenfields exploration project and there's no systems in place, I want to highlight to you what the importance is of the data that we capture and how it can make millions of dollars of influence on our models and the resource estimation. And it can ultimately result in either dollars lost because we drilled for millions of dollars, but we can't use the data and the integrity is compromised, or we actually add value to the project and we add millions of dollars to a project by our data being quality data and giving the right information. Cool. So my presentation will be in two sections. The first one being data capturing. So that entails from rig alignment, color, spatial verification, all the way up to sampling. And then the second section will be about database management and the importance of having an integrated, governed database system. So starting off with data capturing, I just want to draw your attention to the importance to know that your data is a currency. Your data gives the project its value if it's done correctly. I think we've all heard the cliche phrase saying garbage in, garbage out. And it is really so applicable when we talk about geology and geological models, resource estimation. If the data is garbage, the resource can't fix it because the data, your data governs our models. So I think it's always important, the resource geologist is seen as this person sitting in an office and doing really important work. But I want to highlight that the work done in the field is so, so, so important because it makes the life of the resource geologist so much easier, and it is able to translate what happens below the subsurface in a 3D environment and can translate into tons. That is dollars, right? Okay, so the first thing that I would like to talk about is I want to paint a picture. We have a greenfields project where we had a geological model, a geological map, excuse me. We also had geophysical data, which is like an IP, geophysics, and then we also had soil samples. Then based on that, we had to determine where we have anomalies, and we did drill hole planning. Once we've done that drill hole planning, we start drilling. So we have a planned color coordinate system. So we say X, Y, and Z is the planned color elevations, and we start drilling. Then some fatal flaws that we see when we do spatial verification is we have collars that we cannot use. On the left side, the red block shows you where collars plot above the topography. That results in incorrect lithology interpretation because we actually think the lithology is much higher or shallower than what it is in reality when looking at the Z elevation. So I think that just brings back the point why it is important to validate and verify collars. Planned collar versus actual collar, and you verify, does it ever have an X, Y, and Z? That's great. But validating your collar actually means you plot it into a geological modeling software like Leapfrog or Micromine, Datamine. What is the other ones? So many different, obviously, softwares that are available. But then you actually look at it in a 3D space. You compare it with the topography and see if the collar elevations as well as the XYZ is valid. That's the first step. The second step would be as we drill, we do downhole surveys. We had someone from Index talking a bit earlier, talking about all of the checks that you can do during the drilling, and I think that is so important because if we are able to look at the downhole surveys and be proactive. For instance, if we have a drill hole with the planned azimuth being 45 degrees, but once we start drilling, we didn't realize, but the rig was aligned in the wrong direction, and we don't look at the downhole surveys until the hole is completed, then we sit with a fatal flaw, we have a hole, which the lithology doesn't make sense in a 3D space, and we're not sure what is happening. But when we look at the downhole surveys, it all of a sudden makes sense because the hole was drilled in the wrong direction. That is a fatal flaw. But we as geologists can actually be proactive and ensure when rig alignment is done that we've set it up in the correct direction. Once they start drilling, we check the first downhole survey and we see, but wait a minute, the azimuth is incorrect. It's actually 180 degrees off, and we need to stop the hole and redrill. The millions of dollars that could have cost us could be prevented if we are proactive and if we validate and verify the data as we go. Then additional to that is if we do look at the data as we drill, that is important, instead of waiting until the hole is finished and then only look at the data and realize it is incorrect. Additional fatal flaws to spatial verification collars is when we have missing metadata. Missing metadata talks to at what depth the PQ to HQ changed, and why that is applicable is because if we do sampling, that translates to a different volume if we sample PQ versus HQ. If that is incorrectly recorded or it is just not recorded at all, we do not have that information. And that can cost us millions of tons differences. But when we have sound and valid data, that is when we verified the collar, all of our collars align in a 3D space. Our surveys are performed multi-directional. That means I can compare an in survey and an out survey together, and I can confirm that the surveys are actually usable as well. And then core recovery, Lutendo did touch on the core recovery and the importance of total core recovery, RQD data, and how that can make a big difference when we do estimations. The second point I want to make is when we look at geological data. So when we look at the logging, the actual lithological mineralization, alteration, structural logging, what are the fatal flaws that you as a geologist logging the core need to make sure you don't make? Those fatal flaws are when we use inconsistent codes. So myself and a colleague are both logging, but we're using different codes for the same lithology. That can give us questionable data. Additional to that, if we have gaps or overlap, so in this image on the left, you can see a geological model that just looks like a complete mess. And that is because we don't have consistent logging codes. We have gaps, we have overlaps. It just creates a lot of chaos, and that creates questionable data that can result in investors walking away from a project. Another few examples are when our total depths exceed the collar depth, for instance, or the other way around. On the one case, we have missing data, and on the other case, we have a collar that does not correspond. And the question becomes, which one is correct? I think it's so important to always reconcile your different data and different sheets with each other, like comparing your collar information with your lithological log, with your metadata, with your core recovery, and the downhole survey. So you don't just look at the data isolated, but you look at the entire data together. That is so important. And that's what I want to get across, is that you as the logging geologist or the production geologist can influence at the end of the day what the resource estimation looks like. Visual log contradictions are another fatal flaw, where we have geochemical lab assays that don't coincide with the logging. For instance, if I've logged a limestone, but when the geochemical assays come back and there is a very low calcium content, then I would start asking questions. Data noise. Data noise talks to when we have lithologies and I log every single centimeter vein in between my lith, and it creates data noise if we're not in, for instance, a gold vein hosted ore body. So I think it's very important to always understand the geological environment that we're in and how much data do we need. What is too much and what is too little data. When we have all of these fatal flaws, it creates chaotic guesses, and the geologists have to make assumptions, which can lead to loss of millions of dollars, right? So when we look at sound and validated data, this is where we have standardized codes. You can see this beautiful model at the right. And it just makes sense because we have standardized codes, we have continuous data, we have cross-validated with the geochemistry, we have clean and validated data, and this makes our life just so much easier. I think it's very important. What I always say when training a geologist is you log what you see, you don't log what you think it should be. And it is so important because when you log what you see and you put it into a 3D environment and it does not make sense with the other hole next to it, then you start asking questions, why is it not making sense? And there has to be a geological explanation. And it's important to know that your hole that you log needs to be able to tell a story of that ore body. T in the beginning explained where he had a scenario of coal being intersected much shallower than the initial plan. And I think it's then so important that the next hole probably gave them even more information. If we say that the next hole for that coal seam that was intersected very shallow, the next hole we intersected the coal seam much deeper again, then I would ask the question and say, okay, but there must probably be a fault in between these two drill holes. And we can actually see it in the data. So it just relates to how important lithology is, to combine it with the alteration, to combine it with the mineralization and the structural data to understand the entire picture. When we go on to talking about sampling, questionable and unvalidated data is when we have sampling that crosses lithological boundaries, when we don't have sampling methods recorded, when we only sample highly mineralized zones. That can result in us getting a picture that this looks fantastic, this mineralization is all over the show. But in actual fact, we've only sampled the mineralized zones, and the resource geologist then does not know what to do with the gaps in between. It makes data very chaotic if we have random sample lengths. So it's so important to be consistent when sampling. Cross-contamination, like you can see in this image below, is a massive no-no. You need to understand the implications that cross-contamination can have on your samples. You can either have grade smearing or you can have dilution where it actually is not. And then using incorrect CRMs, this I've also seen many a times where the geologists actually don't understand what a CRM means and where to insert which CRMs. So maybe just a quick, and I think Leon will touch on this a bit later, but when we insert CRMs into samples, we need to make sure they are matrix matched as well as that they are analytically method matched. And that talks to the method that I'm using for assays need to match with the CRM, and I actually need to have that certified method on the CRM certificate. And then additional to that, you also want to use high-grade CRMs in your highly mineralized zones, and where there's no mineralization, you can use low-grade CRMs. Those are just quick notes on that. Fatal flaws for sampling. which introduces bias and can lead to over or underestimation in resources, and why it's so important to take that task, because once it's sampled, once it's at the lab, it is so difficult to go back and fix the data afterwards. So it needs to be done very meticulously. On the other hand, if we have sound and validated data, like in this image below, you can see all of the bags are neatly packed, the CRMs were confirmed. You know, you can see the half, and this is unfortunately a sapronite portion, but you can see half of it was taken, and the exact same top portion of the samples, so not swapped in between. We have sampling that are only bound by lithologies, meaning they don't cross the lithology boundaries. We have continuous half core over the entire measured area, which is not just the highly mineralized, and gives us a picture of the entire downhole of this core. And that can just create confidence, and it will build trust with the investors if you have sound and validated sampling done meticulously. Then going on to bulk density. Bulk density is one of key aspects when doing resource estimation. Density can have tons, millions of tons differences if our densities aren't correct or if they are accurate. So fatal flaws in density, bulk densities are, for instance, in this image below, you can see an artificial void was created when a porous sample was wrapped together, creating a void, and that results in incorrect bulk densities. We also have, when you tightly wrap your samples just way too many times, that creates like a life jacket for your sample and will definitely be an incorrect density. You will have a much lighter density than opposed to what the realistic value should be. Also, what I've seen is where the density is recorded into Excel sheets and we have incorrect calculations and formulas, and that data is used to get an estimate density, and actually your data, your calculations were incorrect, and that is a massive flaw. If we do not verify densities with labs as well, that can result in us having an assumption of what the density is, but not the actual realistic and verified density. Also, calibrating your scale is very important, and ensuring you are working in an isolated environment where the weather conditions like wind does not influence your weights of your samples. But on the other hand, if we have sound and validated data, that's when we have core representing the entire ore body, when we have calibrated scale, isolated environments, and we perform lab densities, we get an accurate image of what the density can be used when resource estimation is done. So in conclusion, with the data capturing portions, is when we have sound and validated data where our collars make sense, our lithologies make sense in a 3D environment, we have umpire densities, that just results in an increase in confidence, where we have accuracy in our volumes, we have accurate grade estimation, and a high confidence in the resource. On the other hand, if we have questionable, unvalidated data, that results in uncertainty, and uncertainty is a high risk for investors, and that can result in them walking away from a project. Doesn't matter how good you think it is, in your head you know this looked fantastic, but the data actually does not make sense. So then moving on to database management, we've now captured all of our data. We now understand what the importance is of our roles as logging geologists, how important every step from the collar up to sampling is. Then we go to database management. Database management talks to where do we host all of this data together. Without verified data, we would result in geofantasizing, is what I call it. Geofantasizing is when we kind of use assumptions because our data isn't good enough. We do not have enough information, but we assume the best case scenario. But with database management, I'll go through some of the fatal flaws and some of the really high quality systems that we can use. So when we talk about data acquisition, is the data capturing we've already touched on. But I just want to paint the picture. On the left side, you see an office with a lot of files, a lot of paper, and this is unfortunately the reality of historic data, is a lot of the times this is what it looks like. But on the right side is where we've moved to, is where we now can log on tablets, have a cloud-hosted database, and the data is immediately available. Some projects might still work with hard copy logs. You're in the field and you have manual logging on hard copies. This can result in isolated data where I have my logging sheets in my little file in my office or in my car or in my tent, and that creates a massive issue because I don't have the data available to everyone for them to verify and validate the data, look at the data together, and does it make geological sense? So there's the importance of fragmented and vulnerable systems results in missing data, results in data not available for us to make proactive decisions on where do we drill next, where did we get good intersections. Now I need to call the geologist to send me the log and I have to wait another day. So it is so important to make your data available as soon as possible. With the tablets being used, being able to upload your data to a cloud base, it's instantly available and we can dynamically update models, look at data in real time. I think another few things that creep in when we look at fragmented and vulnerable systems is when we log on a hard copy and then we have to re-enter it onto a laptop or a computer that is then hosted in a cloud. There can be additional human errors and typos that pop in, as well as if we've used inconsistent codes. Now, all of a sudden, I've logged this data. I need to go re-log it because I used the wrong codes. So the importance of understanding the integrated governed systems where we have standardized codes, we can instantly validate the data. I can't even pick the incorrect code. I only have a set of codes that I can pick from, and that just gives me a clear picture and homogeneous data. Then if we also look at central versus isolated databases, this I already touched in the previous presentation where we have individual sheets, but I've also seen multiple versions of the same drill hole with the same logs, different formulas being used. In the end, I just ask which one is the source of truth, which one is the correct one. Whereas if we have integrated governed systems, this is where we have one single source of truth. There is no multiple versions. We already validated the data. We don't need to put it through scrutiny. It's already validated. But if we have isolated databases where you sit with Excel sheets on your computer, it still needs to be validated. You have to go relog. I've seen that so many times where I need to send a geologist to unfortunately relog data because it was incorrectly captured initially. So that also creates database backlogs where I'm waiting for data because I need to interpret the data in a geological model, but I don't have all of the data. And it creates an issue because the resource geologist is on a timeline, needs to give out the resource estimation, but I don't have all of the data. So what to do? It is just much better to have all of your data validated, integrated, and it's available for everyone to use. The importance for you as the logging geologist is to understand that once you've logged data, it doesn't just stop there. You need to make sure that that data actually then gets distributed to everyone so that we can all look at the data together. I think Lutendo showed a strip log. That's also the benefit of governed database systems that are cloud-based. I can instantly pull up a strip log. I don't even need to manually go and create it. It's already available where I can compare all of my different data, like mineralogy, lithology. That's the image on the right bottom that you can see a strip log of, as well as the top one on the right can show you, I can instantly see the green showing me the data is valid up to the end of hole, with the orange being a warning. But for instance, alteration doesn't always have to be logged all the way up to the end of the hole. When we go to assay management in terms of database management, because that is a function of a database manager, usually is to do QA/QC. That is when we have fragmented and vulnerable systems, is where we have manual entries. Again, we have this version 1 up to version 12 of assays validated and QA/QC'd with different formulas, different graphs, and it just creates chaos. Instead, if we have an integrated governed system, we have one single source of truth, we have automatic validations, we have an audit trail, real-time QA/QC can be done. We can even track the turnaround time, and users can concurrently have access to the data. Just to touch on what assay management entails, I think something that I didn't understand when I was a production geologist is how the assay management was done, but it's in essential the amount of, in this case, the amount of gold per downhole sample. So if your sampling is done every meter, it gives me back the amount of gold that is in every single meter. And the CRMs actually tells me how accurate the data is. And the blanks that I insert shows me if there's any contamination that was picked up during sample preparation or the assay analysis. Additional advantages to central databases is where we can look at, again, all of the data is available at one go to all of the users. I can immediately look at, oh, Sarah or Jacob's hole that they drilled. I can look at their lithology. I can interpret it into a 3D environment. I can do exports and look at the data. We can have drilling performances and cost reconciliation, where we can see how many meters was drilled in a month, at what costs, and the rig performances. All of that information is instantly available when having a central database. Additional to that, when you are a listed company, you get audited, and that is so important that your data needs to be auditable, and you can have audit reports on that, like the image where I showed the green and the orange report shows me immediately how confident am I in the data and that all of the data is available. Additional advantages is also to track the turnaround time and the batch tracking for my assays, as well as I think I've already mentioned the drilling costs. You can also look at the assay costs. And that just concludes my presentation for today for data to dollars, on how important it is for you as the logging geologist to understand your data translates into dollars. And I hope I've been able to change your mind about how important the logging that you do. It's not just about logging 1,000 meters and being the geologist who logs the most on a day, but actually quality data and telling the story, being able, in the end of the day, if you are done with a hole from drilling up to sampling, that you are able to tell a story. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Shanae. That was a really nice presentation and a nice overview of what is needed in terms of the data space. There is a question in the chat from Ronalda. She asks, any solutions to make historical data more than 13 years old usable for accurate geological modeling? You find historical data to be logged and sampled inconsistent from geologist to geologist year after year. So far, we recaptured historical data with standard codes, currently redrilling to confirm the database at hand, but it costs money and time. I always want to understand how AI will be able to assist in this regard. If there is a software that can do that, please plug a go. I think we can all
Great,
understand
thank you.
that.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for that question. Just to give some perspective, I've also had to deal with historic data recently, and I think there is definitely software that makes it much more easy and effective to standardize the data. But unfortunately, it does involve a lot of manual cleaning of data. The pros of having centralized databases nowadays are they have a lot of validation rules which can instantly flag errors or warnings to your historical data, which does assist with then being able to only export those errors and fixing that data. So it does save time. I have not used AI to clean my historic data or make it faster to import. And also, please plug me if you have a solution to that, because we do know that countless hours that you spend on having to clean that data. But yeah, unfortunately for me, my first tips are just to always go and see what is the codes that I want in the end of the day to use and standardize the historic data to my current codes, because you do a lot of the times get two different sets of codes that was used. Yeah, I think that's probably the first step is standardizing the codes. But yeah, if you need MinROM to assist, that is what we do really well and will assist you.
Thanks, Shanae. There are a couple of questions in the chat also in terms of software recommendations. I just want
Okay.
to I just want to steer away from any product promotion, but obviously you are a
Yes.
consultant in your own right. So some things that have worked for you, maybe not. Yeah, go for it.
Sure, I think yeah, Natalie, to not be biased and your product promotion, I think it is very difficult to say which one, like weigh the pros and cons. But in my own opinion, um, sure, this is very difficult to say. So I've worked with Sable as well as MaxGeo. Sable being a historic database, or not historic, but the one that I come from, with MaxGeo having a lot of dashboards availability as well as drilling reports and those sort of things. So I think there's pros and cons to both of them. Those are the ones I'm familiar with, but you also have Leapfrog that has a database system. Then some geological modeling software that I am familiar with is MicroStation, Datamine, Micromine, as well as Leapfrog. So those are all of the available softwares, all with pros and cons. Some of them do implicit modeling, saving a lot of time. Some of them don't do implicit modeling, but have a lot of scripts and advantages using that software. Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's a
think
nice
that's how much I can
diplomatic
say.
answer.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I completely agree with you. Just a comment from my side, I would just encourage anyone who's listening to get exposure to as many different softwares as you possibly can, because the more you know, the more employable you are also. So don't limit yourself. I know we as geologists
Yes.
also, this first software you use is the one you stick to, but keep an open mind and just get as much exposure as you can as possible.
I agree, Natalie. I've recently been exposed to three different other geological software, and I must say they're all fantastic in their own way. And I actually prefer being able to use all three and not just one. So I think they
Yeah.
all have advantages.
There we go. Tsejo has a question, comment.
Great talk. Thanks, Natalie. Shane, great talk. So much information there, very well detailed. Thank you so much. To Ronalda, if you do use AI, make sure that it has good optical character recognition. If you take historical data that was handwritten in the 50s or 30s or whenever, sometimes the AI will not read your data properly. So the main thing is optical character recognition and validate the AI. So take, let's say you give it 20 historical boreholes, you take random boreholes that you see and then rewrite them yourself or do it manually. So do like you would do QA/QC in a borehole, adding those blanks and duplicates. You want to do the same with your data in AI, and you want to make sure that you use the same model. So what I mean by that is that train your AI long enough. So keep feeding it information about the area that's related to that area. So you don't confuse it. You don't give it bushveld data today, then tomorrow you give it iron ore deposit in Postmasburg, then the next day you give it copper belt. So then it will end up bleeding those different informations into your answer. So try keep your thread the same, and yeah, always verify you the best AI because you're not artificial. You are real intelligence. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Checho. I agree. There's a lot of talk around AI, obviously, and yeah, making sure it works for you. But yeah, we can't be replaced just yet as geologists. So I see there's a question in the chat, which AI is the best to use as a geologist? We will not be making any recommendations at this point on that. There was a AI in geology course we ran a couple of weeks ago. You'll find it on the GSSA YouTube channel in a little bit. So just have a look at that and the discussion around AI there. Sorry, there is a last question here for you, Shanae. How does one become a database geologist? Most posts I see are for exploration or production geos. Are there specific software training courses that make one more attractive to this field when applying? Because I've done some training on Leapfrog, Synchromine, and Datamine.
Thank you, Tisetso, for the question. I think that's definitely hitting the hammer on the nail. I hope I'm translating that correct. But mostly you get your exploration or production geos that get promoted into a database geologist. And I also don't often see database positions, but how you can train for that is by ensuring, first of all, I think one thing is your database geologist at the mine that you're working at or at the company that you are working at knows exactly who the what do you call it? The geos are that often make data mistakes and the geos that are detail orientated. So ensure that you always capture the data to the best of your ability. And then I've always been a fan of actually going to sit with someone if I'm interested in that role and say, can I sit with you? Or do you have any projects that I can do for you, even if it's the most tedious project or a small project that I can assist you with just to get some exposure in database management? I mean, as a graduate, I did that with the database geologist where I worked at, and they gave me the task to recode manually. Where there was no AI and there was only Excel sheets. And I took that task at hand and did it, and they actually approached me for more projects. So I think that would be my suggestion. I don't know, Natalie, maybe you're in the space where you can, or Tsecho can also add on to that.
Yeah, I think just from my side, you might not see specific ads for database geologists immediately, but it often ties in with the role that you are hired for at a certain company. Like with the smaller exploration projects, I can say that you end up being an exploration geologist, a database geologist, all at the same time. So using those skills that you learn on those kinds of projects will give you that experience to be able to apply for certain jobs like that when they do come around. But yeah, my next recommendation is just to keep growing your network. And a lot of these opportunities don't come directly through job advertisements. So just keep an eye on those. Thanks so much, Shanae, for your time. And thanks for all the questions. Perfect. All right. So then, ladies and gents, I'd like to introduce to you Emily Makwena, who is a technical specialist at AMOS, and she'll be taking us through what geoscientists need to know about CRMs. This is a really important one. I think we've been waiting for this one, Emily, so go for it.
Okay, greetings everyone. I'm going to present to you about the journey of a rock. At a first glance, a rock may seem insignificant, but in our industry, a single rock sample may influence exploration decisions, resources estimates, mine planning, and decisions that are worth millions of rands. These decisions will be influenced by analytical data that comes from robust quality systems that ensures that the analytical results that are presented are accurate, reliable, and traceable. Kindly please walk with me as I take you on the journey of a rock. What geoscientists need to know about certified reference materials. Before any lab can generate analytical results, geology would have identified and collected a rock sample which accurately represents the geology that is being investigated. The quality of the analytical results will be dependent on this initial step. If a rock sample is collected, even the most trusted lab will not be able to produce meaningful results. And it is through understanding this that we have to know that quality begins in the field and not in the lab. Once geologists have identified the rock, every movement of the rock will have to be traceable. Quality assurance ensures that we are able to know who handled the sample, where the sample came from, where it went, and what happened to it along the way. Chain of custody, competent personnel, well-maintained equipment all work together to preserve the integrity of the story. Because without the traceability, the rock will lose its story, and without its story, the results will become meaningless. One cannot do life alone. We all need trusted companions to walk alongside us. The journey of the rock is no different. It too has to be accompanied by trusted companions who each play a critical role in ensuring the validity of the final result. We have the certified reference material, whose value has been established through a proficiency testing program where multiple labs across the world each received a same sample that has been analyzed using similar analytical methods and analytical instruments, and through which statistical analysis has been conducted to determine the mean value and its associated measurement of uncertainty. The role of the certified reference material in an analytical batch is to verify the accuracy of an analytical method. We then have the field duplicate, who is like a twin sister to the sample. She has been sampled from the same ore body as our sample and is used to verify precision within an analytical batch. And ultimately, we have also a vigilant guardian, whose purpose is to verify if ever there has been contamination within the process. The blank materials tells us if ever our sample is consistently gaining something that it shouldn't be in an analytical process. Even though we may have the right tribe, we still need to have the right guide. The right guide is selected through making sure that the certified reference material that we use in our analytical batch has similar matrix properties as our sample, as our unknown sample. So, for example, if we have a quartz-rich sample, we have to compare it to a certified reference material that is rich in quartz. We also need to compare similar analytes. And these analytes must have been determined using the same analytical methods. And amongst analytical methods, we have various that we can choose for, depending on what is it that we are trying to obtain. So if we are interested in platinum group metals, we can use nickel sulfide collection method, which uses a nickel sulfide flux to collect our platinum group metals, such as platinum, palladium, rhodium, and iridium. The industry standard for determining gold and silver is the lead collection method. X-ray fluorescence may be used for the determination of major oxides. And for refractory analysis, for refractory minerals, we may use a peroxide fusion method. And if ever we are interested in determining trace elements, we may use acid digestion method. However, for those ones, we have multiple to choose from. We have 2, 3, and 4. It all depends on the degree of digestion that we are interested in. We also need to use a certified reference material that has a similar concentration range as our sample. For example, if we are trying to determine 65% iron in an ore, we have to use a certified reference material that has the same or similar concentration range. Using a TRM that has been certified at 5% will not give us accurate results. And finally, we need to select a suitable analytical technique depending on what result that we are interested in looking for. For single and fast elemental analysis, we may use atomic absorption spectrometry. And for multi-element with low concentration, we may use ICP-OES. And for ultra-trace elements, we may use ICP-MS. Together, this selection criteria will guarantee us with results that are reliable and defensible. Every traveler needs a trusted guide. And at AMIS, we are able to provide you with that guide. We have Explorer packs and XRFD packs that are designed to specifically walk alongside your journey, ensuring that the journey begins long before the first sample reaches the lab. The sample has now left the field and it's entering the lab. The baton is passed from geological interpretation to chemical measurement. The responsibilities might be changing, however, the objectivity remains the same, and that is to protect the integrity of the sample. Once in the lab, the sample will undergo remarkable transformation, and this depending on the condition in which it arrived in the lab with. So firstly, our sample might have to be dried to ensure stability of the material, and it might have to be crushed to ensure easier handling of the material. And the sample will be split to ensure representative portions of the parent sample from which it came from. And also, the lab has to ensure that the sample is well homogenized to ensure uniform distribution of the minerals within the ore sample. And also, finally, the sample will have to undergo digestion. Digestion is where the materials will be collected from the ore sample itself. And these minerals will then be quantified using an analytical technique. And finally, our results will have to be reviewed. But before that, can we trust these numbers? There is no geological decision that can be made based on a rock, just as there is no chemical decision that can be made based on an instrument. Decisions have to be made based on data. Quality control provides evidence that results accurately represent the parent material. And quality control also detects problems by testing, inspecting, and also verifying that the results meet the quality standards. Examples of quality control samples in an analytical batch include certified reference materials, which measures accuracy, duplicate and replicate for measuring precision within the lab, and also you can have field duplicates which will measure precision that is coming in from the sampling process at the geological site. And also we have process blanks and preparation blanks which measure contamination in the lab. So a process blank will measure contamination from the fire assay section, and preparation blanks is in the sample preparation section where the sample is being crushed. And finally, in the laboratory, the lab will have to monitor biases. Biases helps labs to actually confirm the stability of their analytical processes. And biases may either be positive or negative. A positive bias is when you consistently have results that are reading higher above the mean value. And this can be coming in from calibration errors, contamination, and also incorrect blank corrections. So for example, if we are using, if we have a blank material that is reading higher, it might be contaminated, and we will have to investigate where this contamination is coming in from. And also for a negative bias, this is when quality control samples consistently read lower than they should. And this also could be coming in from incomplete digestions. And incomplete digestions are usually attributed to using incorrect analytical methods to extract our mineral analyte. Sample losses during preparations, like when we lose our samples through when we lose fine particles during particle size distribution, and also because of instrumental calibrations. Quality control samples help us to verify the reliability of our analytical data. Sometimes the story can go as planned. Our quality control samples may pass, results may be trusted, and decisions can be made. But sometimes the quality control samples may fail, and results may not be trusted, and therefore decisions cannot be made. What do we do when such happens? In this case, quality control would have flagged a problem, and we therefore would need to do a root cause analysis to identify where the cause is coming in from, and also look into ways that we can use to eliminate and prevent the problem from reoccurring again. For example, I'm going to use an example. So say you are the lab is analyzing a batch that is coming in from geology, and there is CRMs that are inserted. And now with the CRMs that are being inserted, you consistently have a quality control sample which could either be your certified reference material, the duplicate or replicate, and even the blank samples. It is consistently failing. So suppose that your blank samples is consistently failing high. You need to identify where the problem is coming in from. So when we do a root cause analysis, we will need to look into what the blank contains. So the blank contains everything that the sample has, but the sample itself. So we will have to look into the reagents that are contained within the blank samples and test it. So for example, if our blank materials contains hydrochloric acid, we are going to have to test the hydrochloric acid to determine if it might have been contaminated during processing. This may be coming in from a manufacturer or even poor handling of the material within the lab itself. Once the hydrochloric acid has been tested, we are going to now have to implement the corrective measures. So if we have detected that the hydrochloric acid has been contaminated and it contains an analyte of interest as the blank, there's a high chance that because that hydrochloric acid went into every sample in that batch, therefore there's a factor that is contained within each analytical batch. So we need to account for that error. And when we do that, that is what in the lab we call accounting for the correction factor. So with every analytical result, we are going to have to subtract that factor so that the results that we report are accurate. And also, once we have implemented the corrective and preventive actions, we will have to do a reanalysis. A reanalysis is to confirm and check that we have done an effective root cause analysis that will eliminate the problem from occurring again. And once all of this has been done, the laboratory, usually they have to do trend monitoring. Trend monitoring is where labs monitor whether they have issues that are consistently arising from the same issues. So when we do root cause analysis, how often do we get a human error as a root cause? How often do we get contaminated reagents as a root cause? Because if you consistently have contaminated reagents as a root cause, you might actually have to then change the suppliers or change even the grade of the material that you are using. So we need to effectively conduct root cause analysis. Once we have done the investigations, what we will then now need to do is we have verified these results. We would have now verified these results. We would have now investigated the issues and corrected them. However, the one question that remains is, can we trust these results beyond the single analytical lab? Through metrological traceability using certified reference materials, AMIS is triple ISO accredited, where our certified reference materials are established through a proficiency testing program where ISO 17025 accredited labs participate in that. So when you use these reference materials, you are ensured that the results are metrologically traceable to internationally recognized standards, providing confidence in the measurement and our quality system. Our rock is now approaching the end of its journey. It was first a geological observation, it became a sample, it turned into a lab data, and then it contributed to resource evaluations. And ultimately, when we can trust the results, it will become a geological decision. At every stage, quality control protected the integrity of the sample. And therefore, we need to realize through the story that quality assurance is a system of trust. And trust is in our DNA. There is no analysis without an AMIS. I thank you.
Thanks so much, Emily. That was a really nice overview of the importance of the CRMs. There's one from Tatenda again. What are the factors used to determine the insertion rate?
Okay, this will be dependent on your dependent on your analytical batch. So if you have say a batch of at least 10 samples, you will and you know the concentration range that you are expecting. So you will include at least one CRM, then also include a blank and a replicate and also a duplicate. This will then give you the confidence that you need, but it is all dependent on the analytical batch and also the cost effectiveness. We obviously have to look into that as well.
Perfect. Thanks, Emily. Yes, I think it also depends on what stage of reporting you're on, what stage of exploration. So there's a lot of things that can fall into that factor there, Tatenda. A comment from Michael Conrad. Thanks, Michael. Nice to see you again. Thanks for a great talk. Just a comment. When analyzing results of QC samples, understanding materiality of issues to the reliability of results and data is also important. I think we can all agree on that comment there.
Yes.
Thanks again, Emily, for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you for your presentation. All right, just on that, I'm just going to share a short video from one of our annual sponsors, Innovex Africa. This is a video recorded by Keenan. He's currently at the Namibian Mining Expo. So I'm just going to show a short video of that from him before we break for lunch.
Hello from the Namibian Mine Expo. My name is Keenan Lewis, geologist / product specialist for Innovex Africa. Hope you're all enjoying the workshop so far. I'll be talking about how Innovex Africa has all the tools. Firstly, Innovex Africa has been the official distributor for the Evident, formerly Olympus handheld XRF for the past 20 years, distributing into sub-Saharan Africa, as you can see on that map there. Countless, over 1,000 instruments throughout Africa. The IP rating makes it the most rugged XRF on the market, with our clients using them underground, in pits, and of course in the field. And there's a few special features such as the patented Axon technology, pressure corrections, so using your XRF wherever you may be, due to altitude and temperature, the result will be the same. But what people don't also realize is that sample preparation is key if you would like lab quality results. So we are also distributors of the Block 10 range of sample preparation equipment, crushers, mills, and presses. As you can see there, nice, fine, sub 75 micron sample improves the accuracy of your results. Sample handling and QC. So we are also the official distributor of the Rockbot and Detect Ore systems. So Detect Ore is a system which can be deployed anywhere in remote areas, as you can see in some of those pictures there. It enables the Vantimax to detect down to 10 parts per billion gold. You can see these data interpretation there, the comparison of results to fire assays. Beautiful, and everything is barcoded, as you can see in the top right there. So that the Rockbot can be used for soils and for the collector devices using a camera. So make sure that no mistakes happen. Moving on, drilling is expensive and you would like to get the most out of your drill samples. So the Geotech box scan, for example, uses a variety of sensors to give you really nice near real-time results. And then on the right, there's just an example of a machine learning application that could be fed from the box scan to give you information on the different types of veins by their orientation, composition, etc. Okay, our newest product is Spectral Evolution. They are a leading manufacturer of high-resolution UV, visible, and near-infrared spectrometers since 2004. They have the highest resolution spectrometer on the market. Okay. That is our team on the left there. We are based 5 minutes from our Tambo International Airport. So if you'd like to pop in and see any of these products that I've just shown you briefly, please send me an email or reach out. There's also a side note there. We have a container lab on its way to Mozambique currently with the full detector setup, a sample prep. So please follow us on LinkedIn to see the final setup and reach out there if you would like to find out more. Thank you very much. Have a good workshop. Bye-bye.
Annegret will take us and she will be focusing on what geoscientists need to know about assays. And she's the Regional Business Development Manager for Southern Africa at SGS.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to chat to you about, from rocks to results, what you need to know as a geologist when you submit your samples to an analytical laboratory. So just a quick overview. We don't only do analyses for exploration, but we also do for resource development. We involved in metallurgy and mineralogy. When we're looking at feasibility studies, we do process design. We're involved in designing plants and construction of plants. We operate them. You'll see we do operate quite a few on-site laboratories as well. We're also involved in trade analyses, where we're actually looking at the products and how they are exported and the inspections and the trade certificates that goes with that, as well as your environmental compliance, and then also environmental monitoring and engineering support when you get your closure and your rehabilitation of your project. But today we're just going to focus on that exploration and the assay part of what we do when we look at analyses. So in South Africa, or Southern Africa, SGS has quite a few laboratories, and I think we have seen quite a few. I'll just browse through the names on the screen of people that I know make use of our services. SGS Randfontein in South Africa is actually the hub for Africa, and this is the laboratory that can do basically any commodity. The other labs are a little bit more focused according to the area. Rustenburg looks at PGMs. Orkney, we focus on gold. Barberton, gold in the eastern part of the Bushveld. SGS Kathu is a certified laboratory for manganese and iron ore. SGS Kitwe in Zambia focuses on copper and gold. And we're busy setting up Namibia, SGS Walvis Bay. That will be operational, we hope, on 1 September. Our last equipment is being delivered now. It took us a little bit of a while to get this set up with all the permitting, but there we will then be doing some ICP analysis for exploration, as well as uranium analysis and pilot plants and things like that. We're going to look today at what analysis fit with what elements. So this is actually my mouse pad that I scanned in this morning and put it up here for you. It just gives you an idea of where your ranges lie for the different analytical techniques. I know all of us grew up in a geology department where there was an XRF, and XRF is brilliant for just general oxides and getting a good feel of the rock type that we're looking at. But most of our other elements, we can do a little bit more specialized analysis to get better results on them. So I'm going to go through a few analytical techniques this afternoon. Chemical analysis are things that we use to determine portions of either metallic or non-metallic elements, and that is then referred to as the assay that we usually speak of. There's a wide variety of geological materials that we can analyze, and what we analyze to look at geology and in exploration. It can include water, vegetation, soils, sediments, rocks, and an assay lab can then provide you with either single or multi-element analyses, depending on what you actually need. In general, the rock or the soil is crushed, it's pulverized, and then fused or digested and analyzed. And I've listed a few methods here, and we're going to go through them as we go along. You will see most of them. I know there's always confusion about ICP, the OES, which is optical emission, or AES, which is atomic emission. They are actually exactly the same thing. It's just the AES is just an older way of saying it. We actually can use both, and you'll see, I think it's more like in Europe that they still use AES, but generally that is actually the same type of analysis, so don't be confused by that. So if you are busy with your drilling, you guys talked about drilling the whole morning, and now you have to start sampling. The primary objective of sampling, as we all know, is to collect a representative portion of the material that you would like to analyze, so that we know what's in there, so that we're not biased. So our goals for the exploration sampling is usually to get a grade determination, where we want to measure the exact concentration or value of our target element, and then also look at the minerals within the rocks. Or we can use it to detect anomalies, and that's usually geochemical signatures or trace elements, or elements that we can actually trace back to a buried ore body. We can do, as soon as we have that data, we can start doing resource estimation with this data. We can do economic assessments with it, and through the sideline that runs with our sampling and our analyses is then obviously the metallurgy, and the mineralogy, where we have to know what we're looking at and how we're going to get it out in the end. So this data then allows us to identify the mineralization, get the grades, and evaluate the economic potential. You guys know that there's a lot of types of sampling that we can do, called any drilling, channel sampling, trench sampling, waters, and when we get to the mining side of things, the run-of-mine ore feed, crushed product for sampling, even the samples from the plant. But the most important part of anything to do with any assay is a representative sample. If you have a bad sampling program, you're going to get bad data out, rubbish in, rubbish out. So that's very important. I know Leanne is going to speak after me on how to sample. This is the most important part of everything. I cannot stress it enough. If you don't have a good sample, the results are going to actually mean nothing, even if you use the best and the greatest and the most effective method to analyze. So now you've got your nice homogeneous and representative sample. What information do we actually need from you at the laboratory to make sure that we give you the right information? So this will assist us to choose a method. It will help us to make matrix match our CRMs, and I know that there's going to be a chat about CRMs as well. CRMs are very important because analytical methods are biased. You have to calibrate your data, so you have to have something that's very similar to compare it to make sure that your results are correct. For example, at the moment in South Africa, we have a massive problem because we don't have enough, or we don't actually have any CRM based on the Platte Reef. And that makes it very difficult to actually do your QAQC on your samples, because I don't have an apple and an apple to compare. I've got Merensky that I can compare to the Platte Reef, but the Platte Reef and the Merensky isn't the same. So CRMs are also very important, and I would like to encourage companies that are doing mining. If you've got an interesting ore and there's not a commercially available CRM, to actually donate or make a CRM. There's companies that actually do that, like Amos, and that those samples are also, those CRMs are also available commercially, because that helps you and it helps the other people that are actually doing exploration, etc., to give them better results when they're looking at their analyses. Okay, so what are we looking for? Reasons for analysis. We need to know what you're going to, why you're analyzing the sample. Is it for exploration? Is it a plant sample? Is it a trade sample? Is it coming off somewhere for grade control? Number two, what type of sample do you have? Is it a rock, a drill core, a commodity concentrate? Because we need to know how to prep it. The third thing we need to know is the specific commodity that you're looking for. Is it base metals? If it's base metals, obviously we want to look at your copper, cobalt, zinc, lead, just so that we have an idea of where we're going with the analyses. Then, is there any specific elements of interest that you would like to highlight? Sometimes we're not even looking at if we could be looking at base metals, but we're actually looking at a indicator element. And that would be our element of interest, so that we again can choose the right analytical method for what you're interested in. This also comes in when we're looking at trade samples, for example, and sometimes even in the plant control samples. If you think of Merensky and UG2, we want to know how much talc is in your sample. So we're going to look at elements that indicate the presence of talc for us, because that's important in the processing, as that is one of the main problems that we have at for flotation of that type of ore. Then estimated detection ranges. I remember I had no idea what that meant when I came into industry. And I couldn't understand why they would want to know how much of manganese is in my sample. I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. But the problem is, and I'm going to show it to you when we go through analytical techniques. Analytical techniques are calibrated according to detection limit ranges. So basically, I just want to know, is it low range, like for exploration samples? Is it in the medium range, where we have an ore grade material that we know that is an ore? Or is it a high grade material, like a concentrate? Because you cannot, there's no one size fits all ICP method that can look at everything, for example. I have to break it down into those to make sure that you get the right results. Then sample size. How big is the sample going to be that you're going to deliver to me? We do deal with samples from a few hundred grams up to bulk samples that are bins of a few tons that comes from the mines. So we just need to know how big those samples are, so that we also know how to prep it and how to split it down for a nice homogeneous representative sample when we're doing the analysis. And then they're also going to ask you, how many samples do you want to submit? Is it going to be in one big batch? Is it going to be in a few batches over a few months? And then also, how fast do you need the results? We have some standard turnaround times. That's what the TAT stands for. But obviously, when there's something that's a priority sample because the plant is standing and you need to get an analysis out, then we can make a plan to squish it in the front of the row so that you can get your results in time, so that we don't hold up production, for example. Then, okay, now we're going to do the submission. So we've requested the quote and we submit, and we gave as much information as possible on the sample that we want to have analyzed. The next thing is the paperwork, and project admin is a pain. We all know that, but if the admin is not in place, this can also lead to delays in your analysis. So usually what happens at our lab, we've got a wonderful lady called Daphne, and as soon as I ask for a quote to be sent out, she would immediately email the client, and if there's any information outstanding on what she needs to do the quote, she will ask for that. And then she will ask for a sample submittal form to be filled in. with the company information, the sample information to be sent, so that we have a good idea of what we're working with, and it's easy then to submit the quote to you, back to you, with the right information on it. Okay, so now you're happy with the quote and you are going to submit samples. Firstly, please make sure that your samples are clearly marked. It's very difficult if I know some of the label printers, that ink just comes off. So make sure that you've got clearly marked samples. There's a hard copy list, sample list with your samples that you submit. When you submit your sample submission form, you submit a digital list as well. The reason for this is that we can just make sure that they link up, and the digital list we can pull into our laboratory management system, which makes it better for us, because then we know that there can't be typos when we type in a hard copy list like we used to do in the olden days. I sound very, very old, but until a few years ago, this was still the way that we did it. You get a hard copy sample list in, and somebody literally sits and types in every sample name into the system. It gets barcoded, and it then goes into the system. A digital list just takes out the human error. And then we basically do the analysis. After you guys send us a signed quote or a pro forma invoice, if you've got an account, we get a purchase order or a proof of payment. The results go out, the report is issued, and the project is invoiced if you've got an account, or it's upfront payment when you don't have an account. So that is basically the system on which every laboratory will approximately work. So the more information you can give and the more clearly marked your samples are, the easier it makes it for us to get your samples. Just to give you an idea, I think Randfontein Laboratory runs about between 30 and 60,000 samples a month. So there's a lot of samples going through that lab. So if something's not clearly marked, mistakes can happen, and it does. Okay, so now we get to the analyses. First step of analysis, we receive the sample, it's logged into our system, which is the laboratory management system, and the sample is weighed. We know what it weighs, and it's written up. If needed, it can be, if it's a pulp or something that needs to be dried, we can do a filter press, dry the samples, we can composite the samples. And as soon as we have the sample that we now really want to work with, we're going to crush it down to -2 millimeters. We're going to then split off a section. Usually we use between 150 and 300 grams of material to pulverize for the analysis that we needed. If it is something that we're going to submit for more than one sample analysis, obviously then we are going to use a bigger split, and then that bigger split will be split into smaller sections that will go to, for example, XRF for major elements, fire assay for gold, and maybe an AAS for something like copper. And each of those splits will then go to the department where it's going to go. If it's bulk samples, we have a massive bulk prep plant service in Orkney and in Randfontein, where the bins come in and they then go through a full size. I think there's 3 crushers in that bulk prep, and it's in a big tower with conveyor belts and things. So that's also doable. There's always a bit stored of the crush material, and then also of the pulp that is left. Some clients come and claim the resultant samples that's left back. Otherwise, it gets disposed after a certain time. So there's not only chemical analyses that happen in a lab. There are some other things that can be done as well. We can do moisture analysis. That is very important in some of the trade analyses. And sometimes clients just want to know also what is the moisture analysis in the sample. And that is just like linked to the processing that might take place. Loss on ignition is done specifically for XRF, where we want to see how many volatiles are in your sample. We can do specific gravity, bulk density, and particle size analysis with screens or with laser. And that is just to see what your distribution is in a sample. That's usually done before we crush or or pulverize anything. And then we get to the analyses. So like I mentioned earlier, we've got 3 main groups into which we classify the grade of the analysis. And I think for you guys, the exploration grade is the one that we're most interested in today. And that will be something where we're looking for minerals, but they are concentrated, and we know that they're there, but they're not necessarily in high amounts. So there's 3 main methods that we can use for this. The first is 2 types of ICP methods, and the third is our XRF. So the XRF, I'm going to just quickly go through that because we all know XRF. XRF is our X-ray fluorescence method, and there's quite a few ways in which we can do that. This gives us major elements and oxides. We can do it on loose powders, or with a PXRF, or what's called a handheld XRF, a portable XRF. Guys, I used to be a lecturer, and I used to tell my geology students, please always think of a PXRF as a very gentle tool. It's there for indicative purposes if you're going to use it in the field. It will only give you trends. It has to be calibrated very nicely, and you have to have a very good sample, and that's why we use pulps and loose powders when we use XRF, a PXRF. So it's a very nice tool, but it is indicative. If you want a little bit better analysis, then you can rather make a pressed pellet on it, and you can use that. Or then if you want to level out that matrix influence that you have on XRF, you can do a borate fusion disk, and then do the XRF on that. So that will give you a nice overview of your major elements that you have in your rock, and that is something that to help you also identify the rock type that you're working with. Then if we look at exploration, generally people ask for 4-acid digest. So we've got 2 different digestion methods that we can use. The 2-acid digest, which is an aquaregia digestion. It's a weak digestion. It gives you partial results for most elements because the digestion isn't complete. So it depends on what you're going to look at. I can, at the end, with the notes that I sent through to you, I will also include a link to the SGS Geochemistry Guide that will give you more information on what elements will actually be good to do on 2-acid digest. Generally, if you're looking at exploration, most geologists will ask for 4-acid digest. That's nitric, hydrofluoric, perchloric, and hydrochloric acids that are used in this digestion. Honestly, this is a dangerous digestion. The perchloric acid is very volatile and can explode. That's why we don't really like doing this. You need special fume hoods and things for that. And combined with the risk and the dangerous chemicals that you're working with, you still have refractory minerals that has limited solubility in this multi-element digestion. So some of them will precipitate and others will just like volatilize and be out and gone. So it doesn't give you as a good result, in my opinion, as the fusion method. And I prefer the sodium peroxide fusion. Most of the refractory minerals are soluble in this fusion. And the temperature is low enough that you do not volatilize too much out of it. So for me, that just gives a bit of a better result. But again, it's going to depend on what elements you are looking at. Then SGS has a program that's called the Mobile Metal Ion Program. This is where they actually look at tracing aureoles for exploration. I know they do that for gold, copper, and I'm not sure which other elements. It's a weak extraction, and it's done, I think, with citric acid on a soil sample. So that is a program that SGS can run, but unfortunately we don't offer the analyses in South Africa. It's only offered in Australia and Canada. But that is also, and if you want to have more information on that, I will also post a link on that. So that's the exploration grade. Then I'm just going to quickly go through what the other grades actually entail. Ore grade is for me a mine grade control range. So it's a mid-range detection limit. And for that, again, we can use the XRF whole rock analysis, and it's usually borate fusion. And again, this is to eliminate that matrix effect that you have on XRF that skews the data. For ICP, again, we can do the aquaregia digestion, which is 2-acid digest, or the 4-acid digest. And again, the ICP fusion method, sodium peroxide or lithium metaborate fusion. Now for this one, the element ranges are just calibrated so that the low detection limit is a little bit higher and the top detection limit is also a little bit higher. So you're just moving up in the range of how much I can actually detect. And this is ideal for plants and grade control on mines. And then you get to control grade analysis. So these are where we're now looking at concentrates. Again, we have fusion methods for XRF, AAS, and ICP OES. We have normal ICP OES digestion methods, again, the 2 and the 4-acid digestion. And now we also have, because we're in a plant and we're making concentrates, usually we also have solutions. So now we can incorporate, again, ICP methods or titration methods for single elements. And this is usually for concentrates and products. And this can also be for trade inspection analyses. So then just to go through a few of the types of commodities that you guys will encounter and just show you how much there is to choose from when you're doing an assay. So it's not just, hi guys, I've got a gold project, I want a gold assay. There's actually different analyses that can be used for different things that you need from that analysis. So if we look just at precious metals, for example, for exploration, we can do fire assay. It's all a lead collection fire assay. So we actually put some lead in a cup with your gold ore. We're going to put it into a furnace and we're going to melt it. And what then happens is all the base metals and the gold and any platinum minerals will actually collect in that lead. And the lead will form what we call a little prill at the bottom of the cupel, and the rest will be a glass. The rest of the sample will basically be like a, shall I say, mineralized glass. And that little prill we then digest, and then we can actually put it through AAS or ICP to actually analyze then for the elements that you need. If they're talking about a gravimetric finish, like under the ore grade, if we're looking at gold, for example, again, we're going to split out the gold from the lead, and we're going to weigh that little, it looks like a little ball of gold. And we can weigh that, and that's what gravimetric finish actually means. Screen metallics is used where we have very coarse gold in our sample. What we do there is we're going to actually screen our material into different size fractions and then assay each of those. And if you are thinking that that your gold is actually a little bit nuggety, there's always an option that says you bring in the sample. If it's a 500-gram sample, we're going to actually assay that sample to extinction. So we're going to assay the whole thing and then get an average grade on that whole sample as a whole. Because it's very fast to see whether you've got nuggety gold or not. As soon as you do assays on the material, it has like a variability that's very, very big. And that usually is like a sign to us that something's wrong. And then we will actually do it to extinction just to make sure that we get a reliable gold grade for you. Then on PGEs, PGEs and exploration is also a fire assay with the ICP OES or MS finish. It's basically similar to what we do for the gold, because the PGEs and the gold usually run together. So for PGEs, you would have heard the terms PGE 3E, 4E, and 6E. So what does that actually mean? If we look at PGE 3E, it will be gold, platinum, and palladium that we're looking at. That's the 3 elements for the 3E. And that is usually a fire assay method with an ICP OES finish. And that will then gives you the analyses for those 3 elements. The companies use 4E a lot for their databases. And 4E is actually gold, platinum, and palladium from 3E. And now you're adding rhodium to it. The rhodium is a separate analysis, but we can report. So we do the 3E, then we do the rhodium and report the results together, and that gives you 4E. And then we get PGE 6E. This is a nickel sulfide collection. I think most of you, if you're working in the platinum industry, you would have heard about nickel sulfide collection. And that is also something where we do a nickel sulfide collection, like we do with a lead collection, but this time with nickel sulfide. And then we can report gold, platinum, palladium, rhodium, ruthenium, and iridium. And that is the 6 elements that is reported in a PGE 6E. Okay. Then here right at the bottom, I have a line item called photon assay. So photon assay has been around for a very long time. In my previous job with SGS, I was a project manager looking at new analytical techniques that we can use for the mining industry, and photon assay was one of those techniques. So for photon assay, this is a non-destructive technology that uses high energy X-rays to hit the samples. And the nice thing about photon assay is there's minimal sample preparation. You need to have a sample that ranges in a grain size from 2 to 3 millimeters, so you don't need any pulverization. Like I said, it's non-destructive. So you basically put it into a plastic jar and it goes into the instrument. This is a rapid analysis for gold, silver, and copper. Unfortunately, you have to calibrate it for either or. So, for example, in Canada, we have at our laboratory in Perth, they do all the gold. Kalgoorlie has gold, and then one of our other labs is doing it on copper. It's ideal for process control. It's safer, it's faster, it's environmentally friendly. We don't use any lead. We don't use any nickel sulfide, nothing like that. So there's no digestion. So it's just an analysis on the material as it is. However, it has very narrow calibration bands. So if you've got, this is perfect for process control. I can put a photon assay in for a company like, say, Harmony. They've got a rather stable feed. So the photon assay would be a perfect, nice and fast, safer and a friendlier way to assay their production samples. This narrow band makes it that it is not ideal for exploration. Fire assay is still the preferred method because fire assay can handle low and high values of gold and platinum minerals, for example, where photon assay has a very narrow band in which it analyzes. And every time you change that band, you have to recalibrate the whole instrument to get there. So again, just it's not ideal for exploration, but great for process control. The fire assay is just a little bit more robust and flexible because I know a lot of companies do offer a photon assay as a exploration tool. But for me, as a geologist, looking at this chemistry and looking at instruments, we have them in our company. They are just better for bigger numbers of samples as well. It is cost effective, but if you don't push enough samples through that photon assay, it does become a very expensive exercise. So that's why I'm saying rather for big projects with a lot of samples that you do process control on. Okay, with that elephant out of the room, because I know everybody wants to know about photon assay, we will move along. And just a quick look at some other specific commodities as well. So base metals, for example, if you're looking at copper. Now we're looking at single elements, and it's not just necessarily, this is now later on in your exploration project. You now know that you've got copper. Next thing would be is first get the grade and then do the mineralogy as well. And you can help the mineralogy as well by looking at what you have in your copper ore. So we again have exploration methods, we've got ore grade methods, and we've got concentrate methods. And then we have something we call mineral selectives. So this will help the mineralogists again. These are a few assays that you can do to just see how your mineral is actually going to be processed in the end. What direction do you need to go in? So, for example, if we want to look at copper oxides, we're going to do a citric acid leach. and we'll see how much of the material would be a copper, would be related to copper oxides. We can do acid-soluble copper with H2S leaches. We can do cyanide-soluble copper and determine that, and we can also look at metallic copper. So there's specific methods that can also give you a little bit more information on the mineralogy, so that you know what to do and if you have something that is viable or not before you go into spending a lot of money for further analyses. Iron and manganese ores. These are the nice ones because you can actually do this with XRF. And we usually do it, they can do it either on a pressed pellet or on borate fusion. And again, I would recommend the borate fusion just because it takes the matrix matching out of the equation. If you're looking at iron ore, then XRF will give you total iron, and you can split that in iron 2 and iron 3 by doing a iron 2 titration, and then you can take the total iron and just then you have a split between the iron 2 and iron 3. Then on the metallurgy side, also for iron ore specifically, we can do Sat-McGann and Davis tube. So the difference between the two. Sat-McGann provides a measure of magnetic susceptibility on pulp samples. So you put basically a pulverized material of -75 through that instrument, and it will be, the results will be expressed as a percentage of magnetic iron. So it won't split it between what the magnetics are. It will just tell you magnetics and non-magnetics. Davis tube, on the other hand, separates the magnetics and non-magnetics on crushed material, and you can do it on a range of size fractions. And that can then be done on crushed iron ore in your plant control to actually see that you're actually splitting out the magnetics and the non-magnetics from each other in the correct way so that you don't have contamination. Next up, another a nice little ore that we're all looking for is lithium. Again, exploration grade. We will look at the ICP methods. And then for ore grade, again, one of the ICP methods where we are focusing then on lithium specifically. Why we use ICP for lithium is if you go back to your periodic table, you will see that lithium is a very light element, and it is actually too light to see by XRF. So that is why lithium will always be done on an ICP or another type of analytical technique. You cannot see lithium on XRF. Then rare earths. Rare earths are very nice. I love working with them. They're very interesting minerals. So for packages, usually on your ICP MS, if we're looking at exploration grade rare earths, there's usually you'll see most companies will have a package that says, this is my standard list of elements I'm analyzing, but you can have add-ons. And one of the add-ons for the 4-acid digest ICP MS, which is the low concentrations, includes your rare earth elements that you can see there, the praseodymium, neodymium, samarium, europium. So all of those will then be add on to that package. So if you are looking for something, you're doing your exploration work, you want just your general rock chemistry, you can do the ICP 4-acid digest. And if you think that you have rare earths, you can just tag this onto the end of that, and we can analyze for all of that. Rare earths are also included in sodium peroxide fusion packages and lithium metaborate fusion packages. And we have our rare earth analyses actually accredited. Just saying something about accreditation. So previously, when you got accreditation, it could have been for a whole method. Then all the elements in the method was accredited. That actually changed. So if you do ISO 17024 accreditation in a lab and you see something as accredited, then it is actually accredited. Specific elements in that package will be accredited. So each element is then, although the QIQC is done on that element, and that element gets accredited for that package. So in the old days, we could accredit the whole XRF package. These days, we can accredit elements in the XRF package. Just to clarify that, because I know that's sometimes confusing if you don't know how it works. Yes, and then ore grade, obviously there's also again a ICP MS method, because even in higher concentrations, the rare earths in the bigger picture of things are still on a very low basis that you actually see them. They're usually ppm level and not necessarily percentage-wise that we see them. Then I'm just going to say something quickly about QA/QC. Our laboratory management system at SGS is called G6, and it's a system that's incorporated in all the big labs across the world. So we want to be compliant and use the same methods and the same method codes across the whole network. All our analyses are done compliant with ISO 17025. Even if an element is not accredited as such, we will still follow the ISO accreditation method. To help us with our quality control and our quality assurance, we do run duplicate analysis. We do put in blanks. We have X amount of certified reference samples running per a type of analysis that we run per analysis. And we also do a lot of round-robin analyses between laboratories so that we can make sure that between us, ALS, AHK, or any of the other lab companies, we all take part in these round robins. And we don't know who's who in the round robin, but then at least you know where you stand on accuracy in your analyses. I would always recommend that as a person submitting samples to a laboratory, you are very welcome to put in your own duplicates, your own blanks, your own CRMs. All the samples are run irrespective. We get a sample number, and that sample is treated exactly. Sample 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are treated exactly the same. We don't distinguish between these things because we need to be independent in looking at the material and making sure that you get the best results. So you're very welcome to put any of those in on a regular basis in your batches that you submit so that you can also check our work. Then I just want to mention that we do full on-site laboratories. As per client requirements. In South Africa alone, we have 5 of those. And then we have quite a few in Africa. I think we're something in the 40s on-site laboratories where we actually then do the plant control. We can do the exploration sample for mine expansion, etc., etc. But you do require quite a few samples to make this actually a viable option. Otherwise, we do have some mines that send samples to the laboratory on a daily basis for checks for plant control, if it's close enough by. Then the thing that is close to my heart is the field analytical services and testing, FAST. That was my baby. This is where we actually build mobile sample preparation units. We can put in portable XRF, FTIR, portable XRD, for example, in there, to help you to make faster decisions on site, especially on exploration projects. If you're on a big project and there's a lot of samples running through, then to do this pre-screen, we prep, we run the pre-screen, say with PXRF, we know whether it's a sample that needs to go for further assay or something that has nothing in it. So it's just like a pre-screening type thing to make it faster for you to make decisions on where your drill rig is going. But again, you do need quite a few samples to actually run this sample units. One of these MSBUs in general will have one pulverizer, one crusher, and a PXRF, and that can run up to 150 samples per 12-hour shift. So we can push a large number of samples in there. Otherwise, we do have some of them with refurbished equipment that we can rent out, where we can actually have one person working there and they say work a day shift 5 days a week instead of the whole, 24/7. And we can do 50, 30, 40, 50 samples a day, just to help you to make decisions faster. I want to also stress, guys, when you're looking at exploration and you start doing test work, please do the mineralogy first. In my years of working as a mineralogist, I have seen too many projects where they've wasted a lot of money by not doing the mineralogy, not knowing exactly what they have before they start doing the metallurgy. So if there's one takeaway from this, going further than the assays, is mineralogy. I know it's sometimes expensive, but it's absolutely worthwhile to look at your mineralogy first. I've worked on rare earth projects where the grade is amazing. They did the metallurgy, nothing worked. They came back to mineralogy, and it was just a matter of the minerals cannot be liberated. So they could have saved a hell of a lot of money if they just looked at the mineralogy. So we have SGS Mineralogy in Johannesburg, as well as a great metallurgy facility, and we basically offer everything that you might need.
Thanks, Annegret. Are there any
Pleasure.
questions?
I posted the question in the chat box, but I guess Seho can't see it. The question that I have is, if my blanks that I insert from my own, from the company, and they weigh 100 grams, and my normal samples weigh 5 kilograms, and I have a high grade normal sample just before that blank, does that weight difference create an issue because I am seeing elevated concentrations in my blanks, questioning if there is contamination happening during sample preparation and so forth? I just want to know.
Not happen. It should not happen, because each sample the guys just pump them through, so there should not be contamination in that. I think that's something definitely that you need to investigate further. It could be contamination where they don't clean out the bowls in between samples properly.
Great, thank you so much. That
think,
confirms my thinking,
yes.
but that is
so
the
if
answer
it's with
that
my
I've
lab,
received.
please mail me so I can sort it out for you. It's not supposed to be like that.
Will do.
Okay.
There's a question. Are labs happy to share their internal QC data for batches run for a client? And also, will you please explain briefly on blank sampling?
Okay, so at the bottom of every report that goes out, our internal QC samples will also be listed and the analysis given. So yes, you will have that information. What a blank is, it's usually a silica sample, just clean silica that we run in between samples, like Shanae now said. It's basically a sample that has nothing in it. So it's just a blank, so that if that blank goes through, it will pop off and say, listen, there's nothing in here. So a blank sample is just something that has no value that they put through in between to test that, like Shanae also now noticed, if there's slightly elevated levels of anything in that blank that shouldn't be there, then you know there's something wrong, say at the milling pot, that the milling pot wasn't cleaned properly before the next sample was put in. So that's also a check for you to make sure that the process is followed properly.
Also, when do you request a calibration certificate? That's from Shanae.
Shanae, you can request calibration certificates for the equipment. I will just have to check with the lab how it works. I actually don't know. I haven't had that question before. Sorry.
Do you have portable tools that can detect light elements like lithium in the field?
No, unfortunately not. The only one I can think of, and it's not really a field instrument, is a FTIR. It can detect the lithium. But no, like none of the handheld equipment. The libs, yes. But I'll be very careful about the portable libs. It's like the handheld XRF. It is for trends. So now I have to say, know your mineralogy, because then you can actually identify the minerals better.
Yeah.
Yes. Bottle
Yeah.
rolls. Bottle rolls is very effective on gold exploration. We do a lot of bottle rolls. It just gives you an idea of what you actually have in your sample, and it's a bigger sample. So if you have very low gold values, then you're probably going to get it out. It will have the same effect as if you assay to extinction, so that you just get better results out of that.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Annegret. Move on to Leanne Pieterse. She's a senior geologist at Menrom, and she will be taking us through what geoscientists need to know about sampling and QA/QC.
Okay, so for my talk, we are going to focus on the sampling and the QA/QC knowledge that we use on drilling projects, covering both the diamond and the RC drilling. So the main idea to keep in mind is that a mineral deposit remains a geological interpretation until we actually sample it. So the sample is our physical evidence of what is in the ground, and the QAQC provides the evidence that we can trust that sample and its assay result as well. I think this is also tying in a little bit of what the previous talks were also saying. So why sampling quality really matters, I think there's been a lot said about it. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there for every single talk. But let's take, for an example, an RC rig may produce a bulk sample weight of approximately 60 kilograms for a 1 meter interval. So from that, we may submit only 1 to 3 kilograms to the lab. So the lab then reproduces that 3 kilogram sample into a further potentially 30 grams or so. So now this very small sample amount is expected to represent the entire drilled interval and may eventually influence the grade assigned to a much larger volume in the resource model. So yeah, every time the sample is reduced, either in the field, a lot of you will know, like when you do the crushing, during the splitting, or just at the lab and in the pulverizing, there's always an opportunity to introduce some contamination or sampling bias. This is why correct sampling preparation is so important, and also why we're talking about the CP stuff and why that's really important to have your protocols in place. So also the reporting, for example, your JORC 1 report, table 1 checklist require the CP to consider and disclose how samples were collected, how they were prepared and analyzed, and what QAQC procedures were applied. So if we cannot demonstrate that the samples are representative and the analytical results are reliable, the CP can't actually confidently support the results and the resource estimate. So what is good to remember is that models can always be rebuilt. It's not great, you don't want to do that, but everything starts with sampling. You cannot resample a hole you have already drilled. That's not ideal. It's just going to cost you more money. Okay, so overall in this presentation, the 5 things I do want to cover is we will start with the foundations, just because the same basic principles for the precision and accuracy apply throughout the sampling and QAQC process. We will then also look at diamond core and RC sampling separately, just because they have although they've got very similar principles, their sampling method and common failure methods are quite different. Thirdly, we will also look at the QAQC tools, work through QAQC tools, including the blanks, the CRMs, and some duplicates, and then also how to interpret the results, most importantly, what action to take when these QAQC results fail. So let's start with the foundations. So most of us are using a QAQC as one word, but we need to start separating these two to really understand it, especially some people that hasn't really worked with it yet before. So your CA, your quality assurance, is preventative. It basically designs the system. These include your protocols, your training, the equipment you selected, and your chain of custody. Your quality control is more the detective in a way that you can say. The CRMs test analytical accuracy, blanks monitor contamination, duplicates estimate precision, and you also get your AMPI checks that compare performance between your labs. So let's say, for example, CRM failure is therefore like just overall a QC signal, but the signal alone is not only an observation. So yeah, that's you get your mistake. You see there's a signal. That's your observation. Your QA system defines who reviews this failure and the corrective action that needs to be taken accordingly. So you will get a pass or fail graph on your QC, but the rules, response, and ownership behind that are all part of your QA. Okay, I think in our careers, everyone has been seeing these graphs quite a lot, but they do help to really understand when you work with QAQCs. So just overall, the compounding error, just put on here. Sorry. Just your compounding error refers to errors that can be introduced throughout the sampling chain. So say, for example, we may have a small error during drilling, another during splitting, another during the sample preparation, and during analysis. So these errors can combine, meaning the final assay results may be further from the true grade. This is why QAQC must cover the entire process and not just the lab. It's not always just the lab's fault. So to explain precision, it is about repeatability. You can ask the question to better understand this. So what I ask myself is, if we analyze the same material more than once, do we obtain similar results? So in drilling QAQC, we assess precision using duplicates. Okay, for accuracy is about how close the result is to the accepted and reference value. Because we normally do not know the true grade of an original sample, we insert CRMs with known assigned values. So just looking at the 4 targets from left to right, the first target shows results that are tightly grouped and centered. These results are both precise and accurate. The second target is slightly grouped, but away from the center, which might mean that the lab is producing very consistent results, but they are consistently probably wrong. So this is precise, but a biased result. So thirdly, targets show results scattered around the center, but the average may be close to the correct value, but the individual results have very poor precision. So your fourth target is scattered and away from the center. These results are either precise nor accurate. So duplicates, to understand duplicates tells us whether the process is repeatable. CRMs tells us whether the results are systematically maybe too high or too low from what we were expecting, from our assay. We need both, because providing that a laboratory is consistent does not prove that it is correct necessarily. Okay, some more graphs or some standard deviations, very important. I know this is also very late for these type of graphs to show it now, but it's super important, and I hope it makes sense to everyone. So we use standard deviation to monitor CRM performance. When a CRM is produced, it generally analyzes by several labs. So you do this entire round robin thing where you get your CRM, few labs go do the same analysis and see what they get. And from that, you get your standard deviation. So many suppliers will provide your standard deviation or performance limits. So let's say, for example, it's the easiest way to think about standard deviation is as a ruler for expected scatter. For example, if a CRM has a certified value of maybe, let's say, 2.37 and the lab reports 2.65, is this difference acceptable? Are you only going to look at that one or not? So we can't really answer that from the difference alone, because it depends on the element, the concentration, the method that was used. It's better to ask how many standard deviations is the result away from the certified value. So this puts the result onto a common scale and allows us to judge whether the difference is really reasonably expected or is just too large. So if we get, I'll quickly go through just this normal distribution. I think a lot of people worked with this before, but I also don't want to confuse too many people now. But just a quick overview of this. So assuming an approximate is a normal distribution, looking at this graph, so there's 68% of the results fall within the first standard deviation, 95% into the second standard deviation, and 99% in the third standard deviation. So the yellow areas show a warning limit at 2 standard deviation. So about roughly 1 in 20 samples may fall outside these limits by chance. One result outside 2 standard deviations is therefore a warning and not automatically a failure. It's just a warning and saying, let's check what's happening at the lab. Let's check if we got our things right. Do we have our QCs right? Anything above 3 standard deviations is an error. Like, that needs to stop and it needs to be addressed immediately. So yeah, we must also look for trends or repeated results on one side of the mean, even when the individual results remain inside the limits. So there's 5 ways a sample loses its meaning. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I'm going to run through it quite quickly. I know a few people have already worked with these type of things. So your first is your fundamental sampling error. This comes from your natural variability of the actual rock. So it increases when fragments are coarse or mineralization is nuggety or the sample mass is too small. We reduce this by retaining more material, crushing finer, or using a larger analytical mass. So these are all options that can work for a situation like this. So second is grouping and segregation. Particles separate according to their size and density. So in RC, you will get, in RC drilling, you'll get samples that's got fines and heavy minerals may behave differently in the cyclone or the bag. So with core broken pieces and fines may separate during some of the handling. So I would say the correct equipment and uniform feeding are more reliable than mixing alone. All part of your sampling protocol, all of this is part of your sampling protocol, and it needs to be assessed before you start with any of this. So thirdly, you got a delineation error where the sample boundaries are wrong. An RC scoop from the top pile does not represent the complete stream, with the core incorrect interval boundaries or inconsistent cutting lines can produce an unrepresentative sample as well. Then you also have your extraction error. The correct sample was defined, but maybe some material was not recovered. So your RC fines may blow away, chips may bounce off the splitter, or soft core may wash away during drilling. Then you also get your preparation errors. This includes contamination, material loss, incorrect drying as well, poor crushing or pulverizing, and also definitely sample swaps and mislabeling, which can happen easily. So yes, as I said, write your sampling protocol before you drill. And most importantly, go through your sampling protocol with the person that's going to do the resource estimation and with your CP. Very important. And if anything changes on that sampling protocol, it's definitely worth it to always keep it updated and always discuss it with your resource estimator. I'm not going to go into it too much here. I think I'm going to run out of time. But your barrel to your core box, you need the core extraction needs to be right. You need to have, where your mechanical brakes are. This is super important for your RQDs. Your core blocks, you need to know where the run ends, also part of your RQDs. Check the drillers work. Check it while you're at the rig. Let everyone understand. If you see it in the core shed, that's also fine. Get the drillers to work with you and don't work separately. The main rule is nothing gets cut until the logging and the photography and markup are completed. So once a core has been cut and bagged, you can no longer examine the original whole core. That makes it much harder to check contact structures and measurements. So firstly, define the sampling protocol. So if you've got, it's normally between 1 or 1.5 meters, really depends on your geology and your mineralization type. So if you do have your sample boundary should honor significant lithological mineralization and alteration contacts. Second, assess the representativity. So check the recovery and ask whether the remaining core adequately represents the interval. There's no universal recovery percentage that guarantees this, but low or selective recovery must be recorded, and it has to be investigated and considered when interpreting the assays. So record everything that you are noticing. Thirdly, complete the orientation, photography and your logging, and prepare your core for cutting. Construct the core. So reconstruct the core where it's still possible. Don't force core to fit if it does not fit. This is quite important and a good tip. Okay, I'm going to just quickly go through this as well. So we got typically you want to cut your core perpendicular to your bedding. This normally gives both halves a portion for every bedding or your foliation. So cutting parallel to the bedding may separate the geology, leaving one half richer in the one material than the other. So, however, I understand that perpendicular is not always, it's not a universal rule. So irregular or maybe vein controlled or brecciated ore bodies may require a different cut orientation. It's just important to know what your sampling going to be in your sampling protocol, and everyone knows where to cut. So also for the bulk density, super important. Your bulk density is going to affect your resource estimate. So it also follows, you need to follow a QAQC with your bulk density as well. The most popular one that is being used in exploration is the Archimedes method. Do your QAQC throughout. So for example, I do a thing where in the mornings, in the afternoons, and I say by time that I do my calibrations, I check my calibration weights, or even if it's in the evening, you're going to do your QAQC. Before you do a batch, just check your calibrations as well and record this. There's other QAQC methods for densities as well. So you can take, say you've got 3,000 samples, take 1 meter of, take an entire meter of that core. So you've got an entire meter, just take a section, a piece of that core as well. Say the entire meter has got about 10 different parts that's broken up, but you only measured one piece of that, okay? But go measure every single one of them and put that into your QAQC. So for reverse circulation, this is just a sampling. I'm not going to go through this because of time, but the main thing here is just showing actually what RC will give you. And it's again about you going through this very big sample and getting a very small sample, and how important it is looking at your riffle splitting, the way you're splitting, how you're weighing, how you're getting your recoveries. Yes, okay, so this is also a nice check that I like to work with. So weigh every meter. So this is now for your RC. So here's the basic idea. We cannot directly see how much sample was lost during drilling, but we can estimate how much material should have been produced or compare that with the mass, with the mass actually collected. So let's work through just a quick example. If you just check like your diameter of your hole, so how much is that going to be? And you get your actual value of what you think you would get from a meter of sample, and compare that to what you're actually weighing for your sample. So this is also two main risks of RC. It's moisture and contamination. Both occur in the field before the sampling reaches the lab. Once material has been lost or foreign material has been introduced, the lab cannot reconstruct the original interval. So for wet versus dry samples, so when the groundwater enters the return system, the sample becomes sticky, fines may be lost, retained into the cyclone, or disturbed unevenly throughout the splitter. Wet material may also cause blockages and carry over into the interval. So the practical offense is simple. Record whether every interval is dry, moist, or wet. Also record your recovery, the onset of the water, and anything unusual about your returns. So it's much easier when you get your assays to see, of your recovery, to see what happened. And definitely avoid compositing wet and dry intervals until the possible effect is actually assessed. So here we also have for on the right. So for exploration and archery want to face a sampling hammer. It collects the cuttings directly at the bit face and transfers them into the inner tube, which reduces the contact with material higher in the hole. At the surface below the return system, the clear completely before changing samples. This is super important. Use controlled blowout downs and make sure that the cyclone or the splitter is completely empty and clean. So your splitter must remain clean and unblocked and free from excessive wear and tear. So finally, monitor your caving or smearing through the unusual recovery, repeated lithologies, and delayed geological contacts. So the key message is that the lab QAQC starts at the drill rig. It cannot really repair a poor original sample that we give them. This is the difference between diamond and reverse circulation. I saw there was a talk on this. For routine projects, QAQC, there are three main questions to always ask. It's like, is your lab accurate? So this is your certified, your CRMs or standards can answer this. And another question is, am I contaminating any of my samples? So the other thing that really helps with this is using your blanks. Or are the results repeatable or not? Then the next QAQC we use for this is the duplicates. So the important point is that the same type of control inserted at different stages test a different part of the process. So for example, an RC field duplicate tests variation introduced during the field sampling and splitting. A coarse reject duplicate sample test lab, a coarse reject duplicate from the lab is also preparation and splitting. A pulp duplicate test through subsampling and analysis from the prepared pulp does not isolate in the instrument alone. For diamond core, duplicates require more careful interpretation. Quarter core or paired half checks include both sampling error and real geological differences across the core. So a total external QC rate is approximately 10 out of 20%, which is most commonly used, but the correct frequency depends really on the deposit and the mineralization. And just getting a sign off on that is always good.
Okay, let's go to look at the blanks. So blanks answer basically one very main question. Have we introduced contamination into our samples? What's happening at the lab? So starting with the definition right at the top here, a blank does not necessarily contain absolute zero of the elements. It does not always need to be certified, but what matters is that its background concentrations are known, stable, and sufficiently low everywhere for every analyte we want to monitor. So the point at which the blank enters the process also determines what it actually tests. So your coarse blank on the left here it enters the sample stream as uncrushed material and passes through the crushing, splitting, and pulverizing. It therefore monitors the contamination across the complete preparation and analytical chain. Placing a coarse blank directly after a high-grade sample is also particularly used for detecting carryover. Your fine and pulp duplicate blanks, a fine blank inserted before pulverizing test, the pulverizer analytical stages, a prepared pulp blank bypasses crushing and pulverizing and goes directly into your analytical process. This is something to control as well. So just looking at your trigger limits, so every project needs a predefined failure criterion. So 10 times the method detection is sometimes used as a practical starting point, but it's not a universal rule, and also depends project by project. So blank material must also be handled very carefully. It needs to be stored in a very safe place. stored away from mineralization. It needs to be kept clean. And contaminated or poorly characterized blank can create false failures or mask very low contamination. Just for these graphs, the project blanks on the left on this just show the scatter than the lab, just show more scatter than the lab blanks on the right. This may reflect natural background in the project blank or additional variation introduced during the handling and preparation. It does not really it does not only identify where the variation originated. Just okay, let's look into our CRMs. So your certified reference materials are our primary direct checks on analytical accuracy. So CRM is a sufficiently homogeneous and stable material that has been characterized using validated procedures and normally using results from several competent laboratories. That is the round robin that I was speaking of earlier. So the certified values is our best estimates of reference value for a particular analytical method. It's not perfect. It's not like a perfectly known true value, but it is very helpful. The certificate may also produce a standard deviation, as we spoke about earlier. So 4 things when you are selecting your CRM, this is the 4 things that really does matter. Is the CRM should be reasonably matrix matched to your project sample. It does not need to be geological identical, but this mineralogy grade, analytical behavior should be similar. Secondly, use a range of CRMs. We use a low grade, medium, and high grade as well. It's a really good thing to use a CRM that's close to your resource cutoff grade, because that is where it is a relatively small analytical bias. So could change and or waste classification, this can easily be picked up. So thirdly, assess every CRM within its analytical badge, not only in a monthly summary. If a CRM fails, quarantine and block it, let the lab know, block the batch, and investigate it before releasing the associated results. So fourthly, monitor performance over the time. A gradual shift away from the certified value may indicate a lab drift or just a systematic drift, but we should not immediately assume that the instrument or the lab is responsible. We must also check digestion and some method changes. So just for this chart, I'm reading these charts. So this is a chart showing the performance of the CRM for platinum and palladium, iridium and gold. The solid lines represents the certified values, while the dashed lines represent your standard deviation, your minus and your plus second standard deviations. So most of the results fall within limits. However, some insertions lie outside of them, like over here, which is well below the lowering warning limit. So this will typically be flagged, and maybe 20 samples before, 20 samples after will also be flagged. So usual diagnostic is to check whether several elements fail on the same CRM insertion. This is why the graph is here to show as an example, looking at different types of elements. So yeah, I think a few will see what the problem is with this one. So this is something maybe someone never acted on, and they only saw maybe after a project or after a few months of drilling, and they got all their samples. So we are looking at a controlled chart for titanium oxide CRM. So all the blue dots are your results. The green line is the certified value of the 2.37%, and the red lines are the selected limits. So the main problem is not the scatter, it is the position of the entire population. So nearly every result shown is above the upper limit. So there is one result at approximately 2.4, at 2.4 that falls inside the limit. So we should not say that every point really failed, but this is not good. So just looking back at the accuracy that we this is definitely what's happening. Like you're getting everything populated together, but it's not accurate. Your blind duplicates and your lab duplicates. Your blind simply means that the lab does not know which sample is the duplicate or which original it matches. So they don't know what you are giving them, which is ideal and what you want. So on this graph is showing some blind duplicate results. If these were returned pulps resubmitted under new sample numbers, they are blind pulp repeats and not field duplicates necessarily. They assess analytical repeatability between the batches. So on this graph, you will see that's the internal duplicates. These generally test the repeatability under the laboratory's own operating conditions. So this is a perfect agreement lines. Those are one-on-one lines. So most points are close to this line, and many fall within the dash plus or the dash minus 10% limits. This indicating it's really good assays. So there's another way of reading duplicates, and we use a hard plot. I know there's a lot of other things people are using, but this is quite helpful. So this is called a cumulative hard plot, which also uses to assess the precision of an entire duplicate population rather than judging just individual pairs. So the general guidance of this is your pulp duplicates should have 90% less than 10% difference. So you got your 90% less than your 10% difference over here on this cross line. Your split core duplicate should have 80% less than 20% difference, and your core split duplicate should have 80% less than 15% difference. The green internal lab duplicates and blue independent duplicates, the blue curve is at 90% and has approximately 5%, meaning that about 90% of those pulps base differs by no more than 5%. I mean, this really indicates really strong analytical precision, so we're quite happy with that. Look at the primary duplicates of quarter core for this graph. The quarter core curve reaches approximately 18%. At 80, it therefore means the project's guide of 80% below 20%, but only just, so it just made it. More importantly is the curve rises sharply on the right, with the worst pairs approaching 70%. The general performance is acceptable, but those are a severe mismatch, must really be investigated in. The purple umpire results have an upper tailing of about 50%. These should also be reviewed separately because they compare laboratories and may include maybe differences in calibration, analytical methods, and detection limits. So just for your chain of custody, very important. These two controls are especially important. First, reconcile the laboratory sample receipt list against the dispatch sheet. That is all part of your QNQ, your chain of custody. Second, also retain the pulps, course rejects, and reference score according to the documented retention policy. So get everything that you can back from the lab. It's so helpful for maybe a phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 time of your project to reuse these pulp rejects. So just looking at your lab audit on the lab side, audit the actual process and not only the paperwork. So audit should normally be authorized and planned with a surprise access used only where it is contractually agreed. Sometimes it's not, and people just go to the labs, understand that, and that does happen. It's sometimes understandable. So check that the lab's accreditation scope covers the methods you are using, then follow a sample through the registration, preparation, and analysis. Ask the right questions. You need to ask everything. Ask about the sieving, ask about the pulverizing, ask about your size fractions. All of this needs to go into a report. I think I'm going to skip this. We went through this and what's used for what. So I think I'm very over time, I see now. The main point is to decide how you will respond to a failure before one occurs. So once a batch has failed and deadlines are approaching, people will become creative about why it might still be acceptable. Just watch out for that. So the protocol must define 4 things: what constitutes a failure, who has the authority to make the decision, what action follows, and how quickly it must happen. The response should match also your failure, and the analytical problem may require a reassaying of the pulp. So yeah, review a QAQC when each batch is received until it passes. Block it or quarantine the entire batch. Speak to your lab. It's all very important. It's very good to have a good relationship with the laboratory. Just looking at your failure modes. So standards are not matrix matched to the ore. Just looking at your wet RC intervals straight through your mineralization zone is also very important. Your density data, rejects and pulp discarded before the resource estimate. So yeah, look at all these things. That's really helpful and really good tips and tricks. So just from the entire presentation, I would say there's like a few things just so you can take with you. Firstly is the sample is the physical evidence of which everything else is built on. So treat it that way. Secondly, control particle size before major mass reduction and use the correct splitter. Remember remember there's a good example of golf balls and sand, like smaller, more uniform particles are easier to split representatively. Thirdly, weigh every RC interval and record whether it was wet. Both checks cost very little and provide essential evidence when investigating recovery. Fourthly, cut and submit the same defined half of the core throughout the program. And fifthly, duplicates measure precision while CRMs test accuracy and analytical bias. Think back to the titanium dioxide example. Duplicates would have passed, but the standard exposed the bias. Also measure density properly, including within the weather profile. Define the failure criteria and response before receiving the first batch. So just the closing message, I would say, is quite simple. It is, as we've all seen in a lot of presentations, rubbish in is rubbish out. The lab cannot prepare unrepresentative samples. So it really does lie with your geologists and your junior geologists understanding how to sample. So most of these controls, they cost very little compared to the drilling. So they depend on setting the rules before starting and following them when conditions become quite difficult.
Any questions?
Thanks, Leanne. Sorry, I missed a little bit of the talk. Unfortunately, I had to just step out. But I just wanted to ask a question on that last slide. I think it was number 4. Maybe I missed it in the earlier parts of the presentation where you said you need to cut the core on the same side throughout the box and the program.
Yes, I went through that a bit quickly. Sorry about that. So because I saw I was running out of time. So yes, you need to decide on your sampling protocol. I know sometimes people are standing on different sides also of a core box, which is also a problem. And then you need to look at your mineralization. So if you do see that it is changing, you obviously can't just say for the entire program, taking everything that's the closest to you. It really depends on your mineralization and if there's veining and what the geology is doing, or your foliation as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because I thought, if it, you
Yeah,
can't just
no.
standardize it, because otherwise you might actually introduce bias, and you want to, your splitting of your core is the first subsampling step.
Absolutely.
I see collecting, like, drilling, that's the first step of sampling. Then splitting the core, that's the first step of subsampling. And if you were to, take the other half of the core, that's essentially a duplicate, and then that subsampling is not representative. Yeah, or it could be. I mean, it's, depends on the
Yes,
deposit type, but it could be that you
exactly.
introduce bias.
That's
So
why.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and it's actually it can be a very difficult thing sometimes, and I think that's why you get consultants like us
Yeah,
to like yourself to figure those things out.
precisely. No, but
Yeah.
you see, I think the message that I would say is that there is no set recipe, because everyone always wants to know, okay, but how many QAQC, or I hate it when people say QAQC, it's QC. How many
Yes.
samples what should be the insertion rate, etc. It depends. It depends on your quality objective and what your project and everything, that, like, you have to set your pass and failure criteria yourself, because it depends on what you want to
Yeah.
achieve, etc. And like all of these
Yeah,
other
yeah,
things.
that's, and also just, no, definitely, but also just looking at your what your job will say, what you will need in the end. I know there's people going quite overboard with their QAQCs. It depends on what mineralization. If you're sitting with something that's bulk, you probably don't need it so much. But yeah, no, it's a very interesting topic. We can talk hours about just
Exactly.
knowing how much QAQC to use.
Exactly. I'm glad there's some talks out there, because but questions about it is always the same as all the answers in our industry. The answer is always, it depends.
Yes, and are we actually doing what we are saying in the field?
Up next, we have Sfiso. Sfiso will be taking us through what geoscientists need to know about reporting. Sfiso is the Associate Partner in Africa Lead for the Technical Mining Services at ERM here in South Africa, and I guess the world, or EMEA. Sfiso.
Yes, it is. And yeah, thank you to all for your attention. Thanks for having me again to the meetings committee. So yeah, as Tsakwa said, I'm an associate partner and lead for technical mining services, which some of you, and I will have to unfortunately go through these slides because I'm also representing my company about ERM. So some might know CSA Global, so ERM had acquired CSA Global, which became ERM's Technical Mining Services. So I lead that for Africa. But yeah, I work globally, and a large part of my experience, and I assume a lot of the participants on this call, either exploration background, exploration geology. That's where a large part of my experience has been in my 22 years of consulting. All right, I'm not going to go into this. It's mandatory that I have this in the company presentation. But what this also shows is the sort of offerings from an ERM perspective we cover. And a lot of that experience, obviously, I'll draw on into this presentation, and my prior experience, which, as I said, is on the exploration side. Then I subsequently did resource estimation. So I am quite aware around some of the processes, and based on some of the earlier presentations from the speakers leading up to what I'll be talking around reporting. But yes, just to highlight that, I've got quite a lot of exploration experience in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, in West Africa, East Africa as well. That's where my background is. Although lately I've now started doing more technical due diligence. But yes, I am an exploration geologist. And so, yeah, we'll be focusing on the left quadrant. But this just shows what the greater ERM along the mine value chain offer, from exploration to closure, both on the environmental side and also on the technical side. It's just a reminder in case people are wondering who's ERM, who's CSA Global, or what happened to CSA Global. All right, and as mentioned, we've got our exploration services, so a lot of that input that's in this presentation is coming from there. And while I'm there, I'd like to thank Andina. I think she's on the call as well. She helped me prepare the presentation, which I'll be taking you through. Now, I acknowledge there's almost 300 people, which is good. It's a nice big audience, but I guess varied in terms of the experience profile. So I'll try pitch it so that as much people learn from this as possible. While on that, I'm not gonna be, it's not gonna be everything related to, the presentation, interpretation, or reporting of the results, but my bias will largely be around some of the drilling data leading up to resource estimation, and then the reporting. And also in the reporting, because I've got a bit more time than I thought I would, but 45 minutes instead of 30, I will also wear my SAM codes hat because of my role and participation from the SAM code side and reporting codes to bring that element in. So hopefully some people also learn something along that, because that is quite important. And especially for those who are reporting, competent persons reports or public reports. So, and those of you who joined last week's GSSA Beyond the Rocks workshop, for example, Tanya presented on the art of writing clear and persuasive technical communication. So, there's a different element, but here I'll be trying to incorporate what some of the earliest speakers would have touched on as well. So pardon if you've seen that already, but it's to drive home how that all that data that's been collected on those earlier processes trickle up to the reporting. Right. So again, it's my perspective, and we at the end it'll be around the codes as well, reporting codes, mineral resource reporting codes. So it'll be death by codes later on, because we have to unfortunately live by the code as well, as I'm sure a lot of QPs or CPs on this call will acknowledge. So I'll go quickly just in terms of the exploration workflow, touching on some of the aspects the earlier speakers would have spoken on. The low data, that's going to be where a lot of my bias will be, resource estimation workflows, just to introduce some of those concepts. And then importantly, interpretation and therefore reporting of these results. And that's where I'll go into a bit more detail with reporting codes as well. Anyway, so this is just a typical exploration workflow. And it starts with target generation. Now, in target generation itself, there are some results, typically things like geochemistry, which would have been collected by yourselves or either companies, service providers, geophysical, that you incorporate remote sensing. A lot of people use remote sensing. So typically like in a GIS package. So that's essentially identifying prospective areas for exploration. Then leading on obviously to drilling. Once you've defined those targets, creating boreholes. T spoke earlier on about drilling, but I'll touch on that as I go. But essentially subsurface to see what the geology is. Then more importantly, sampling, because that's where your results will come from, that you can start interpreting and reporting. Then there's the analysis, Manafred and others touched on that. That's an integral part for testing your samples, determining how much you have, how much grade as well. And then the geological interpretation, and then your reporting. Now, having said that, while you are collecting data as well, there's a large part of reporting, whether weekly, some people use dashboards, real time. So, reporting is all across. So there's many facets to that. Resource estimation, and then the reporting thereof. That's calculating the size and grade of what you have. And just the thing to note is, the quality of your resource estimate, which is what a large number of people of you would end up doing, depends on the quality of every preceding step. So it's not just that end part. So it starts from target generation. If that's not done correctly, if the drilling is not sampling or the interpretation later on, you can significantly affect confidence. And I'll be talking a bit about confidence later on in the presentation. Right. So yeah, target generation, as I said, is normally the first stage in the exploration process, where you've got the data sets and you identify and rank areas with the greatest potential. Now, for example, speaking of reports, and I'll touch on some of the codes, for example, reporting codes. CIM's NI 43-101 in Canada, they've got what is called a property of merit report, which is allowed by CIM and then the Toronto Stock Exchange, which is essentially like a prospectivity assessment of some sort. The other codes don't necessarily have that, but it's using even data pre-drilling, before even drilling. You can put together, even presentation stuff, where people try and get investments on the TSX. So that's a special case. It's called a property of merit report under NI 43-101. So you will see some reports in that format using early stage data. But yeah, essentially the main thing is identifying favorable settings for generating targets, ranking those targets, and there's various tools and softwares, and we've got some of the software providers on this call who can tell you about these tools in terms of target generation. Some people have developed their own solutions, some use AI and so forth, and I'll talk about AI in reporting a bit later on. So it's essentially to advance priority targets to field validation and drilling. In some cases it doesn't lead to it, but that's just to follow the normal typical flow from target delineation, target generation into drilling data. TE would have touched on drilling, so I'm not gonna dwell. It's just again to highlight some of the key aspects which will feed into reporting. So yeah, T would have covered this. GSSA has been having drilling methods course, which has been developed from Colin Rice over the years. So please sign up for those. I'm not gonna tell you about drilling. I'm not an expert on drilling, but I have been on numerous drilling rig sites and so forth. So I am aware of those and I know how they influence the data, and I'll show in a few slides the different types of data you get from the different drilling methods. But the main thing is that exploration drilling, it focuses on discovering and defining your resources. And there's various techniques which I will not go into, but it's just again to highlight the importance. And what it boils down to assess the economic viability of potential sites. This is really important, right? There's other methods or other data that you collect that informs this, but in many cases it's your drilling data which is quite important. All right, so it is vital for the presence, quantity, quality of any valuable mineral deposits. Right, I'm not gonna go into this. It's just again to highlight that there's different drilling methods used throughout the exploration life cycle, depending on the objectives, ground conditions, your regolith, how much soil cover, for example, you have, sample quality requirements. That's an important driver. But it's essentially, what stage of exploration life cycle you are. I'm not going to go into those. You would have heard about a few of those previously. But what I will show is just what the different drilling methods yield in terms of sample type, typical purpose again. So, there's auger drilling, there's air core, which is typically early stage. Auger is very near surface and shallow, fast and cheap, and, can give you quick indications on what's there at very shallow depths. And then air core as well. I was fortunate in Saudi to have, managed some extensive air core drilling rigs just to get an idea, to define some targets and generate targets for then further diamond drilling, for example. RC, reverse circulation, DD, which is obviously expensive, but the highest quality, and obviously you get your technical, structural, metallurgy data. RAB, rotary air blast, sonic drilling, environmental and consolidated sediment as well, but it is quite expensive. So that's a niche technique there. But you get high recovery there, percussion drilling. So I'm not gonna go into detail. That's not the point. It's just to highlight the different methods and where you apply them and how, they can affect what you are reporting or the results thereof. Right. These are just some of the drilling components. Excuse me. And these also, some of these form important inputs into, once you start doing databases, resource estimation, and then reporting as well, and various other aspects. But yeah, there's colors involved in there. Those are just typical definitions. You know these already, so I'm not gonna go into depth. But yeah, orientation is quite important, as in and dip. Those are really important parts, and those factor in your structural and also your interpretation in terms of results. Downhole survey, that would have been partly covered earlier as well. And also core and chip, the difference between that. But it's just, again, I'm biased to diamond drilling, but there's various other methods that I've had the opportunity to apply in exploration. Core handling is an important part, as my earlier speakers would have highlighted. So yeah, essentially it's retrieval of the core and recovery. Recovery is a very important aspect, as would have been emphasized earlier on. Then there's the transportation, then you reconstruct and orient that, core on the core trace. And a lot of us here have done and logged thousands of meters of core. And then there's also a cleaning aspect to it, in order to be able to visibly identify whether, through sprays or literally scraping off other material which has gone on, but not affecting sample integrity. So that's always good to know. Photography is an important part, and there's been various advances, and there's some of the providers of some of these innovations where real time you can load your logging data and core photography, but it's a nice record that will always be there, because at some point the core gets degraded, but it's a permanent visual record of the drill hole while it's still relatively fresh, depending on when it was taken. So that's an important part of the whole piece. Recovery calculation, it's a very, even till this day, it tricks a lot of people, but that you can read about or attend various courses about that. But it's an important thing, because then, it affects the quality of ultimately your results and then your reporting as well. So it's just things to note and highlight. Right, why is the proper core sampling important in exploration? It directly affects your data quality and then the outcomes. And then poor handling can lead to information loss, contamination, unreliable assay results. And I just told you about assays, and we'll get onto a QA/QC shortly. But on the handling side, it is important, because that's where it all starts. And it's all about trying as much as possible preserving geological features, structures, veins, which will be important to feed into your geological models, so that those are accurate. And lastly, it affects, your investment decisions. So reliable samples lead to more informed, exploration decisions, and also investment decisions as well. But I'll go quickly through this as well. QA/QC now, it was touched on earlier. So, but it's the foundation, again, of reliable reporting. And there's been even more emphasis on this since some of the, scandals a lot of you would be accustomed to in the minerals industry. Like, you would have heard of the BRIEX scandal and various others. So there's a bit more scrutiny, and especially on QA/QC. So to be as accurate and precise and reliable as possible, and nothing is exact, but you want the controls in place so that you can detect any errors and contamination inconsistencies, and also verifying lab results, but accurately represent the material sampled. And I read to said you can also, you put in your own standards, the lab, you can use theirs as well. Good labs will typically give good results, and they won't lie about that, even their internal standards. And then again, compliance is one of the things, I try and drive within the reporting standards, and that's why I'll be telling you a bit more about the code later on. All right, so again, it provides assurance to management, investors, regulators. There's a lot of stakeholders involved in, the minerals industry. And I'll touch on around how you as a competent person, contribute to that. And again, it supports transparent, auditable, defensible reporting. There's things like chain of custody you would have heard about earlier on. So precision versus accuracy. I'm sure a lot of people would have seen this again. So again, it's about repeatability, accuracy measures correctness, how closely a result reflects the true value of the material being sampled. So you can be precisely wrong in cases. That's what that drives. So again, to highlight you as the CP competent person, you must evaluate both precision and accuracy before relying on data for any reporting or resource estimation. And I think to highlight as well, another thing is there's different deposit types. They require different sampling and assaying strategies, as Anna had put it earlier. Okay, and just to add again, because the underlying important aspect is data for any reporting or any interpretation. So reliable reporting, it depends on accurate, traceable, well-managed data. So then there's the database management aspect, which I won't go to because there's providers of that on this call who can do it better, but you need to ensure that your data has integrity. So again, I touched on chain of custody, accountability, the whole metadata as well. And then traceability, so from, the core shed to the lab, there's library information management systems, and then from collection to all the way to reporting, you should be able to track each and every sample along that workflow. And as a parting point here, reporting confidence can never exceed confidence in the underlying data. So that's important. I'll highlight it again a bit later on. Okay, ensure effective sample handling. Lieutenant and others would have touched on this earlier, but it's ensuring that samples remain representative, secure, and free from contamination throughout the whole process, therefore getting reliable data. And yeah, I'm not going to go into depth in how you ensure that, but those are just some of the things I've highlighted. Chain of custody, preventing contamination, labeling your samples correctly. You should have SOP, standard operating procedures in place. And then documentation is important. So even reporting, it comes at every stage. There are QA/QC reports that you will need to also generate. There's various other reports as well that are required at this stage. So, and the key thing is also conducting regular audits and reviews as well. Because things can change, things can drift as well, as we would have seen from the lab side as well. But in terms of processes, you need to have that continuous audit perspective. Right, sampling methods, Lieutenant covered. I'm not going to go into depth, but what's important to note here is the type of sample and the method and how it's used. So grab samples, we've seen people take a few grab samples and therefore interpolate and extrapolate as well that, everything else is also like that, and report that, which is wrong. And I'll show you later on what happens if you report things in the wrong way. All right, but I'm not going to go into depth here in the interest of time, but there's advantages to these. There's channel sampling, then there's trench sampling as well. Auger sampling, I touched on auger, diamond core sampling, which has been spoken about exhaustively. RC, and then, there's advantages. Some it's cost, and then some it's quick, some it's based on the type of material where you're getting your samples from. And then there's obviously limitations as well. Obviously, diamond core, is not limited in terms of depth. Well, you can't go down indefinitely, but it's much more deeper than other methods as well. So that's just important to know, but also how it might potentially affect the data of the quality of the data that will be informing your interpretations and your reporting. All right, that's just to show you visually what it looks like. And I've done, trench samplings, chip sampling, and also, float and grab sampling, soil sampling as well, various methods. Right, I'm going to go into depth there. Now let's go into, just some of the fun part now. Now you're interpreting, and then you start reporting all these results from the earlier workflows. So what is key? Validating your data, the QA/QC results and report. See if there's any errors, check your key input files for especially like resource estimation, which is your collar, survey, downhole survey, geology information, and more importantly, your essays as well. Visualize results. There's a lot of tools to visualize as you are doing your drilling. For example, generate the maps, sections, and plans. Plot significant essay intervals. And another thing while we're here is validation, visual as well. So once I did this about over 20 years ago, when we got the essay results, we then took our logs, because our initial logs had estimates of what, for example, sulfides. I was looking at sulfides at the time, nickel and copper sulfides, to estimate what you'd get in terms of actual copper percent and nickel percent, for example. So then you take your logs just to verify. You select a few samples, whether very high grade and low grade, just to also train yourself over time to make sure that next time you log, you'll get close in terms of estimating the sulfide content to then get to your actual metal content. So you get better at it, but it's also to validate if there's any things that, I missed some sulfides, but I'm getting a screamer of a nickel and copper result. So that's an important part as well. But yes, visualization, again, you start identifying the trends, you start developing now your geological model. So you have a look at some of the controls, whether it's structure, whether it's geology hosted, your mineralization, you identify faults, folding, if things are turning left, right, and center. So that's how you'll start identifying that. And evaluating mineralization, grade distribution, thickness. Now, you have heard the term RPEE, which is reasonable prospects for economic extraction, which is used in the mineral resource reporting codes. And to define a mineral resource, you need to first have the grade continuity. You have the geological continuity, and then the economic aspect, the reasonable prospect of economic extraction. Not necessarily doing detailed economics, but seeing that, does this make sense? Can this be extracted? Is it at a very great depth at like 2 kilometers? And how would you, extract that? So those are some of the key important aspects. And then, as I said, developing your geological model, and then you generate recommendations. Some of these outputs and interpretations is to inform further drilling, extend drilling, step out drilling, or any additional samples. So this is a continuous process in terms of reporting and interpretation. Right. Data collection, again, there's various types of data. There's geotechnical logging. Some people are accustomed to that, rock quality, fractures, geotech characters. There's experts in this field. Geological logging, then there's the sample selection, markup, cutting it, sample dispatch, and then core storage and archiving. Archiving is really important and making sure it's safely stored. All right, this is just a general workflow for mineral resource estimation. So from understanding the geology controls on mineralization, then your data validation, your modeling, then domaining, having a look at high outliers, any weird anomalies. They might be there, but they might not be, but it goes again with the understanding of the geology. Doing stats, then geostatistics, things like QKNA. I'm not going into that. You can do training on these sort of aspects, but it's just things just to be aware of in terms of what you might use the data for, right? Then there's selection of your estimation technique, validating your model, and then reporting, what's the economic potential, the RPEE, as I said it in the previous slide, and then getting a mineral resource statement. There's no such thing as a JORC or SAMREC compliant mineral resource estimate. It's a mineral resource estimate in accordance with SAMREC, or reported in accordance with JORC. But yes, that's what that compliance means. All right, interpretations. I'm not going to go into depth into too much detail here, but this is where your raw data is converted into the understanding. So it's just zooming in on those processes in that workflow. So there's the geological, geochemical, you could be using geophysical data as well. Another thing to note on the right there's just some logs. For example, in coal, there's downhole wireline logging where, you also extract physical and chemical properties, things like density, there's a natural gamma light distinguishing between various layers, sonic, I touched on sonic, looking at rock strength, things like resistivity and conductivity for fractures or permeable layers. So you apply that to also the logging, geological logging that you would have done. So that's just an example from the coal side. But yeah, you use various data sets there, measuring the structural elements, reporting those as well for your interpretation. So the reliability of interpretations depends on the quality completeness of your underlying data. So poor quality data can lead to poor interpretations and misleading reporting outcomes. You guys are well aware of garbage in, garbage out, GIGO. So keeping your data clean is really important. Right. This is just the resource estimation approach. This is just a typical steps on the right there. But this is now, you're starting now to report what is there. And these estimates are built on a structured and auditable workflow. And a lot of the softwares that are used for this have that trail to ensure so someone can track back. So it's really important from, when you're importing, validating your data that there is that audit trail as well in terms of what you've done, so that if some of these softwares have macros, if someone has your macro, then they could essentially repeat and get the result that you have. Again, resource classification reflects the level of confidence and influences what can be publicly reported. I'll touch on and going deep about public reporting. Well, I've got 10 minutes. All right. This is resource classification. I'm not going to go into depth here, but it's just the various levels of classifications based on the level of geological knowledge and confidence that you have, from inferred, indicated, measured. You can sign up for some of the GSSA or SAIMM or SAM codes courses. There will be a slide on that where you can get that information to understand a bit about these and the reporting codes. But as a parting shot here, essentially all models are wrong, but some are useful. And it's how interpretation is very key. And a lot of people, they try to fit the data to the model, but you fit the model to the data, So sometimes that's where clashes come between geologists and mining engineers. So what a geologist thinks they're giving to the mining engineers and what the mining engineers thinks they're getting is not aligned, and there's misunderstandings which lead to misinterpretation, misuse of models, and sometimes significant consequences like that affect economics. So it's also, you got to think of who's going to be getting your data as well when you are reporting or interpreting data. Okay, this is the fun part, the reporting codes. I'll skip on a few of these, but it's just to highlight again, especially for those who are, signing off, compiling public reports, independent technical assessment reports, competent persons reports, CPR, which go from exploration targets, resources to mineral reserves. But that's just some of the reporting codes, and I'll have a few examples in the next few slides. The prominent ones under the big CRISCO umbrella, which has all these national reporting organizations like SAMCODES, JORC, the Americans are special. They've also got what is SK 1300 now, but essentially the CRISCO code is what's the SME guide. But I'm not going to bore you with this. You can have a look at some of the recordings from SAMCODE's website and others. But what's important to know is, for example, this is a typical report structure. On the left is the SK 1300, which is for all those who have mining projects and are listed on the New York Stock Exchange, for example. So the Securities Commission. All right. On the right is just showing you that 43101. Some of you have done that. There's some similarities, but there's difference. If you go listen to our SAMCODES SK 1300 for dual listed companies workshop, no. All right. Okay, I'm not going to dwell in this as well, but this is just typically showing a SAMREC table 1. So the SAMREC code, which you can download on your mobile device. But it's just to highlight again, it shows everything from, there's examples on the right, exploration results, mineral resources, mineral reserves, and the various requirements that you need to fulfill. So you as competent persons, CPs, you need to provide sufficient technical information so that all stakeholders are informed. And I'll show a few examples. of these completed table ones. And then, so reporting should be supported by evidence, validation, and professional judgment. So all those other earlier processes. And then there's a, if not, why not approach. So which helps selective disclosure and improves accountability. So those who RCPs, especially using SAMRAC, you need to fulfill that. And then you must include relevant data and information, both positive and negative. Historical data, it's another important aspect, and especially, in exploration and advancing projects, must maybe included if the CP deems it relevant and reliable. So I know a lot of projects, and the historical data is very important. We must never forget that. Sometimes people go and drill and re-drill things, which there is some data, you can make some meaningful interpretations. And all you would need to do is just infill drill, for example. So again, for exploration results, they must not be presented in a way that unreasonably implies the discovery of potentially economic mineralization. So both positive and negative again. This is job table 1 as well. I'm not going to go into detail, but it's just to show you have to fulfill those as well. I'll show you an example later on of a job table 1. But these are just things just to be aware of, especially those who will be going into public reports. Okay, the SAM codes, as I said, I'm biased and I'm wearing that hat. Go to the website, you'll get various content, some of which I've mentioned as well. But on the extreme right, if you don't have the SAM codes app, please get it on Apple and also Google devices as well. So just go to samcodes.co.za, you'll get a lot of this. But it's just to show you the sort of, what that's going on in the background, especially around the SAMREC code. Right. Why, in terms of public reporting, a lot has changed. I'm not going to go into depth, but it's just to show you there's myriad things for consideration. There's ESG, which has become more important. There's listing requirements. Sorry, section 14. I thought I'd updated this. It changed from section 12, the JSE listing requirements for the SAMREC code. And I'll show a slide how those interact. But I'm not going to go into detail, but it's just things, some of you are aware of these, but you must be as well. There's various other disclosures required. The most important thing, there's a lot more public scrutiny, especially in public reports. For example, the JOC, they are making updates to the JOC code since the 2012 version. So the SAMREC as well, we busy with updates as well. So for example, incorporating ESG and aligning to what investors and, the public, some of the issues that have been there are. So just be aware of those and look out for those. So for example, JOC, and I'll go into competent persons shortly. One of the things they want to do is have, the competent persons who sign off JOC reports, being listed on the website, for example, and there was a whole back and forth and process before that update is being made, for example. But it's things for you as a, competent person who will draft these reports to be aware of. Okay. Then there's corporate governance, King 5, and various other things, which I won't dwell and bore you with. This is just how the SAMREC and JSE fit together and the competent person. All right. So this I presented in a previous reporting codes workshop. But you have to understand things from the government side, the DMPR, NPRDA, then the listing requirements, section 14, as I said. So I'm just throwing these. So you don't have to memorize these, but it's things you have to be aware of as you continue reporting. So similar like you have with the SAMREC and a JSE on the JOC side in Australia, just being aware. I know a lot of people on the call also use the JOC code in addition to the SAMREC code. But how listing requirements on the Australian Stock Exchange, their Corporations Act, which is equivalent to our Company Act. Importantly, it starts with the project, but as the competent person, it's important. Okay, the key reporting principles, you'll see them on the SAMREC code and there's various other ones which have been added. Transparency, materiality, and competence. All right. You can read up about these on those references that I gave you, but it's things that you just need to be aware of. And the bottom line is no misleading statements. Results should not imply economic viability without adequate support. So someone can just use a grab sample and extrapolate and say, hey, you've got a literally a gold mine here, and it's not. All right, requirements for competent persons. I'm not going to go in depth here in the interest of time, but it's just you got to be aware. The main thing is having that experience and having dealt with that mineralization style, the type of deposit as well, to be able to report, right? And belonging to a RPO, recognized professional organization like the GSSA, who are hosting this event as well. It's also quite important. Okay. I'm not gonna go through all of this, but why competent persons are essential, are important. Why do we need them? To understand how all the sampling information we've been talking about relates to processing, marketing, assess the quality of the data, including assay data, and Fred spoke about those. And then you are responsible, for also applying the codes. Those of you who will be involved in. The main thing is all the reliable information that you would have collected earlier on. Okay, I'm going to wrap up soon. So AI is another important thing, So again, competent persons, they're very accountable here. It becomes even more important, not less. There was an article which was published on the back of the GSSA AI in Geology workshop, which was held. It was on that Mining Weekly on the 24th of July. Have a look at it. Because there is power, geologists, if they stay in control, they can unlock discoveries, but you got to be also responsible, for example, in how you use AI. And there's various considerations there on the right. But yes, we do understand AI is very important in this day and age, but so now is the CP, the competent person, who's more important. All right, this is a good paper people can check out. It's around AI ethics recommendations for the geoscience community. And on the right, there's just the one page of what it encompasses. It's a whole report. I'm not sure if Natalie is on this call, but she reviewed this paper. She is the VP for Professional Affairs for GSSA and also assisting on the meetings committee. But it's around those factors, because we understand AI is being used more, but you got to use it ethically. Consider things like environmental protection, integrity, geopolitics as well. So please read that at your leisure. AI ethics recommendations. We'll share it as well. All right. These are just some examples of now when you're doing things right and, from field data now to public disclosure. There's an example at the bottom there of the SAMREC table one for Cal Gold, where you got to outline for each of those factors or in sections, elaborate on this. So, US geoscientists, you play a critical role in ensuring that reported information is accurate, traceable, and supported by the necessary and appropriate. Yes, it's a hot 5 minutes, 2 minutes. Yeah. Oh, shucks. Okay, I'll quickly rush through these. Thanks, Ben. And then on the right, Orion Minerals were listed both on the ASX and JSE. What they also have when you're reporting certain intersectional results is also a table 1, which includes some of the aspects which have been discussed earlier, QA/QC, and various other aspects. What happens if you don't do things right? This is a site, an actual site, angry geologists who will post all the dodgy joke results and intersections and show the flaws. So you can look at that at your leisure. Locally, we've got a friend of the society who, if you make questionable or post-questionable intersections and interpretations, will give you a yeah, near. I'm not going to mention names. And then there's also lately, from this angry geologist site, there's hashtag joke WTF guy. So yeah, hashtag joke WTF guy on LinkedIn who continues to. So, if you do things wrong, you might end up on those. So again, decision-making through complete and transparent disclosure. All right. I touched on historical data. Mustn't forget about the past. It tells you a lot about where you are going. A lot of people have been incorporating that. And, previous reports as well. Those are quite important, not just the data you would have collected now. Right. And then lastly, consider other aspects as well. There's things like mining standards, on the environmental side. There's things like IRMA, the responsible mining that you need to know of, GISTM for all of you involved in sort of on the tailing, who understand a bit on the tailing side. So, it's just being aware of those and how they contribute, to your reporting. So with that, I'm not going to go into case studies, but it's just to show, there's various things like we've done in terms of data management, GIS, MREs, QA/QC. We've also done quite a bit on grade control reconciliation, which a lot of US geologists will end up doing. And that goes a lot with, interpreting results and adequate reporting. Thank you, Tshego.
Thanks. So, great presentation, very insightful. Thanks, Sophie. So that was very near to my heart. So it was great to hear from you. Something that we should just note is that one of the important things, like I'm in consulting, and one of the important things for us is on the QA/QC front. I like to talk about them separately because joining them together sort of does them a bit of a disservice to my mind. The QA, a lot of the time, like I will request from clients your SOPs for sampling and failure criteria for QC sampling and that. And then also separately request what they've done in terms of the QC to show that they've followed up on the drilling as it's been happening. Because many a time, and I'm sure many people who have dealt with this have had a similar thing, is that us doing a resource estimate, we'll review QC data and whatnot, and find that there's a problem, and in so doing have to exclude a batch from an estimate because it's unreliable, because there is no documented follow-up as to what necessarily happened there or something like that. So it's just very important, especially for younger, less experienced geos and whatnot, to realize that like timeous following up of your QC as you're drilling and your sampling is happening and you're getting results back is immensely important, because if you don't follow up timeously, there's not really much you can do about it come the time of the mineral resource estimate, because you simply can't accept data that have that level of uncertainty associated with them.
No, thanks for that, Kern. You're quite right. It's one of the aspects I did touch on. Then there's things like peer reviews, but you're quite right in the consistent follow-up before money is wasted, because unfortunately, as you said, in consulting, then we have to tell our clients the unfortunate, news if we haven't been doing that consistently and continuously. And that's where there's still time for them to rectify things. You're quite right. They're like, we've done all this work, we've essayed all this. Now you tell us you have to. You're right, Quinn. It's a very important point. Yep,
it's a waste of money, and then they won't accept that, and then it's our responsibility as CPs to, anyway. Thank you very much.
Sticking them, holding their hand along the chain. No, very important point.
Of course.
Last one.
Thank you so much, everyone, and I would like to extend a sincere thank you, especially to our speakers for pouring into these presentations, the sponsors, our annual sponsors, and the two sponsors that spoke today, Innovex and SGS, and the organizers. Lutendo, thank you so much for organizing this event, and for the committee members as well, events committee members, for pouring into the GSSA your free time. And to you, the attendees, thanks so much. You have made this event a success. So today's program, it gave us a comprehensive journey through that exploration and drilling value chain. So starting from prospectivity mapping, looking at geophysical data without even drilling, through to how we analyze where to drill. And that's where Mr. Tlaluso T. Nakedi came in to tell us about drilling and the importance of knowing what we are drilling and the type of driller or drilling machine we need. And it moved to downhole surveying, pegging the right borehole, knowing what type of orientation tools to use, where Kevin Paper came in to help us understand downhole surveying from MDEX. And Lutendo then went into practical aspects for borehole logging. Geological logging is basically the foundation of any resource, and that data is gold. And that's where Shanae transitioned into that importance of from data to dollars and understanding the value chain and how important it is for you to have a robust database, because that database is actually your asset, and your asset that will be used to raise funds, to decide whether or not you're going to mine, and to evaluate your project. Basically, that's the foundation. And we had Heino Hoops, who took us on drilling fluids and muds from Index, which was quite interesting and very, very insightful presentation. Emily Mukwena also shared on the role of CRMs from Amos and what those CRMs can help us with maintaining confidence in our results. QA/QC is quite important, because then it will tell us whether we're on the right track and where to look for in terms of quality within our exploration projects and our sampling. We focused on the critical stages that transform geological observations into exploration outcomes, and these stages include Anna Gret's presentation, where she took us through those insights on essays, what SGS can do, and what the importance of understanding the lab and environment, and what you are looking for in terms of the elements that you are exploring for, and how to explore for those elements. Very, very important information. Sfiso Siwela then highlighted the key considerations for reporting, mentioning the international reporting codes that we have. We have our SANREC code here in South Africa and Southern Africa, but also the SK 100, the NI 43101, and also the JOG code in Australia, and how it's important for us to understand that the data that we collect in the early stages, how it gets reported through to these exchanges and through to these codes. We then closed with Leanne with her excellent presentation on sampling and QA/QC, which reinforces the theme for today. I'd say the theme that everyone has covered is garbage in, garbage out. We must always remember that each model is not necessarily a true representation of what's there. It's the best guess, and that's why they call it estimation, resource estimation. So we are estimating, and we hope to be as close to the truth as possible. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for running a good course, and we'll talk to you guys soon.